It's Saturday, February the 28th, 2026. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rodolphe Okonkwo. We're going to start with conversation on some of the issues going on in Nigeria. But like most of you know, we woke up and this is what we have.
States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond.
All right. That was President Trump talking to Americans and Iranians on the action he's taking with the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. When we come back, we are going to talk on issues in the news, both abroad and in Nigeria. In Nigeria, of course, we know that the election is around the corner. They moved it, the timetable, the INEC moved the timetable backwards. So we are going to have primaries before the end of May. All political parties must have their primaries. And the election has been moved, the presidential election moved to January, and the governorship election to February. So everything is happening at the same time. We will talk on that and the process, how that is hitting up the political environment in Nigeria. One of those the stories that you've been following, which was what happened in Edo State, where former Governor P2B was and his group, they were attacked when they were in Edo State. So we talk about that. Let me play this for you.
Have ever sent to us died in first sitting, and it would never happen so long as we are here. So we normally sit down. They say we are Robert Sam, but they don't know that we sit down to painstakingly go through everything that comes before us, and then at the end, we see that it is in the interest of Nigerians. Even when the social media is not seeing it, eventually they come to see. So we thank you for the tax reforms. We thank you for abridging the numerous foreign exchanges. We thank you for the removal of the fuel subsidy and then making money more available. How I wish I was a governor under you. Most of them are saying they collect 4 times what we used to collect. So I can't go back. I can't change the constitution because they have far more money to develop their states and to touch the grassroots for you than we had. And I pray that God will give them the enablement and the wisdom to also do what you are doing at the same time. We thank you also for the electoral amendment. It wasn't you, we did. You had the right to say no. But when we convince you that it is in the interest of the nation, you sign immediately the amendment into an act of parliament. And I can tell you that in the FCT election, the first test of the amended Electoral Act nationally was tested. So, Mr. President, we are happy with you, and we are full of prayers that under your leadership, this country.
That was Akpabio, Gospel Akpabio, President Bola Tinubu, for all he has done for the country and taking credit for their win in Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, in the election last week. Now, the parties, the opposition parties, are complaining about the new timetable and also about the requirements put in front of them. One of them is that they have to show a digital register of their members, and they say they can do it within the 23 or 25 days given to them. Let's hear another thing that happened with the ADC, which is one of the major opposition parties, when they endorsed the South ADC, endorsed Rotimi Amaechi as their choice presidential candidate.
In the process, we are glad that our son, His Excellency Kayode Egbetokun, took advantage of this meeting to brief us formally of his intention to run for the presidency of our great nation. We were very pleased. We thank him for the respect he has for the leaders of the zone, for not letting loose in the zone, setting up his own personal structures, for ensuring that any good son that he tells his people what he has in mind before he embarks. We were pleased, and I can report that a unanimous decision was taken to give him all the support that he needs in pushing of his ambition.
All right. Somewhere in Abuja, there is another story about David Umahi. You guys know him as the minister in charge of works. There was a woman that worked, did some contracts when he was governor for him, and he refused to pay the woman. Instead, he took the woman and locked her up. So they confronted each other in Abuja. This is the woman speaking.
Time. After 1 year and 8 months, I started asking him for my payment. While I'm asking for my payment, David is asking me out. While I'm asking for my payment, David is asking me to date him. I told him, sir, one day I got so frustrated. I said, sir, can you concentrate and pay me my money? Stop telling me about dating you. I've told you I cannot date you. He became angry and hung up on me. The next thing, he sent me a message which is on my phone right now, by David Umahi's number. Everybody that knows David knows this same number. He sent me a phone, an SMS that I insulted him. I will teach you a lesson for insulting me. I can show it to the whole Nigerians. I can show that text message to the whole Nigerians. He said, I will deal with you for insulting me. So that was it. Since that day, he blocked me. He never picks my call again. Sometimes if I ask for my payment, he will tell me that God is busy. I said, have mercy on me and give me my money. Let me pay my children's school fees. He will tell me that God is busy. So he blocked me and he never took my number. So when I use another number and call David Umahi, that, sir, I'm coming to your state. And when I get to your state, I will block the government house. No vehicle will go in or out until you pay me. Do you know what David told me? David told me that if I get to a point, he said that I will not come out alive. I said, why won't I come out alive? Are you not owing me? He said, what happened to those Nila engineers will also happen to me. That was the last time I spoke with David Umahi. So when my dad became sick, I needed to fly him to the US for proper treatment. I said, I have money. Why will I have money and be suffering like this? I started reaching out to David through other phones because he has blocked my number. He said, let your father die if he needs to die. That was what David told me. So when my dad died, I was so angry. I came on social media. Remember, all these years since 2015, I have not brought it to social media. When my dad, the day my dad died, and he was put in the mortuary, the next day I came on social media and started asking Nigerians to please come to my help, calling on Mr. President to plead with David Umahi to pay me my money. I am asking for my payment. My money is my right. I took risk with my staff to take this job to Ebonyi State. Shockingly, David Umahi sent policemen to my house. I just dropped my children off at school. Getting back, I've not even had my bed. They arrested me and brought me straight to Abuja here. And do you know the shocking thing? The most shocking thing I've ever witnessed in my life is David Umahi, right in my face, when he was brought for an interactive section with me by his boy in the police station, in the police force that he's using. Fakorode, David looked me in the eyes and said he has never met me. He said it yesterday. I have never met this woman before. I'm only meeting her for the first time. I almost died. David Umahi said he has never met me. I brought my pictures with David Umahi. I brought evidence showing me and David Umahi in his office as a deputy governor. Fakorode said, how are we sure this is real? God, I weep for Nigeria. I weep for Nigeria. I'm not weeping because of my money. I weep because the common man, the ordinary citizen, have no hope in this country. The country belongs to only the Nigerian politicians and their children. The resources of this country belong to only Nigerian politicians and their children. If they are not using you, my dear, you are of no value to them. If they are not making use of you for the wrong reasons, you are of no value to them. His son has just picked up a form to become the local government chairman of his place, his local government. This same boy was a small boy the time I produced these items and offloaded it. Do you know that David Umahi denied that he has no daughter called Paradise? Meanwhile, on the day I offloaded this goods, I was playing with his daughter in his compound. And he said, what is your name? He said, Paradise. I said, another one is Heavenly. We were playing. So, do you know that right now his son is coming to also continue ruling Nigeria with the iron hand his father has been using to rule us? So you can see.
All right, that was the lady talking to the media. This was the encounter in Abuja where Shore intervened on behalf of that lady.
Madam, can you please calm down? Madam. What's all this? But Minister, this you are not supposed to be using police to settle personal scores. You are not supposed to do that.
Have you watched everything?
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the Minister of the Federal Republic. You are not supposed to use police to settle personal scores.
Joey, what's the problem? Joey, calm down. What's your own?
I'm talking to you now.
No, you can't. Joey, can't come here. Listen, Joey, can't come here.
No, please. Don't push me.
I'll talk to you.
Don't talk to me anyhow. Don't talk to me anyhow. Don't talk to me anyhow. Don't talk to me anyhow.
All right, that's a little bit of that encounter. And then, of course, we have a new Inspector General of Police, Disu. He took over from the man there, Egbetokun, who was kicked out by Tinubu for reason we do not know yet. The only thing we were told was that he had some urgent health issues he had to handle. So we had to let him go. That was it. So I will stop here. I will bring in our people to come in and we can begin the conversation. But before we do that, let me show you one of our favorite politicians on TV talking about what is ahead of Nigerians.
Nobody in this government thinks. Thank God they didn't go to school.
But you were one of them.
How?
Were you not one of them?
What is what?
Were you not in the APC?
And
Alaji?
I say yes. I was a signatory to the formation of the APC number 4 signature. Yes. And when the going.
Should we be blaming you too?
For what? When I got
yes.
out and told the people what would happen to them if they choose these people, that is why I have no empathy for anybody, for people like you. You should suffer the more so that you get sense before 2027.
uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm...
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paula, some of you guys, that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. It's working for my...
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to be
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrange the meeting grant? Can we arrange the meeting grant? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your
hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. Welcome to the show. This is a Saturday that is unlike any that most of us have seen. So much stories going on around the world. Today is special because I can see the geopolitics people are here already. We are at the point where the world is shaking, and we have to try to understand what's going on and whether we can make it out of this new conflict. Again, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Those on the comment section, I appreciate all of you. Those watching at home, if you can like and share so that more people will watch this edition of our show. I appreciate all of you. Let's go straight and welcome our people who are here. If you're in the studio and you want to be brought in if you're at the back end and you want to be brought in, turn on your camera so we can bring you on. That's one of our requirements. All right. Thank you so much for being here. I see Mr. James. We can't see you. I think your camera is, or your internet is not very good. But let's say hello to Jide. Jide, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages. Hi, Brother Paul, Mr. James. Good to see everyone.
How are you?
I'm good.
These are the kind of days that you dream about and you live for. So
I anticipated it.
You anticipated it?
I've been anticipating it for months now, like for a long time.
Okay.
And here it is.
Yeah, here we are. We're going to hear from you, hear the details, and talk about what might happen in the next few hours and days. As we understand, more than 5 countries have been attacked as we speak. Jordan, Israel, Iran, I had Kuwait, about 5 countries. But we'll get into
Qatar.
Yeah. We'll get into that. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, just like you said, we don't need TB Joshua to prophesy this one. We know it's going to happen. Trump is just an Israeli dog that they control whichever way. So they already released the lynch, go ahead and everything. It's just so shameful for Trump and his supporters what he's doing right now. I really feel bad.
Yeah. But before we go into that will be our first conversation. Let's just touch on a few things going on. I mentioned the attack on P2B, or whatever happened in Edo State, where P2B and his ADC political party members were attacked. We had some videos, but that has been overtaken by bigger events as it is in Nigeria. The governor of Adamawa State defected, joined the APC. Now they have 30 governors and going into the election. I mentioned at the beginning that they've moved the election back, so it's going to happen sooner than we thought. Let's say hello to James. Mr. James, welcome to the show. Mr. James, can you hear me? Okay. For those who are watching, James informed me before the show that he had internet issues.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. All right. So welcome. We
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's a delay at your end. Okay, it went off entirely. All right. So issues in the news in Nigeria. We have a new IG of police, Disu. We also had the issue with David Umahi, which is trending. It should have been a bigger issue, but I hope it wouldn't be overtaken by events, because stuff like this important. Oh, James, okay, go ahead. Go ahead if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. The line is very, very weak, so I won't be able to stay long.
All right.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There are a lot of things happening. Peter Obi's problem in Edo State, the war going on in Iran.
Go ahead. James, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. That will be a problem today, with James and his connection. But thank you, James, for trying to be part of this. I hope by next week the problem.
Don't you just go out completely, then try to come in again? Maybe he can reset his gadget.
Yeah, it's a bigger issue that they have at the premises, where he is, and something to do with their connection. Their wire was cut off. All right, let's see this. This is from.
Now they shoot. This is what they shot. You see, this is what APC did here, in front of Chief Oyegun house. This is what APC did. So you guys should know that 2027 is not going to be. 2027 is not going to be a child play. Look at what they did. Look at what APC did. Look at what APC did. They shot. They were here shooting, destroying people's car. Yes, it's a gunshot. Yeah, it's a gunshot. These bullets. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is to let you guys know that 2027 is not going to be a child play. You should be ready. See, this gunshot. See bullets at the gate. This former governor's house. This former governor's house. Chief Oyegun. They are angry because.
All right, so let's hear the president.
What they call you, any name, any nickname, critics must talk. When they accused me of killing opposition, I didn't have a gun. I could have given myself a license when I have the authority. But I can't blame anybody from jumping out of a sinking ship. If they did, what we have faced that in the challenging period of this country, the terrorism and banditry is causing us the havoc. And we should pull together, unite in a way that our forefathers contemplated to bring about a constitutional democracy and pull us together. They didn't say we should fight. It's a good thing that we are working in harmony We are looking for a country.
All right, so Tinubu here explaining to us that what we are actually doing is coming together, more like a consensus government. All right, so let's begin the conversation. But I would like to hear from people if there's something important that I left out, just even if it's just to mention it, because it makes people feel, people who are home might feel that, their issue or something they care about is in our own radar. James, can you hear me now? Let's see if can you hear me? I think there's a delay where James is. So James, whenever you want to speak, raise your hand and we know that you are ready to speak. We can bring you in. Woman, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Rudolph. I only came in for the one single item, which is the Peter Obi stunt in Edo State, where he contrived this Sakama J, trying to pull do you remember the stunt by Donald Trump when he was claiming he was shot at during the campaigning season? Yeah, this Peter Obi's stock is winning, as we all know. He's hemorrhaging supportership because he's not been able to evolve into the political space. He has no understanding of what's going on around him. So desperate times call for desperate measures. Now this contrived thing that is assassination. Can you imagine that? It must be silly, and it's not even April the 1st. It must be silly season. Imagine that they attempted to kill people. Of what consequence? Somebody that's already fallen off the spot in politically. But the offshoot of that is actually what really tickles me. For all of the dance around that he was dancing around, Kenneth Okonkwo doing his monkey boys all over the media space. What happened 2 days after John Oyegun, he raised the hands of Rotimi Amechi up to say, "This is my chosen one," and that is the end of it. So, just to give your space the heads up, Peter Obi is not going to be on any ballots in 2027. My anticipation is by June, he will announce his withdrawal from politics because the political landscape has mutated beyond this pedestrian, going down buying corn and all this silly nonsense.
That should make you happier, is it?
No, it won't make me happy. It's not. I don't want Peter Obi not to be on the ballot, because Peter Obi not being on the ballot puts the southeastern vote at stake. And because the hatred for the Yorubas is so baked into the southeastern DNA, they will rather lend that vote to something that stymies a Yoruba sort of narrative. So I think Peter Obi should be on the ballot just to pull the southeastern votes from the north. But there's nothing that tickles more than the comical antics of Peter Obi. I was walking down the road and some old man say, "Peter," I say, "Man, that's ridiculous." Hopping up and down. This is politics now. Peter Obi doesn't primary. He runs away when there's a primary sort of thing. And this is why he does that. So he does all this. I'm dodging bullets. So look at that. They want to kill me because I
started discussion.
No, that's okay. Obi,
come on.
Obi, that's okay.
Chinedu, just settle down.
Obi, that's okay.
Don't worry. I don't really care for.
So one man. Yeah. Thank you. So you can. We're going to discuss that, but it's not.
All right. That's my contribution. Let me build. Yeah. Like I said,
it's not the first one on our topic today.
So yes, I only really came in to point and laugh at Peter Obi as he continues to ridicule himself all over the landscape. But let me bail out so you guys can.
I know you'll be happy about that, and
I'm not happy. I want Peter Obi on the ballot.
It shows.
What else do we laugh at if Peter Obi is no longer in play? What comedy is there if Peter Obi is not? We need Peter Obi now just for the shits and giggles, for the mirths and laughs, for the comedy skits,
Thank you, one man.
But always a delight to be here, Rudolph. Thank you for having me.
All right, Obi, welcome to the show.
It just spoiled my belly right now, As in, when he come in a sarcastic way to make a fool of himself, and he thinks that will give him the appointment that gave probably or mockery appointment and all those nonsense he's doing, and he will just talk and get out and use all the vain words to qualify an Igbo DNA. Look at that word. It's in Rudolph DNA. Abi, it's in everybody that is Igbo DNA. He just spill out words as irresponsible words, and he thinks he's speaking English, right? And you think somebody like Peter Obi will arrange us to come and shoot Oyegu's house? It's so daft. It's so annoying. I'm a Benin man. I'm from Benin. I know where Oyegu's house is. When Oyegu was governor, I was in Uniben. At least I worked with him. You come and Oyegu's house is just beside government house. Rudolph, when we start, let me just let the matter go like that,
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Chim, how are you? Did one man wake you up? Huh? Yeah. How are you?
You can see I've not even showered. So
right.
Good morning and happy birthday. Your birthday was
that was days ago. Thank you.
I hope you had a nice time.
Yeah.
All right. So, but Rudolph, I'm going to knock you first of all. I think what arrangement do you have with one man? Why is that once one man shows up, you throw the floor and throw the carpet at him? Why? You're not. You see, he can come and express his views. I'm not against that, but he can't just this thing he does. He jumps in. You know, he's not going to stay and have a decent conversation with people. He's going to come and throw in his one-liner. Are we interested in his one-liner or what? Because as far as I'm concerned, this is a disservice. He can't come and insult everybody here and walk away. It's not nice. Let's stop doing that and giving him the platform. If he's not coming to come and stay, defend his views, hear other people, judge with other people, then don't let him in. This is the only he won't do this thing he does on his own platform. He won't do it. He has a platform, but he won't do it. Because I have watched once in a while to see his platform. He won't do this thing. This is an unnecessary license you're giving him. That's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you. I also think, on my part, I think that just like anybody here, I don't know your plan, whether you want to speak and go. And also, I believe that you guys are smarter people watching at home. They make their conclusion. It's not about. I don't think I don't think from their reactions of people at home that he's scored his points. But I don't know why people would worry about that. People are smarter than we tend to think, and I believe in.
Well, my views are. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to just be a disruptor. My views is he's insulting people. He can come and have a conversation. This thing he's done is like come and call us idiots. Oh, idiots have forgot that. But I, the wise one, let me just throw in my wisdom and go away. Don't keep doing that. Don't. He's insulting people. This is not how you hold a conversation. You come in and hold a conversation with people. If I disagree with Jide, I come in here, I wait my turn, then I explain why. Then I hear him back. Well, this thing he comes in like one lord of the manor, most intelligent one, all seer. I come in, I throw it before you dirty, unintelligent people start talking. Let the wise one say what he needs to say and back away. You are enabling it. I'm sorry. You are. But that's fine. I don't want to disrupt the show. Let the show go on.
All right. Thank you. Let me just say hello to Dexter, Christians for Epstein, ELLC, and then Sully. Paul, did I say? I said hello to Paul. Yeah. Dexter, how are you?
I'm good, Dr. Damages. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything you are looking at? Any story that's so important to you?
I read this thing. I think it was a story. Did you capture the? So these guys. The fourth arm of the government in Nigeria right now.
Which one? Or the City Boy movement?
No. The Rattle movement. That's the fourth arm of the government. So there was a story of a lady that went and she posted a video of how she renovated the school, and she called out a VDM saying that he can do more with all the monies that he has been given to his NGO. However,
in 6 days. In 6 days.
Yes, in 6 days. However, the Rattle movement, we have to watch the Nigerian space. The Rattle movement went and did an investigation and found that everything she said was lies.
Correct.
Absolute lies. And they came for her, they posted all the receipts, and she now saying that she was drinking hypo to commit suicide and all that. You know, the truth about it is that we might not know, but a revolution is on its way in Nigeria.
Dexter, I'm sorry, for people that have been outside Nigeria for a long time, use the right English. She drank bleach.
Okay.
Because people may not know.
Yeah, she drank bleach, you know. And then you saw what happened with Showore, the Umahi shenanigan.
Yeah.
And the way people came out in Abuja, see, it will just take, look, I think what is happening right now in Nigeria is that, you know, the fuel is gathering, and it will just take one for us to light the matchstick. You know, if you watch the podcast, the Honest Bunch podcast, where you had somebody for Tinubu and somebody for Peter Obi. It's painful to watch, you know, but if you look at the feedback in the comment section, you realize that people actually have had it. People have actually had it, you know. So, yeah, I think those are other topics we can talk about. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. And finally, I think I have two people, Christians for Epstein. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
All right, good. How are you doing?
Yes.
So you're Pisces too, that's cool. I knew when I met you when I was young. Yeah, I knew. You did say that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what are we talking about? I just came on because I seen the moment the United States and Israel started attacking Iran, I figured you were going to talk about it. So
yeah, well, that will be our first topic. But I just wanted to say hello to everybody, and if there's anything you have in mind that we might add on our list, if we get to that, we do. If we don't, all right. Let's see.
Well, I'll see. If anything I remember, I'll just type it in the comments.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sully, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Very good.
Okay. You're watching the world?
Yes. Let me just bring this down a bit. You know me, normally, I don't care about all this Israel and all this Palestine. They can destroy themselves for all I care. You know, if just because of the color of my skin, you feel the need to discriminate against me, you don't expect any empathy or sympathy from me. When the missiles are rushing down, I hope your bias will be useful. You use that one to defend the missile. I'll never speak for you. I'll never protest for you. I'll never do anything for you. You know, fight for me, then I'll fight for you. But if you want to join everybody to fight against me, then to hell with you. You know, but some Nigerians think, oh, it's religious battle, so I must defend my Arab blood religion. I must defend the West religion, Christian versus Muslim, foolish Nigerians as usual. You know, when we have serious issues to deal with, they are so obsessed with their slave masters' gods. You know, your slave masters' gods help your slave master to conquer you. You think that God will help you?
All right. Thank you, Sully. Let's begin the conversation by listening a little bit to Netanyahu, what he said to the people of Israel.
Yeah.
אחיי ואחיותיי, אזרחי ישראל, לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת, מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן. בשעה זו תוקף צה"ל מטרות של משטר הדיכוי, מתקנים של משמרות המהפכה והבסיס, ויחד עם צבא ארצות הברית, אתרי טילים בליסטיים שמאיימים הן על ישראל והן על כוחות ארצות הברית. מבצע הזה יימשך ככל הדרוש. במשך 47 שנים קרא משטר הרשע באיראן מוות לישראל, מוות לאמריקה.
All right. If you listen to the two speeches, the one by Trump and the one by Netanyahu, you see that it was coordinated. I think it was written by the same person, basically saying the same thing. we're doing this for you guys. Go and take over your country. They went all the way back to 1947 years ago when the revolution, Iranian revolution happened and stuff like that. So let's begin. Where are we in the war today, and what are the expectations? Let me start with you, Jide.
Hi, Dr. Damages. So I'm sorry. What was the question?
Imperialist. Imperialist is here.
Where are we in the war today, and what?
Wait, is my session over?
Is who is speaking?
Is my session over?
Oh, I'm coming to you. Oh, you are so.
They'll come back to you.
I'm coming to
They'll
you.
come
Well,
back
now
to you.
you actually brought us to the topic. Yeah, but I'm saying this because a lot of people were telling me, oh, the people back in Iran will do something, and the world will be chaotic, or as if it's not already. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings to you, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and greetings to everyone listening. Yeah, the day has come, and the US and in collaboration with Israel, unfortunately and depressingly and tragically, they've chosen to go to war with Iran. And this had been planned. This had been a plan that had been going on for, since the revolution in 1979 to overwhelmingly cause a regime change and put a pliant regime in power. So where we are in the world right now, we are in a period of uncertainty. And when I mean uncertainty, currently we're in a very volatile situation in the world right now. The geopolitical dynamics in the world could change easily. There could be more of stringent alignments. I'll give an example. India, just before this war, this morning, about a few days ago or so, Indian presidents had diplomatic engagements with Israel. When he visited Israel, and they had some diplomatic engagements, and they signed a lot of agreements. And India as a country is a member of BRICS. And India being a member of BRICS, they are also a proxy against Pakistan, which is a Muslim country. And Israel and India, they have a shared understanding and understanding that they both resent Muslim, like Islamic rivals, because India, they stand in the way against Pakistan, and Israel, they believe their adversaries, their surrounding adversaries are Muslims. So we're having changing in alignment. China is supplying intelligence, military intelligence, surveillance assets to Iran. Russia is also helping Iran as well. Europe, they've cut themselves from collaborating with Iran in terms of getting Iran's oil. So they're further isolating Iran. So it has created a lot of changes in the geopolitical space. Now, but the second point is, if America does not achieve its aim, which is regime change, that will be the beginning of the end of the American empire. In fact, that will be the end. Because if they cannot achieve regime change and they can expend all their resources, and the Islamic Republic is still in power, that will set the stage for the end of the American empire. Because what that means is that now you do not have any chance for like diplomacy and all that. And you will have a standing, lasting rival to America's hegemony in the Middle East. The third point into why this is very volatile, if Israel and US is losing this war, they could resort to nuclear weapons. And going back to history, if you look back to history, just before the end of the Second World War, America announced itself as one of the biggest or the second biggest superpower in the world by nuking Japan, by sending a message. When Japan was weak and they were even willing to make peace, they sent a message to the world using nuclear weapons. The second time nuclear weapons will be officially used may completely change the entire geopolitical dynamics of the world. Currently, as I'm speaking right now, the Strait of Hormuz, just about an hour ago, I don't know if everyone is following it, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. It is just closed just right now. It's breaking news. What that means is that the supply of oil, about 20% to 30% of the supply of oil will be drastically reduced. So what does that mean? There will be scarcity, there will be high spike, inflation, oil prices, there will be inflation in oil regards oil prices. the stock market right now is crashing all over. All the stock market right now is crashing. So there is so much uncertainty, and this would potentially could lead to the potential shattering of the global economy. So this war is very unpredictable because they actually Iran is actually sending missiles, and they said this is not even their real missiles. These are their expendable missiles that they developed like 20, 30 years ago. And they said that the missiles they have are planned for about 20 years of war. I repeat, about 20. So they've planned for this war already.
I'm hearing that they just bombed the home of Ayatollah, that he may be dead now. Who is planning all these things you have in mind, and how are they doing it?
Yeah, like I said, the goal is to achieve regime change. Yes, they made attempt to bomb the home of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini. However, Iran said he's still alive and he will even make a speech. So it seems like there is an attempt on the leadership of the Islamic Republic. But it seems like as a result of them making that attempt, it has failed. Or even if they've even assassinated him, they've not been able to assassinate the entire rank of the leadership. Even if they even assassinate him, I do not think that is going to change the military convention of the Iranian Republic. I don't think that will even. I do not think that would lead to significant regime change because they already have a plan that even if the supreme leader dies, they have a successive leader that will replace him anyways. But after they bombed his home, they responded that he's still alive and he will even make a speech. And even the foreign minister made a speech subsequently. So I think the leadership is still intact. This war is very unpredictable. We do not know where it's going. Yes, there could be, I do not pray for any war, but the way things are going, there could be more attempts on assassinating the leadership in Iran. But currently, I don't think it is working. They are making the attempts, but this war right now is very volatile. And the more they keep bombing Israel, like I said, I'm really concerned they could resort to nuclear weapons. Because the last time, during the 12-day war, when they were bombing Israel, according to some sources, Israel considered using nuclear weapons. Trump, with the tiny wisdom that he has, is a sociopath, psychopath killer. I don't see myself that has wisdom. But with the tiny wisdom that he had, he was able to reduce the tension by having a coordinated strike on Iran, just to kill everything down and just make everything settle. So right now, we're in a very, very dangerous and unpredictable situation in the world right now.
All right, thank you, Jide. We will come back to you. Let's come to Sully. What is your take? This has dimensions, not just in the Middle East. It's also of interest to people in Nigeria. I can tell you that some people in the northern part of the country, they are not watching this and they are not happy seeing what's going on. And then, of course, some people in the southern parts will be thinking that it's something they wanted to see. So what is your take?
Yes, so, the religiously conquered in Nigeria are very excited at this moment because, just like football teams that they support, they think their team is going to win. But we are all losers at the end of the day, are we not? Now, the last speaker said something about Israel using nuclear. That's, probably one of the only things that I agree with. Israel, they are known to not just finish their targets, they will blow out the whole block if they have to. They will blow out the whole city if they cannot find their target. And they don't listen to anyone. They have everyone on their payroll. So who is going to stop them? It's just like all these governors that go increase their payroll and they were so happy, not knowing that they were signing off their freedom. That's what has happened to all the American politicians. Now, one thing I like about the Republican parties, they used to taxi Arabs and South Americans. They used to let Africa rest a little bit. So instead of us to use that period to plan, Tinubu city boy wants to finish us in the country. He's signing deal with everybody just because he wants that position and he wants to finish our life. Our healthcare is in America's hands now. Our tax is in French hands now. Like once Tinubu wins 2027 election, there will not be middle class anymore. And it will be almost impossible to get rich in Nigeria. People are not even building anymore because of the huge building cost. So unless you are making $100,000 to $200,000
a year in Nigeria, then it's over for you. There's no amount of work you want to do that will make you make it again. There's no God when, you know. But then again, it's inevitable. You know, the Sahel states, this gives them a period of grace to accelerate their growth. They can see what is happening everywhere. Russia is not going to save you. China is not going to save you. All this Venezuela and Iran, they want to start flexing their muscle because they thought China has their back. They don't know that China is on its own. They don't want to spoil their house. They don't want to spoil their base. They are not fighting for anyone. You know, it's just like some of these people, once they collect SSA, you know, they are connected to a politician, they will start misbehaving anyhow. They've forgotten that they are not in government. So Tinubu was at least smart enough not to put us into this position. He's not that power hungry, because if he was that power hungry, if that missile they sent the last time would just be flying all over the place in Nigeria. You know, so we have to thank him for saving the lives of the poor Nigerians that is punishing. But I just want to speak a little bit on that Obi topic. They say Obi survives attack here. That guy is ridiculous, man. Like, come up with something new. This is getting embarrassing. Tinubu has won the 2027 election. Atiku is going to become the flag bearer and Obi will be the vice president. That's it. It's over. These people, they can't even put their selfish agenda under a unified agenda. So selfish and self-centered. And the Nigerian people, they don't want to listen to correction. They want to do gra-gra. They don't want to strategize. They don't want to organize. Everybody has their own selfish interest, but they don't know how to put their selfish interest under one unified interest. You know, they've always tried to explain to me how Nigerian citizens behave all my life. But
who are they? Who are they?
Some people, don't worry. You know, there's the way a certain class thinks, and there's the way an average Nigerian thinks. You know, they told me, but I did not believe, because I did not think it was possible. But after listening to how average Nigerians think, there's no Tinubu till 2075. Nigeria he has total control. A local government chairman can become, from Lagos, can become your next president. So politically useless. That's the word. Useless. You guys don't understand for power. Some of you are so nice because you want to go to heaven. You know, that the white man, the Arab man has promised you that you will go there one day, but they don't want to give you visa. You know. But some of you, you don't want to involve yourself because of your investments. Okay, that one makes sense. But man, these people are going to be in power for a long time. A long time. And all of you need to stop shouting and screaming. Just customize yourself to the new Agbero government and work with it. It's unfortunate, but that is the truth. Nobody's coming close. The only person that defeats Tinubu is maybe somebody like Sowore, but you people always give your flimsy excuses of why you don't like him. You know, so enjoy. APC 2027
now. How's my brother?
Thank you so much.
I hope he's eating a dikako and egusi soup.
One is talking soup online.
Oh Lord. All right. Thank you, Sully. Thank you, Paul. What is your take on what's going on? We are getting a lot of breaking news from that region. Saudi Arabia is condemning Iran, which is not a surprise here. There are questions of about whether Ayatollah Khamenei is alive or dead. You know. So take it from there.
Yeah, Doctor, I just feel for that region a lot because, like the leaders among those regions, I'm talking about countries that have good alliance with America. Like I'm talking places like Bahrain, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE. I really feel for them. They are having what I call selective bipolar. You understand? They flinch by the moment. It's like kids, you know, kid cry to sleep, kid cry to eat, and kid cry to go back to sleep and cry to wake up from sleep sometimes. These guys, they come outside, they talk tough, but behind the game, they complain. They don't like what is going on because they know the end goal, which is clear that Israel is saying it clearly. The end goal is that Israel want to take over that region completely. This is the fight of Benjamin Netanyahu. If he finish with Iran, if he looks any other place again, he is already mapping his plan with Turkey. It's already creating problem with Turkey. Turkey is the strongest. Turkey is part of the so-called part of the EU member, kind of their military thing, and sorry, NATO, I mean to say, and then for that thing, he is the strongest in that block, and then for that thing. But he is causing all type of problem if they can kick Turkey out and then for that thing. So this is his end goal. But these guys, they're so scared that, oh, if I go against America again, if America sanction me, everything will just look like Libya. You know, they buy weapons that they need, and they buy weapons that they don't need. The weapons that Qatar have, even with American base there, it's more than anything the whole of Africa need. The weapons that Saudi Arabia have, weapons that they have, is something that the whole of Africa is looking for that they don't have. You understand? They just buy just to make America happy and everything. It's just part of scared. And sometimes when people condemn these Muslim people because some stupid, nasty allergies in Nigeria messed up and everything, for the history of mankind, Christians have done more barbaric than Muslim. The numbers of people that Catholic take lives and everything, be it the good one or the bad one. You understand? If you talk about somebody like Hitler, it's also a Christian, kind of, and everything. You like to call it the bad one or the good one. They've caused everything. These guys are trying to fight back. I'm not supporting what Iran did, trying to change region, formulate all this nonsense thing. It don't mean anything. Let's live and let's live. Like we enjoy Nigeria, the Muslims do that thing, the Christians do that thing. I think peace will reign than trying to force anybody or cause people criticize people's religion. But however, I just really feel for what the way the world is going now. It will never end. If people think, oh, you can find flux from Iran because of they are trying to build nuke and then for that thing. Come on, is it not the nuke that Korea built that make them still have peace of mind? Is there North Korea? Is North Korea still not a dictatorship? They are still dictatorship. It's part of what they build and everything. Why would one have, one don't have? Jide make mention of Indian and Israel. I don't think to some extent this thing balance and everything. Bringing Modi to Israel and even address their parliament and whatever. It's a strategy just to con him over because India is also funding Iran's economy because India is also getting cheap crude from there. So they are also negotiating not to buy crude. They want to crumble their economy completely. And another way around again, when somebody talk about, oh, we are not cooperative enough, that's why we're going through what we're going through. I have not seen that anywhere in the world, even though in the US, any part of the world. The people of Libya, part of them protest against Gaddafi. Look at what it lands them. We've seen that anywhere in the world. When you have good leaders, the people follow. And when you also have bad leaders, there are certain set of people that will follow you. Some people will still support what Trump is doing right now. And so many people will kick against what Trump is doing. Then among Trump own base, Trump campaign with no war, is fighting war. So some of his base is kicking against him, but it's still going ahead. Some may still support him. It's everywhere. But at the end of the day, when you put all these things together, I don't think what Trump is doing, what America is doing with this war, it don't mean anything. Even though if Iran will build a nuclear weapon, countries have built nuclear weapons and the likes. They don't have any problem with America. America don't have this need. If America want to do the thing like they call themselves world police, is to bring peace, like the peace they bring in Japan. They fund Japan. Japan today is the fourth richest economy in the world. The same peace to some extent they brought in Germany. Germany is the richest country in Europe today and everything. They also had this issue. When will this thing stop? If you are waiting for Israel to stop this thing, they will not stop it because their end goal is to take over that region. If they capture Iran today, they will move to the next country. Under 2 years, they fight 7 countries. They will move to the next country. Israel will never stop. Let us tell ourselves the truth. No matter how we want to flip it, they will never stop. That's their goal. And sometimes too, I also feel for them too, because America too may also be pushing them to do all those things. The America and the Israel, they need to go therapy for war. They really need therapy for war to stop this war.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's bring OBE. There are these American analysts. They were worried about what's the end game. You know, where does this end? You can't change a government by attacking from the air. There is no hope that the Iranians will just rise up and take over. There's no opposition waiting to take over the country. So from there, give me your own view of what's going on and what you think where we are in the world today.
Well, in my own opinion, I think the 9/11 shock America went through has given birth to so many, if we like us say, proactive, moves. That is why they anything they assume. Well, I think there's a strong team that are working on the outside world to see what they will do in the next 20 years, in the next 10 years, and in the next 15 years. So there's a strong team out there. And when these reports are coming in, we are not privy to such information that will make the president and liaising with Netanyahu to want to do this fight. The shock of 9/11 gave birth to so many underground activity that are going. America will have same Muslims with them that are giving them the information. Same people in-house in those countries that are giving them the information of what they are doing or what they want to do in the next moves they are making. To the extent that we are now feeling it in Africa, we are feeling it in Nigeria, feeling it all over the place. So trying to disarm them is actually the foremost idea of the present leadership, because he felt that Biden and others were not active enough to take the boss by the boot to work on it. So America is doing all this not because they don't know that there's a damages going on, or because they don't know that it's going to have a aftermath, an effect on them as economically or tough, but they are looking at ahead of time, as in, is it not better to deal with these guys than we see another thing happening again to maybe this time around it will be New York, it will be somewhere else. Disarm them wherever they are. Use de facto war and use their location to end them before they team up to do whatever they're gonna do. I think the fallout of information and the things that are happening outside our previous information is what is bringing out this. I think Donald Trump will not just wake up and say, let's go bomb, let's go do this. There's something that are underlying that we will not know that is making him spend this kind of money and spend this kind of resources and be able to take a risk to go and move the president from another country and come and keep him here for a reason and all that. I think there's so many things that are involved that another man will not know. I think the Americans are not fools, and then the Israel itself is not also very foolish enough to say, okay, it's fight all the way. No, there is an underlying factor that I think we're not privy to that is making all this international war and bombing here and there happening. And I think it's for our own good, because it's better to kill the enemy at home than to make them, assemble their stuff and come and try it with us over here. We're safer the way we are now than before, if you look at it. And the reason is because of all this proactive action that America and other countries are taking against them. Because if the thing is just getting too much. If you want I don't know what team on somewhere else. I don't want team on somewhere else. So they keep it's a going concern. And I think that is why we are doing all this. And I don't blame the president or Netanyahu for what he's doing. They have a reason. That is what I think. They have a reason, and they have an information that is making them do this at this time. Rudolph, I need to leave for my break. I wanted to speak on the Obidient before I get out.
Oh,
please.
Okay. Unfortunately, it will be the next topic.
Okay. Maybe I should just wait before you go around. My time go down, go.
How many minutes do you have? I'll come back to you if you are still here, or you can come back. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Christians for Epstein. It's very important that your name, some people are saying that this is an effort. This is what Trump decided to do, that he's doing this to deflect from a story that broke early this week. It didn't get the media attention that people thought it would, which is that there were 50 pages of the Epstein files that were taken out, and it was about Trump, that he needed something to make sure that story doesn't, because New York Times is on the story, NPR broke the news, New York Times is on the story, and it was they interviewed some kids who said that they were allegedly that Trump was abused them. So that was taken out, and now there's pressure on the government. So there's that angle to that. But China is reacting to what's going on now. China is saying that the US is just addicted to war. Like Paul said, it's just an addiction. This is nothing else. It's just an addiction to war. But Trump said, and Netanyahu also said, that they will never let Iran get a nuclear weapon. So that's, I think, could be the overriding point, that they will never let them, and they are close, because the more you bomb them, the more they try to find a way to make that bomb, because once they announce that they have it, probably people will. Okay, Christian, take it from there.
Thank you. Well, let's start like this. You can't make me not have what I already don't have. So Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And in fact, it's been state policy that they are not seeking a nuclear weapon. Added to that fact is that the Ayatollah proclaimed an Islamic edict, basically a law, a ruling, saying Iran will not be seeking weapons of mass destruction, particularly a nuclear weapon. So saying that Iran, the reason they're going to war right now is because they want to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon is, let's call it what it is. It's a lie. All right? And for the last speaker saying we are safer keeping the enemy away, what enemy? Iran has never attacked the United States. If anything, Israel has attacked the USS Liberty. It has killed our intelligence officers. It has violated the rights of our intelligence officers. Former officers will tell you that the most dangerous, the most nefarious intelligence officers to have in the Pentagon today are by far the Israelis. So Iran has never been a threat to us. This, as we know, like you write, go ahead.
I wanted to point out, because people complain about fact-checking people on this platform, and there are a lot of
Right.
like you are saying, Iran may not have done that, but indirectly they have with their proxies, and you know that.
Right. Well, undeniably so, but there's also plausible deniability, right? So we can, of course, you're only right, but it's true. There's also plausible deniability. So you and I do know.
Doctor, why don't you correct yourself? They did not. It's called CIA. That's what America do. So if they spy on you, like America spy too, don't call it another thing. It's called CIA. It's intelligence.
So we do know, like some of the things, for example, that were on the table during this whole discussion before the war, the negotiation. One of it was that they shouldn't fund proxies. And of course, they refused. They said, well, that's non-negotiable. We're not doing that. We're going to keep funding the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, whatever proxies, the brigades in Iraq. Fine. But what we know now is that this is a cover-up from the Epstein files. You just mentioned those 50 pages. Rudolph, how is it that they went from Turkey to Oman to Basel to Geneva in Switzerland, and the crux of everything was that Iran should not have nuclear weapons up to, well, fissile material up to a certain grade. Of course, Iran rejected that. We're not going to have weapons grade, but at least we need something for electricity, for example, and for medical research and the medical industry in Iran. There was a back and forth for almost 2 weeks, and finally Iran accepted yesterday through Oman. They agreed to all the demands that the United States asked for. Less than an hour later, Israel was bombing Iran. So let's say what it is and what a lot of us know. This was inevitable. It was only a matter of time for the United States to attack Iran on behalf of Israel. Even if Iran capitulated and gave up their ballistic missiles and agreed to the range, the 300 kilometers they asininely requested. Even if Iran had said, we're going to demolish the nuclear reactors or the nuclear facilities in Isfahan, they would still have attacked Iran because, like Paul rightfully said, and other people have called, Israel's end goal, Israel's aim is to capture all the way from Egypt to Saudi Arabia. In fact, in their mind, which they are saying, Simon Givier, the defense minister, has also said, in fact, they want Turkey. So this is not something that we say, no, it's because Iran is a threat. Iran has never been a threat to Israel. They've never attacked Israel. Again, like Paul rightfully said, in less than 2 years, Israel has damn near attacked all of its neighbors. There was a ceasefire. There was an agreement not to attack each other after October 7th. Israel has violated that every single second. They've killed people in Lebanon. They've attacked school children in Syria. They've taken, as we know, they've taken the Golan Heights. So let's not pretend the Epstein files is one thing and Israel's expansionist ambition is another. And I hope the world is taking notice, because why this is flourishing and why this is allowed to continue is because most of the world is hypocritical. Will you see my username? And I did that on purpose. I would assume that if, for example, the pedophiles and the cannibals we have in the United States government today, in fact, even in England, or all over the Christian world, were Muslim, we will not hear the end of it. But the Christian world, with its media and its general population, is doing everything in its power to cover up rape, abuse, child molestation, sexual assault of little boys, little girls. Just imagine if you have kids, if you have grandkids, look them in the eyes, your 5-year-old grandkid, and imagine 13 men, 35 men, 40 men in their 60s raping those kids. This is what they are trying to cover up. And this is what the rest of the world is trying to cover up too. And the hypocrisy for me is nauseating. People always scream that Islam needs reform. Let's be real. There has to be reform in Christianity. Because if this hypocrisy is allowed to fester, then it says a lot about you guys. And basically you don't believe in the Jesus you proclaim. Maybe you need to start doing something instead of pointing fingers and covering up for demonic and evil entities.
All right, thank you, Christians, for Epstein. Dexter, you are next. I want to, as you think about what your reaction will be, I want to point out that Russia issued a statement saying that condemning the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran, and saying that it's unprovoked. And I wanted to hear eventually from Jide and other people who are always pointing at Russia and China as people behind Iran, that if US tries this, they will do this. And I'm looking for their reaction. It's only condemning, issuing a statement. So I want to hear from you. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Hold on, before you start, because I say this because there are some African leaders who are flexing their muscles, hoping that Russia and China will do something when something happens. I hope they are watching. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. There's a difference between philosophy and mathematics. Mathematics gives you definitive answers to different variables. What I see some of us do here is that we want to throw in our own variables into an equation that we don't actually have a variable inside. Do you understand? So we start throwing conjectures. Oh, these people, it is not, Russia is bogged down in a war in Ukraine. Anybody expecting Russia to now start moving all the way to it? Russia is trying to keep its economy stable, And then a lot of the things that has been said pertaining the ongoing conflict, I don't see, I've not heard any statement kind of pushing for what can be the path for peace. Instead, everybody is throwing conjectures of, oh, these people will do this one, oh, this person will do that one, this person. I don't think it helps. If we really want the world to be better, what we should be pushing for is a peaceful state. The same people supporting Russia today will say that Ukraine should not have a nuclear weapon. Russia doesn't want Ukraine to have a nuclear weapon. Russia doesn't want nuclear missiles on the Ukraine border. And for me, national security, I can understand that. I can clearly understand that. Now, in the Middle East, how many countries, do we know? The Middle East is a very volatile place. The truth about the dynamics is this. If for any reason, in fact, at a point in time, Iraq was about to have a nuclear weapon being built by France before it was destroyed. Now, just imagine a world where in Iran, there's a nuclear weapon. You cannot stop Saudi Arabia from having their own. The moment that happens, you can't stop Saudi Arabia from having their own. You can't stop Qatar from having their own. It's going to just be an explosion. Secondly, let me ask the question. For all the things that we have been talking about, Nigeria is being terrorized today. Where is the sponsorship of the terrorism in Nigeria coming from? The most terrorized places in Nigeria today. Where is it? Look,
if it is a question, then there should be an answer. Let me give you the answer. If it is a question, there should be an answer. I will give a simple answer. Ishekiri, Ijo, and Urobo. Ishekiri is the minority. I'm just using it like a phrase. They give the underdog, the West will give the underdog massive weapon to dominate the bigger one. Guess what? What do you think the bigger one do? The bigger one was so sought for somewhere else to go by. They are selling weapon. Where is the man who will raise cattle for 7 years to get one? Where's he having money to buy AK-47? Are we producing any of those AK-47 around Nigeria? AK-49? AR-15? What are you talking about? These are the same people that give it to them.
Paul, I'm reclaiming my time back. But
the both sides are our enemy. You ask a question, I'm giving you answer.
Wait,
let him finish now. Let Doctor finish.
I'm reclaiming my time back. You just mentioned the main weapon we see in use by the bandits, Boko Haram, is an AK-47. It's not a Western weapon. It's not a Western weapon. That's a Russian-made weapon. So who is selling it? Is it the Western nations that are selling it?
Can I respond to that? Can I respond? Can I respond?
Gide, I didn't interrupt you. I'll claim my time back.
Oh, you don't want me to talk? Okay.
You don't want me to talk? Okay. Directly. I didn't ask a question.
I was going to answer that question, but okay.
My point is this. When we come here, I think we will be more productive when we, first of all, analyze things objectively, not with our bias. Analyze it with the facts on grounds, not with propaganda. Just analyze things with what is the fact, what is the information that we have. And secondly, we should be suing for a path of peace and what should be the best. And the only way you can actually sue for a path of peace in any dispute is that you must be independent. You can't be leaning towards any bias. You must look at it objectively. To sort out what's happening in Iran today, we cannot just look at it as an Iran situation. We have to look at it on the global scale. Look, for anybody saying anything, we all know that when the nation of Israel was founded, there was a great commitment to destroy it. And we can't deny that fact. There was a movement to obliterate it out. They didn't want it there. Okay?
That's not true, though.
For some reason, they have come to stay. They fought different wars to stay. Look, anybody that has fought for survival will have his instincts on to keep it going, whether we like it or not. Look at what is happening. Let me take a look at what is happening in our country today. You have communities in your country, people in their own country have been obliterated out of their communities. Obliterated out.
Is that not what Israel is doing? Is that not what Israel is doing? They're taking land. What are you talking about? It's not the same thing.
Well, you see, Paul, you are clearly. I just told you that the only way we can analyze this things objectively is to one, analyze it without any bias. You and I are not in. We are not in the Middle East.
You're being biased, but you don't see your bias. If you indirectly tell me that I'm biased, you're being biased. You talk Nigeria, but you never talk the other side of Israel, that Israel is wrong. You're being biased too.
I reclaim my time. I have
Leave Desta to finish now. Leave Desta to make a point.
Unfortunately, you see, when it's just like I just remembered the argument between the conversation between Sheilo and Zacharias. And sorry, Paul, you are behaving like Sheilo here. I'm barely making a point. I've not been biased in any way. You are just throwing words at me. I know you have your.
When is my turn? When is my turn? I'm going to debunk a lot of your analysis.
I reclaim my time back.
Damages, can you moderate this thing? Can you moderate this thing?
All right.
I reclaim my time back. I reclaim my time back. So
I don't know about this reclaiming time. once I give it, I'm giving it.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time back.
All right.
But I'll be rounding up in 30 seconds. Okay, so this is what I think it is. The issue in Iran should be treated as a regional thing. And I think they need to get everybody on the board, which is the whole region there on the board. We all know that there's a conflict. Saudi Arabia wants to be the big boy of that region. So I think it's a hydra-headed situation that it's not just one way. Look, obliterating Iran is not about even Israel. It's about Saudis controlling the whole Islamic state there. You know, so it's as much as we want to just analyze it in a straight line. You know, this is like quantum physics. It's more complicated than we think it is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next up, let's go to KJ. KJ.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Happy birthday once again. How many minutes do I have?
You have 5 minutes. That's what I'm giving everybody.
So I'm starting my time. All right. Please, I don't want anybody to interrupt me. I listened to you from the beginning. I didn't interrupt anybody. So if you have your questions or whatever, you keep it. When it gets your time, you use it. All right. So I'll start first and foremost for where Benjamin Netanyahu comes from. And sometimes 45 years ago, a prophet of Israel had prophesied about him and what he was going to do. At that time, he lost his elder brother when that encounter happened. And the guy spoke in the Jewish language, not knowing that his mother understands Jewish language because she is Jewish. And what was it? That out of the ashes of the pain of his brother, God was going to raise a leader who will lead Israel through many battles. So now, that is for those of us who our first constituency is the church. In other words, the followers of Christ. So we know also that Benjamin Netanyahu is raised for a purpose for this time and season in which he is occupying in that region. Having said that, I will say again, if any of you here is a leader of Israel, and your neighbors, every day they wake up, they teach their children, death to Israel, death to Israel, death to Israel. Every of their worldview is the obliteration of obliteration of whatever of Israel out of the face of the earth. If you happen to be in such a leadership position, are you going to sit back and watch for you and your people to be exterminated? And the answer is no. You will also prepare yourself and get ready for that time. Or if you have an opportunity, you strike first, because the best defense is attack. And for those of us who play sports a lot, you know that the best defense is attack. You attack and you don't go fall back to defend. Each time you do that, you lose. So having said that, I put that apart. And I want to appreciate Desta and OBE who has gone out. Those guys gladdened my heart this morning discussing this issue. Now, is there any of you who think the world will be the same if Iran has a nuclear weapon? The answer is no. every part of what is going on in Nigeria right now, majority of it comes from Turkey, and the other part is Iran. We know that, unless of course you don't want to agree to the truth.
That's a lie.
Look, I just, please keep your mouth to yourself. Now, if you also know, if you follow the Islamic religion, you know that telling you a false premise for them to get their way through, it's not a crime, it's not a sin in Islam. It's called, I've forgotten what they call it now. But you can lie to me just to get your way through, and because you're lying for Allah. So it would be stupid for Israel to sit back and say these people are not going to get nuclear weapon because they've said that, and so they keep not react. I am not supporting, whatever is going on. I'm simply saying, for any nation who want to go forward, you will definitely prepare for such a time as this. And I'm saying this, yeah, you may not like Trump, hate him. I think that those who are saying that because certain papers or number 50 pages of the Epstein file was missing, that's why it's going to war, are very myopic in their thinking. I don't know which leader will, because of 50 pages. There are many other ways can distract the news cycle. Many other ways other than spending this amount of money. By the way, to say this, didn't the Democratic Party or the Democratic control government have this information at their hand all this while for more than 4 years? Why didn't they release it? If they felt there was something so damaging that there was there, they would have released it. So why now are they behaving as if this thing have been locked up with these people all this while, and now it's only now getting hold of it? They had it, they didn't release it. So let's be fair. I'm only trying to be fair here because I'm concerned. At the end of the day, we said many years ago that what is going on in the Middle East is going to end up in Nigeria. The arms and ammunition, where are they now? They're in Nigeria. And so if anybody is going to help us, whether by direct or indirect, to reduce the flow of arms and all this nonsense going on in Nigeria, I am what? In for it. And I'll be so glad if that is done. Because nobody, if you have blood flowing in your system and you like to see people dying. Did you see the copper they were jumping on some days ago? The copper, his only crime is he was traveling on a Nigerian road. They are jumping on him, beating him. And some of you sit down here and begin to, conjure some things that I can't understand. What is more precious in this world than a human life? So I'll leave it at that. Please, I'll leave it at that.
Your time is over. You didn't say where Benjamin Netanyahu will come from. You didn't say it. Say it. Where did he come from? You didn't say it. You said you're going to say it, but you didn't say it. I just want to remind you. Where did he come from?
Have a debate. Let me tell you, if you even want to go that route.
No, you said you're going to say it. I'm reminding you. You said you're going to say it. Where is it from?
Answer the question.
Where is it from? You said you're going to say it from your beginning, your first statement.
I will answer.
No, let me
I asked KJ. KJ said he's going to say it. I asked KJ. Where is Benjamin Netanyahu from?
You seem to be talking too much. Let me tell you something. You see, Rudolph, go and check. Europe and Russia, are they not cousins? Go and check. Is Europe and Russia are they not from the same distance?
No, you said you're going to say it. You didn't say that. I'm just reminding you. Where is it from?
Which of them that we have argued for, fighting for now, they're not related? Which one?
It's just a question. Where is it from?
All right.
Okay, why are you making arithmetic become geometric? Where is Netanyahu from?
I can't talk about everything. I've said what I want to say. You say your own.
KJ, thank you.
Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu is from Poland. He's from Poland.
Poland was so hard for KJ to say. That's crazy, man.
All right.
It's not hard for me to say. All I'm saying that I've chosen the part I cannot complete everything. I have only 5 minutes and I've spoken what I want to speak. You speak your own.
My brother, you hear everything from church. You don't read anything about these people. That's why.
All right, Paul.
All right.
KJ, you're not white. And I think at some point, people like yourself.
We have to stop interrupting so that we can get everybody. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Greetings, everybody. Let me first of all start by answering the question that Paul was asking. Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu is from Poland. He's an Ashkenazi from Poland. If you look, he changed his name. His original name is not Bibi Netanyahu. If you can Google, you find his name. But let's put that one aside.
Milikowski.
It is not true that Iran has not attacked the U.S. Iran attacked U.S. positions in Iraq and did quite some damage. It was underreported here in America, but we know that a lot of American troops were damaged. Some of them had concussion and so on and so forth. Iran has also attacked Israel. I'm just trying, I speak the truth, did say that Iran has not attacked Israel or attacked, but that's just by the I'm trying to correct.
But they've never preemptively, that's not true, Tony. What we're not, no, Tony, what we're not going to do is...
I didn't interrupt you, just hold on.
But you called me out, so what we're not going to do is make... No, what you're not going to do is lie. You can't correct me on something I worked this. No, you're lying.
Okay, hold on. Christian, I will give you a chance to respond. Let him finish so that we have any kind of order.
That's a historical fact. So it's not. I'm not saying anything. We know that as a fact. Anyway, let me go straight to my question. I think we're underrating the strategic importance of the Gulf in international politics. It's been a long issue, even before Trump. The Gulf has been very, very critical, not only for international maritime trade. It's also very critical because it's an area that is very rich in oil. And so if there's any destabilization in the Gulf area, it's going to affect shipping, maritime shipping, because it's one of the busiest areas, maritime, shipping areas in the world. So it's of importance to America, considering also that America has a very, very strong interest in that region and also the world as a whole. So whatever happens there is important. It's of critical importance. Now, what America has failed to do, the problem America has had over the years is that it's gradually losing control, of its hegemonic control of that particular area. I'm talking geopolitics. It has tried over the years to prop up people who allies, who can help checkmate any power, any emerging power in the region. It propped up Iraq, and we saw what happened to Iraq. Iraq couldn't hold to. Before that time, you had Iran, which was friendly. You had a regime that was pro-America. That was when the Shah was there. So when he lost the Shah, he switched over to Iran, with Saddam, and then we lost Saddam. And since Saddam left, you have not had any power that is able, that America can look to as an ally, that can, help, in ensuring, in pacifying that whole area. So Saudi Arabia has not been able to do a great job there. So the issue that you have really is that America does not have a grip, in that region as it will want to have. So that's what is happening. And Iraq has been belligerent, as far as America is concerned. Present Iraq that we have, Iran that we have. So all that America has done is, first of all, during Obama, was to try and see if we can do a carrot and stick approach to make sure that to pacify Iran and the leadership there, because whether you like it or not, Iran is an emerging power in that region, and all the attempt to subdue or get control whatever is happening within Iran has failed. That's just a background. Saudi Arabia has not been able to do it, and so that's the worry of America. Israel is a little bit far, distant. But I'm talking within that region. Now, if you look at the bombing of Iran by America, America had thought that it has decimated its nuclear arsenal and killed some of those scientists that are helping, because Iran was, it was suspected that Iran had enriched uranium so much that it has gotten to the grade where it can now begin to manufacture nuclear arms. And you see all the problems that the IAEA, International Atomic this thing has been going, inspecting Iraq, trying to checkmate it, and so on and so forth. But all that has not yielded any result. When America bombed Iraq, Trump had come up to say that with all the bunker busting missiles that they threw, they had thought, and Trump came out to say that it has completely obliterated and decimated Iran's ability and capacity to be able to develop a nuclear weapon, because it was conceived that Iran was very, very close to manufacturing nuclear, to becoming a nuclear power, manufacturing a nuclear weapon. So that was sold to the world But eventually, I think it was found out that not much damage was done to the Iranian nuclear arsenal and assets. So, and that's part of the reason why we have this situation coming up now. What America has done and what America has done is it had hoped that all the uprising that you have had in Iran will probably lead to regime change. That has failed. So the only option is now left for Trump, and I foresee, is to try and neutralize Iran and then put in a regime that will, will not be anti-America. So the problem, generally, what I'm trying to say is, apart from oil, the problem is hegemony. Wanting to be able to control that region and have a regime, that it can, just like Saudi Arabia, to pro-America or UAE, or Abu Dhabi, so we haven't had that, and that's the issue. That's the issue that we have now. As to whether Russia or who else, China would come, these guys understand themselves. They're busy chasing some other thing. They're not interested in the ongoing thing between Israel, Iran, and so on. Iran also has been seen as propping up Hamas, Lebanon, and all those militant organizations that are anti-Israel. That's where Israel comes in. So Israel feels that if you want to guarantee its security and safety, then the regime that you have in Iran must not be one that is anti-Israel. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Tony, why don't you think China to some extent will support Iran because they're getting cheap oil there? Continue with that.
All right. No, he can continue.
Dr. Damages, I'm not going to take so long. I'll just say something.
No, hold on. Hold on. I want Christians for Epstein. I stopped you because I wanted you to let him finish. Say what you want to say. Jide will say what he wants to say.
Thank you very much. Well, my point was, and this would also, without diverting, and before I even tell you what I want to say, it's a shame when we have black men that look in the mirror and see a white face. You guys are not whites. You're not even black Americans. The day it gets down to it, you're going to be dragged behind the F-150 without remorse by those same Christian nationalists you think are your friends. Now, that being said, Iran has never unilaterally, preemptively attacked any of its neighbors. Not in the last 500 years. Close to 500 years, at least 470-something years. It has never done that. So you guys coming on here, spreading these lies, I don't understand. You come and say, oh, it's historical fact. When did for KJ, and I don't understand. You come in here, you say the Arab kids are indoctrinated. Have you ever seen the documentaries they made of Jewish kids and what they did, how they teach them from birth how to relate to the Palestinian kids? Have you ever heard? Because you seem to be the only one on earth that has never heard how even Israeli officials come online and tell us how they look at Palestinians and Arabs as animals. Less than 87.3% of the Israeli population polled, even as of last week, look at Palestinians as less than cows.
All right, thank you.
But you want to talk, but you want to come. All right, Rudolph.
I'm sorry, but
no, it's all right. I appreciate it actually.
Rudolph, I have just give me
no, not yet.
Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No, not yet. Jide, go ahead.
There's Doctor another lie that KJ lied that there's a prophecy that Benjamin Netanyahu, because of the killing of his brother, when his brother died 72-73, Benjamin Netanyahu was already born. What kind of prophecy? What kind of lie is all this?
All right, hold on, Paul. Go ahead, Jide.
Yeah, I'm not going to take so long, but when it's my turn, I have to debunk everything, KJ. Well, I will debunk everything. But before I debunk, I have to agree with something Tony said about not allowing competitors to actually be a threat to U.S. hegemony. So there's, as you see, in the 1990s, after the end of the Cold War, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, that made the United States and the collective West as a unipolar power. the United States Department of Defense and all the war contractors and stuff, they developed what they call the Wolfowitz Doctrine. And that was developed by a man called Wolfowitz. I can't remember his full name now. That doctrine influences the entire American foreign policy. I'll read it out. It's just like a sentence. The document called the Wolfowitz Doctrine emphasized preventing the dominance of any future competitor. I repeat, the document emphasized preventing the dominance of any future competitor and deny any hostile power dominance of strategic importance in regions where resources could generate global power. I will repeat it again.
No. That's enough. Thank you. We got it.
Jide, and I will tell you the doctrine. South America, the strong.
Mr.
Doctor, why don't you let me finish with what Jide said, so that to back Jide's assertion.
All these people are shouting.
South America, Brazil dominates. They're having problem with America. South Africa dominates South Africa. They're having problem with America. Nigeria dominates West Africa. They're having problem. Kenya dominates East Africa. They're having problem. It's anywhere. You see the same thing.
Paul, okay, thank you. KJ, go ahead.
Mr. Rudolph, I don't think Paul has the monopoly to speak whenever I want to speak.
Yeah,
if that's be the case, let us also speak when we want to speak. I will not be stopped.
Paul, don't do that.
Okay, so he has said something here. I have seen videos, Mr. Boom Boom Ray, of where children from Iran are taught to chant death to America and Israel. It's there. I've not seen the other one. If you have it, post it to me, I will see. Secondly, there is no place on earth right now where you have slaves than in this Middle East and amongst the Arabs, okay, who are still enslaving even till tomorrow. We, the black people, we Africans and Nigerians, are there in their houses as slaves. We see the videos of these people who you are now trying to make to look as if they are being wronged everywhere, killing our own people.
KJ, Africans, you guys are enslaving yourselves.
Don't tell me about religion. Don't tell me about anything. What I quoted, I've quoted. If you don't agree with it, that's okay. That's your own mindset. My own is that I've told you where I stand, and I don't stand to defend anybody. I'm simply saying these people are not that good to us. No, are they better? Okay, they're not better than the Americans we are talking about. Neither are they better than the Israelis we are talking about. They are worst because tomorrow you still have slaves in their houses. You still have Nigerians who are serving as slaves.
You have slaves in Nigeria. What are you talking about, KJ?
I don't only have. I know people who are still there. We have seen those. If you go to Nigeria diaspora reports, you see them. Nigerians who are being enslaved and sold. Black people, skin like me, they are happening even till tomorrow. So
what is you can prove that. You know you just lied again.
This is people are working. Context matter. KJ, if you say so, I can equally say an Igbo man also have slave. One boy I can call it slave.
I don't understand how KJ does.
An Igbo man for 7-10 years. I can call it slave. Context matter. Why do you say things like that? Don't do that. Context matter with everything people do.
Don't bring Igbo here. Don't bring Igbo here. Talk. Say what you want to say. Don't bring Igbo here, Paul. Please.
All right, I will start moving people out of the main. Igbo to interrupt.
Igbo must be inside.
No, please. I want to hear from comparable facts.
I be Igbo man now. At least I be Igbo before now. I not be Igbo again. Comparable facts. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, great infos, everybody. Dr. Damage, it's nice to see you. Is this week or today your birthday?
Oh, this week, yeah, it was on Thursday. Thank you.
Okay, happy birthday. Okay, we'll make sure we do something. But having said that, yeah, it has been very interesting. From last week to present. When we wake up, we see what's happening. Between Iraq. I mean, that was expected because it has been building a long time ago. But for me, I didn't expect it to have happened because my understanding, there was a peace talk yesterday, 2 days ago. Apparently, it didn't materialize to anything. But I'll be very specific. I'm not going to hide my feeling. I'm a supporter of Israel. Okay, whether you like it or not. I mean, that's my perspective of Israel, and I sympathize with what's going on over there. I look at it from what the Muslim has been doing. Nigeria is a typical example. They want to conquer the whole world. Turkey is an example. Iraq used to be a Christian nation, so this is their agenda. I can see it from Israel perspective where they are coming. But I hope they could have resolved this peacefully, you know. So having said that, both Israel, I'm not going to regurgitate what everybody been saying about the history of Israel or whatever. Everybody knows that. If you don't know, you go and read about the history of the war. It has been going on for a long time. So I'm going to treat it from Israel and the U.S. perspective. Both governments see you know, Iran as a nuclear and missile program. You know, with it throws it to the Hezbollah. So do you blame them? I mean, they try to protect themselves. Israel is a very small nation. I mean, they have the highest budget in terms of military. So I don't know how many percentage of their people in the military. So they have to protect themselves. You know, Israel. I mean, we know what's happening. We know what. We know the kind of people, you know, Iran is. So I don't really blame them. But anyway, having said that, they have to do what they have to do to protect them. If you look at it from Israel's point of view, it's the right thing to do. You have to protect your people, because if you don't, these Islamic people, you know, Iran want to exterminate them. They've been threatening them, and you know, you expect them to be quiet. They have to defend themselves. That's just bottom line. We come here and speak all English we want, whatever we want to speak. Do I support what's happening? I hope that, you know, they could have resolved it peacefully, because the whole Middle East right now is on fire. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, if they have a nuclear weapon, they could easily release it. You know, so where are we? Where's the world? You know, we don't know where we're heading to. So they not share. You know, I support what's going on, whether you like it or not. It's just my own perspective. Okay, I mean, that's how I see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Can I just say something to Mr. Confront? I hope you know that the Israel you are defending are Europeans in Arab land, not the Israel in your Bible. You are basically defending white supremacists doing colonization, like they always have done. Same thing they did in Australia, same thing they did in America, same thing they are doing in South Africa. That is what you are defending. I just want to be sure that you are
Canada
defending.
All right, thank you.
I think you are wrong. You know, both Netanyahu and Israel, all their presidency right now is as a defensive campaign to deter future Iran aggression. That's the bottom line.
That wasn't what he told you though. He said you are defending white supremacy. Why do you guys always shift the goalpost? Is it that you don't comprehend, or you just don't listen? He just told you you are defending white supremacy, and he gave you examples. He gave you examples of the countries that have done the same thing. Again, you are not listening. You guys have a problem with comprehension because you don't listen.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I didn't know I will have eaten breakfast and be ready. I didn't know today would be like this.
No, because Rudolph, if we have to go to the beginning, the whole world had been redefined. Africa, what was the name Africa? The first name Africa. It was not Africa. We were not called Africa. So let's not begin to throw everything together. The world have been redefined. Every part. And people.
Rudolph, 1 second. I promise 1 second. I promise you 1 second. Let me ask a question. Is it right? Is it right that I'll be quiet. Just shut up. Is it right that
this guy you're causing nuisance?
Is it right? Is it right that Biafra had their land taken, as they complain every day on here? Because we're talking about the same thing that's happening in Palestine right now, that you guys are defending. So if you're defending that, that means it was right that the Nigerian state surrounded Biafra, genocided Igbo people, divvied up their lands, and gave it to people that you're complaining today that you want those lands back. Now, if you say Palestine was right, then it would be okay for the rest of us to always come on here, stop crying about Biafra, and agree that what the Nigerian state did to you and the Igbos was right and just and might, by just a might. It was completely okay. If you cannot say that, I see you looking in the sky now. If you cannot say that, then stop being a hypocrite. This is the problem I have with a lot of y'all.
Thank you.
Sorry. Can we clarify?
You are next. Nobody, please don't interrupt.
Yeah. Doctor, happy birthday belated.
Thank you.
The last time I checked, Iran invaded Western Afghanistan in 1856 to 1857. And it was British Indian troops that forced them to retreat. That was Persian forces. Who are the Persians? The Iranians. So when somebody comes here and tell you in 250 years, Iran has not invaded any country, that is a lie.
No, I said 470 something years.
No, you said, yeah, but
yeah,
but this
I'm giving you an extra 200 and something years because you
this guy is interrupting my flow. He's interrupting my flow. What's going on with this guy?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So now we talk about Palestinian. Last week I was listening to a clip of President Bill Clinton when he said that in his administration, Palestinians got everything they wanted. The Jewish people or the Israel, they drew, back from Gaza. They removed everything from Gaza, handed it over to Palestinian Authority. What happened? Then Iran created Hamas, funded Hamas, and they took that place from PLO, from Ramallah, and made it to, as we speak today, the hub terrorism capital of the whole world. That is Gaza. So when we come here, let us be factual. I am not against peace in Israel or peace with Israel with her neighbors, but there must be an understanding. These people, they don't want a single peace with Israel. What they want is from the sea, to the sea, or what are they talking about it? That means to wipe up Israel and then occupy everywhere. They don't want any peace. This was
both sides say it.
Oh, Paul,
both
please
sides
respect yourself.
Benjamin Netanyahu says
respect yourself, my friend.
Paul, so actually, Iran has never said that.
So this is what I.
Hold on, Mazi. Let me just say this. There are a lot of people who are trying to get in. So if people are interrupting, maybe we should remove them so that the new people can come.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead, Mazi.
So please, there is this notion that Israel is the Satan over there. It is not. Both of them, it takes two to tango. Both of them, they have problems over there. And secondly, somebody talking about Turkey. What Turkey is doing to the Kurdish people, the Kurdish population today, is worse than Armenian genocide. Turkey is a problem in that area. Turkey is, killing millions of Kurdish people who are also Muslims, who are also Yazidis. They are killing them, cleansing them from their territory. And nobody's talking about it. It's not making any headlines. Turkey has murdered more people than any other country in the whole world. Turkey, as we speak, the history of Turkey. Nobody's talking about it. Today is about Israel and America. Let me tell you guys, Iran, I live in Germany. Iranian mosques were closed in Germany because all they were teaching their people, the children there, was how to vanish Israel from this earth. That's why some of the institutions in Germany were closed because of their teachings against Israel. So when we talk about these things here, we are not exaggerating. They should have peace within themselves. And exactly like if you go to social media now, you see Nigerians supporting Iran. But if a Nigerian support Israel, it will become a racism. It will become you are supporting white supremacy. Iran is not white. Iran is not white. Iran is like you and me. No. So and finally, doctor. Somebody is talking about. He wrote his name, Christian Epstein. You see that kind of how should I call it now? Because then you look at what I'm happy that people are talking about that file. People are opening the file. People are condemning it. But what is happening inside the Muslim world today? Who talks about it? The kind of horrible thing that are happening within Muslim community. Who is happening about? Nobody's talking about it. Like in the Catholic, if you go to Germany, a lot of Catholic bishops have been imprisoned, because of what they committed, against the church, goers. But tell me, where in Islam that an imam has been, publicly shamed and put in a prison because of what he does to children that is under his custody?
Maybe because they don't rape kids. Maybe because they're not rapists like the Christian bishops.
Oh, come on. Get out from here. They don't rape kids. Get out from here.
Sheikh Gumi was deported from Saudi Arabia. Sheikh Gumi was deported from Saudi Arabia.
They don't rape kids.
Right.
Oh, come on. You're just a hypocrite. As we speak, Nigerians, northern Nigerians that demonstrating against Israel, while northern Nigeria is burning. That is the democracy you have in these people, within us. We are so hypocritical. The northerners, they are afraid that to hate to Israel, to hate to America. But as we speak, northern Nigeria is burning.
All right, thank you.
So in summary, basically, it's religious battle.
Okay, so let me do this. I don't know, Obi, I know you are at work. If you want to say something, I'll give you just a few minutes, and then our forefathers. You're muted.
Sorry, we are done with Israel and Co, right?
No. Oh, you wanted to talk about Obi?
Yeah, I did Israel already. I did that already.
Okay. Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages, and greetings all the panelists. Greetings to the chat, and special greetings to the viewers. Wow, the way people are choosing to take sides regarding this matter, it just shows you why we are, people can be cursed without knowing it, because they do things and say things without caring. They talk from opposite sides. How is Islam any different from the Christians? The Christians actually decimated your kingdoms directly. Not even the Muslims decimated the southern kingdoms. How do you people think? Wow. And then even simple morality, you can't even make moral judgments properly. And you go home and you teach your children morality. How can you see somebody standing on their own? Yes, maybe you don't like the way they dress. Maybe you don't like the way they look. But some other person just come and slap them. Just because of that, you just hate them. And you say, it's okay, the person slaps them. What kind of morality is that? Do you have any centered morality and you say you're a Christian? You think Christ will be watching what is going on and say it's okay? How many of you are true Christians? I don't know how we think about stuff. If you see something going wrong, it doesn't matter who you back, you criticize them. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter whether it's your relative or you have to criticize and say, what you are doing is wrong. As a matter of fact, it's because you are my relative, I'm telling you. Because you are inviting a curse onto us. You are inviting retribution to your people if you keep backing wrong things. And you wonder why people keep getting yourself into quagmire every time in Nigeria. Because you just react. I don't even know where your morality is anymore. Most of you don't even have it anymore. You've lost it and you don't even know it. How can you watch what is going on now and say, oh, it's okay, what if it resulted in a world war? Do you even care about the billions of lives that could be lost? Billions. What kind of morality leads you to that point where you just say, okay, let's keep doing it because I support my side. Let's keep doing it. Maybe you should rein your side in. Maybe you should tell your side to go for counseling. If they are suffering from trauma, maybe they should go for counseling instead of them to go out on the streets and keep causing havoc everywhere. And somebody was asking about preemptive war. The preemptive war that we are talking about, Iran has, compared to Israel, Iran has hardly done any preemptive war in the last 100 years, if I can remember correctly. The last time that the Iran was fighting this is Saddam Hussein, that America went and killed on the behalf of Israel again. Oh. We forget that it was America that was arming Saddam Hussein with chemical weapons. All the evil that they put on this in Iraq, was with the guidance of America. Then later on, they used that same thing to attack Iraq again. The same thing with Iran now. Iran, the nuclear program that they have there, was it not America that started it? So because you don't like the person that is there now, you want to just kill them. Well, because Israel says you should go to war. I've always said that America is either going to go to a civil war or they will start a big war. Maybe they will start this is the war that they want to start. A big one to distract the people. And I don't think it's going to work. Americans are going to be pissed with Trump. The Republicans are going to be pissed with Trump. Democrats are already signed on. So all these Nigerians that are here talking, I don't even go and tell Americans that even white Americans will hate you. They will headbutt you if you tell them you are supporting Israel on this one, because they want their country, but they know their country has been hijacked by Israel. They know that, and you can't even tell what is going on. And for me, where this affects us is when you're watching that. What do you think? This could be you tomorrow, Iran. You could be in the position of Iran. We are not even. How do I put it? We are not even qualified yet. We are not even qualified to merit that attention. Because we look so dead to them. And we're here talking. We are not even qualified to merit the attention that Iran is getting. Because to them, we are dead. You know, when they came here the last time, Tinubu like, Parabale, we are going to give you everything you want. Do you want whatever? Take it. That's what we do. It doesn't bother you that Iran can at least stand up for itself. We can't even do that. The lesson you should be learning from that, you are not learning. You are not thinking about protecting your own children. You are not thinking about your future. Those same people you are supporting have destroyed your people before. And this time, the only reason why they didn't come finish the job, because they ran out of time, because they were busy fighting each other during the First World War. The moment they found the cure for malaria, they took over West Africa and Central Africa. Malaria was what kept them away for more than 300-400 years. Once they found the cure, just check how long it took them to take over Nigeria and Central Africa. Now, they went to a civil war. Now that civil war, that's a world wars have passed. If they come back here again, you think they will leave you standing? You think they care too much? Do you know what they call you? The people that you are supporting, especially some of all these people that support Israel, the people that they call us going.
All right, it was about time to also stop him, but thank you, forefathers. We're going to hear from.
Forefathers, no. That means can I?
No, wait.
Like,
Did they wait? I will tell you.
Muslim call us.
Forefathers, we can't hear you, so don't try. What we're going to do is we're going to hear from Dr. Jide. After that, I'll pick one from both sides. I know there are two sides. I will pick Jide for the side of whatever side he is, and then one for the other side. Maybe KJ will be on there, and then they will round up this topic so that we can go to.
I disagree, Doctor. You must pick myself.
Okay, I'll pick Paul. I don't know what side you are, but decide on your own side, your own people. Welcome, Dr. Jide.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and for every other person. Forgive me if I'm still in. Okay, I see you. Well done. Thank you. See, we're in a. There's something our forefather said before he left. Like we're lucky that we are still being thrown into the mix. Because where Nigeria is right now, we're not even supposed to be. I don't even know where they rank us. We are so. I even like the word to describe us. Honestly speaking, we have so yayed ourselves that I don't even know where to rank us. Just look at the kind of thing that happens in our country. That's we have a government that has so useless us that. I don't even know nowhere. See, like America, what America is doing with us, even me, that I was even saying, let Trump even come. Let Trump that time, I had a caveat. My own was that I said, can we trust this man? And the man just finally proved us right. Not even one person was killed in Nigeria. They just came and chopped our money well, and had a reason to put boots on the ground in Nigeria. So you see this whole thing that is happening, for me, I could be wrong, but I think Trump will go to any length just to distract people from this Epstein file. That's what I see. That you might think is my analogy doesn't make sense, but that's what I see it as. Because I don't understand this whole thing that's going on. America, they create justification for what they are doing. But it is not that thing they say they are doing. That's why I have a problem. It is not that thing that they say they are doing that they are actually doing. The real reason for doing what they are doing is very, very hideous. Sometimes demonic. That's my problem. You see how Trump said he was going to come to Nigeria? We they hail Trump. But when you sit down and analyze the whole thing, from the get-go, the first time he harassed Tinubu was to put them in a place where he unleashed all the lobbyists in the White House and in America. He unleashed them on Nigeria, and Nigeria started spending money. All of them had jobs. People who were arranging meeting with senators, arranging meeting with Tinubu, arranging meeting with Ribadu. All of that jobs were created for them. When we are asking, do something, they went and dropped bomb inside the bush and inside the. Not even one person said we killed them. A lot of people was killed. It was nice, a very good bomb. They dropped there. Up to today, you can't. Not one person. You saw now. So the videos were real. Even me, I was defending America. I said, all these ones they are saying is because CNN. Very soon, CNN will go into the village and they will show us. There's a camera they attach on that missile. That camera will show us how you see it killing the people. You see the picture of the people before the bomb actually kills them, like they do with those drones. No video came out. So they just did us 419. So unfortunately, your Trump is a 419. The things that he pretends he's doing, I withdraw my support for him because that thing he said he was coming to do to help Christians, all a lie. Big lie. Very big lie. Very big lie. Biggest lie ever. Very good.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chidi. Thank you so much.
I wanted to add a little bit on the Obi.
Obi is the next topic. We don't want to mix it up. There are people.
Are you going to bring me back
to
talk about that?
Bring you back. Yeah, whenever you come.
Okay, I'll go.
All right. Thank you. So what we're going to do now is that to round up this conversation, I'll pick one person from one side. KJ will speak for the Israeli American side, and Jide will speak for the Iranian and Russian side. Jide. So
Doctor, I have to speak there. Come on.
Okay, you speak
I have to speak. I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate with this topic.
I'll give you 2 minutes for the Urobo side. Okay, so for the middle ground. So Jide, let me ask you, because I've been asked this question, Russia. You said on this program several times in the last few weeks that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is all powerful. Iran is this, it's not going to be the same thing. Are you still standing by that? And part of what you were saying was that, that the Russians are behind Iran, the Chinese are there, they are going to back them up. Nobody is backing Iran up, and it may end up the same way it ended the last time. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damage. I will answer that question clearly. So, first of all, when I mean Iran has the capacity to defend itself, I don't mean Iran is like the United States. I don't mean Russia is like United States, UK, where they have, these are imperial powers. They have military bases all over the world. They have sophisticated intelligence agencies they can use to destabilize countries. That's not what I am saying. I think sometimes when I talk about these countries, sometimes we mirror it the way we mirror these imperial powers. We need to understand that these countries, Iran is a resistant anti-imperialist country. That's number one. They are resisting imperialism. They are resisting imperial aggression. Iran is not an imperial country. Now, they are a regional power. They are able to sustain themselves. They are a sovereign country. that is under attack by imperial colonial countries. That's different. They are not an imperialistic country. That's number one. Number two is, yes, I was very correct, and I will stand by it. Russia is supporting Iran in a limited manner. They are supporting Iran, just like the way the Soviet Union supported Vietnam during the proxy war with the United States. That's what I mean. Just like the way Ukraine is supported by the West as their proxy. So what I'm saying is, Russia is not going to go and send troops, Wagner or the Russian military. No, they are supporting them. They are backing them through intelligence, limited assets. In fact, they have a strategic partnership. So economically, they are supporting each other. In fact, in the Ukraine war, Ukraine is also supporting Russia by supplying a lot of the drones that are used against Ukraine. They are the ones supplying it to them because these are resistant countries. Russia does not have the capacity to go and cause regime change in Nigeria. Russia do not have the capacity to go and cause regime change in Malaysia, like Uncle Sam would do or UK would do. That's not who Russia and China is. So they are supporting them by supplying limited assets so that they can defend themselves. It's different from sending military, sending warships to now go and fight the imperial powers. That's what I mean by support. Venezuela's case is very different because an imperialist country, for it to be sustained and for it to continue to resist, there should not be a traitor. Venezuela's case is different. They are traitors. There's nothing that can be done, even if they give them nuclear weapons. Even if they give Venezuela nuclear weapons, even if Russia give them nuclear weapons and send missiles to bomb Miami, that will not happen if there is a military traitor. And that was the case. There were traitors within the military and the political architecture that compromised their sovereign integrity that led to the kidnap of Maduro. So when I talk about things, I'm not mirroring it as an imperialist. Now, I need to debunk a lot of the things that a lot of people have said that is so wrong, and I will give evidence. Someone was saying it. I don't know the person that said it. I will try to be as respectful as possible. Someone was saying that I will assume Brother Paul too, that we are on the same side. They are saying that we are not advocating for peace. We are not asking for peace, that we are asking for war. Now, I will ask you, was it Iran that taught the peaceful nuclear deal that Obama and the Iranian regime signed in 2015? Was it Iran that taught it, that created this war that we are seeing today? No, it was Donald Trump. That's number one. Number two, we're talking about concessions. All the negotiations that the US has had with Iran, all the negotiations, who has made concessions? Which country is the only country that has made concession? It is Iran. They've made so many concessions to be where they are today. In fact, they even had a fatwa that they will never develop nuclear weapons. So who is making peace or war here for my brother? Number three, Iran has never carried out any preemptive strike on Israel. Any preemptive strike, they've never carried it out on Israel. Every reaction of the anti-imperialist countries is a reaction to imperial aggression. I repeat, every action of these evil, demonic imperial countries, their reaction is what you now call an aggression. Now, you're talking about peace. Just yesterday night, before I slept, before people even slept, Oman had an agreement with Iran that, if I even criticize it, that, we are not going to have nuclear enrichment. We are going to even consider our nuclear enrichment. And that is going to destabilize the economy. They made that compromise. And guess what? This midnight, Israel preemptively and US preemptively struck that country. Another nonsense that I had about Iran supporting terrorists in Nigeria. That's absolutely a lie. Iran is not an imperialist country. They are an Islamic Republic, resistant anti-imperialist. They are two different things. They are not a Wahhabi, Salafist, Sunni Islamic militia regime. No. The proxies they support, they are supported to fight ISIS and Al Qaeda and to resist against Israeli apartheid oppression, just like ANC resisted South Africa's apartheid, just like the same ANC that resisted with support of communists to resist South Africa's apartheid. That is the way Hezbollah, Hamas, Ansarullah, Houthis are resisting Israeli aggression, Israeli apartheid. They are two different things. In fact, it has been documented that these proxies, they actually fought ISIS and Al-Qaeda and defeated them. And you know what they said? They said it's that US and Israel will not forgive them for that. How are they terrorists? They do not even have the capacity to sponsor weapons to even kill our people. If you even look at the history of Shia Islam, it's about resistance to oppression. Now, another nonsense that was said. Someone was saying that they have the ideology of taking over Israel. Taking over. That's not even true. In fact, they made, even if they even had it before, they made a concession as part of the negotiation during the October 7 war that there can be two-state solution. Hamas reached that agreement, Iran reached that agreement, even some of the Gulf countries, they made that concession. The Zionist ideology has not stopped. They are going to expand. They're going to even get to Iran, get to Syria. That ideology is still being sustained. So who is for peace, who is for war? My final point, just last week, for those of us, you see, people that support these imperialists, I deal with them, I see them with contempt. I see them as people that are morally bankrupt, and they are also as evil as imperialists. Okabi, last week Saturday, he made it clear on that Tucker show, Okabi, the ambassador to Israel, he made it clear that in the Bible, you know, he made the justification in the Bible that they will actually occupy the whole of the Middle East. That Israel, their goal is to take over the whole of the Middle East. I'm not making this up. He said it himself. Now tell me any Iranian government official that's ever said this. Tell me. And I want one final point. I know I still have a lot to say, but I will say a lot for that section. One final point. You see, one thing we need to understand about the imperialists that we fail to understand is all the evil they commit, they mirror it and use it against the adversary. Like, for instance, they will say, oh, their adversaries are terrorists. They are the terrorists. They will say, oh, they rape children and women. Look at Epstein files. They will say, oh, they cause destabilization. Look at what they tried to do in Cuba last week. They tried to destabilize Cuba. But my fellow Cuban cousins, they resisted. They resisted because they have their dignity. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope people on his side were all satisfied with his presentation. Let's now go to KJ to present the one from the other side. KJ, when you are talking, maybe I know you have something you prepared, but just think about this. I always think about this too. Trump said that Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. Israel, they're of the same position. And it makes me think, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, this technology of nuclear weapon will be so easy that most countries will get it. I don't think you can, really stop other people from getting it. So, what is the end game in this situation? Because once a country gets that, and we are at the risk of, a lot of people talked about dropping nuclear weapon on each other. If you drop one in the Middle East, that whole place will be uninhabitable, really. Based on the
mutually assured destruction.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, KJ.
So I don't know if I'm in a position. Jide is a professor, so the energy he was pushing to argue this point, I don't think I have that kind of energy, nor the tenacity or the temerity to be able to pick up each point that he has been able to put forward. I'm just going to talk from a simple perspective. And now, for us who are Africans, and we know that Europe and America had designated Africa as the raw material place to sort raw material, so that whatever we do, we are only good to export. Our people have not come with this kind of zeal, and I mean Jide here, that is putting forward now to press for whatever that is going on now. We have all been satisfied. And just like somebody said earlier, we fall back and let them do whatever they want to do. But when it comes to another man's background, we now shout. We say what is right. And we say, well, in our own vicinity and environment, so much injustice is going on. And yet we don't put this energy to attack it. Instead, we say to the people who are complaining, you people just like to complain. Everything you like to because you want to draw attention to yourself. Now, I haven't said that. I want to say something, and this is where I stand in all of this. And that's why I don't really bother myself what Jide is saying. We have come to a new world order where law, there is no longer respect for the laid down rules and regulation of international relations. Things are moving so fast. The question you and I need to ask ourselves is, where are we in the equation of things now? What is our strategy to reposition ourselves in what is coming ahead? Because whether we like it or not, it is coming. It is coming. We said, remember on this channel here, we said what is happening in Nigeria now will come. We said UK was going to do what's doing. So anybody who has been following us should know that whatever is going on in Nigeria now is not new. That is exactly what I'm saying again here. There is a new rule order. The old one is totally going away. We are coming to the place where might is right. And so everyone who wants to be a participant in that will start making alliances right now or begin to develop their own might to stand within their own territory. So what you see going on right now has been foreseen before. It's not America that started it. Okay? It's not America that started it. It has started since. But it's not that now it's been escalated because it has come to the full circle. And so we're experiencing whatever is going on now. Now, having said that, what is my take on this? Simply this. If I was in a position of authority in any of the countries, and I say, let's say Nigeria, and then Cameroonians are always chanting there to Nigeria, you think I will keep quiet and play morality? I won't do that. Because I know that the first time they have an opportunity, they will do whatever they have been saying. These people have been on this for long. I am not here to defend Israel or to say what America is doing, because we all know, if you're a student of history, you know that there has been a lot of changes. Thank God Desta is here. If you don't mind, I will defer some of my time to him. Now, there's been a lot of changes in the affairs of the world. We know that the Israelis, they are claiming Israelis, they're not there. The real Israelis. We know that. It's not a new thing. But that is what we are facing now. Those who come here and say Christianity have done more damage. It was that time. Is it now? So should we go back to slavery? So what I'm simply saying is this. We as a people, seeing what is going on now, what is our position? And I would like to say, round up this. Now, what you see also with America going, go read the history. It's something that happened during the fall of the Roman Empire. There was over expansion of their military. There was over, police and all that became also were over exaggerated, and things. In fact, they blew themselves out of too much, too many openings, and could no longer withdraw themselves. This, apart from the internal wrangling and corruption in the inside, and that's how Roman Empire, who couldn't be defeated, was eventually, fizzled out. Now, what am I saying here? I'm simply saying yes. Whatever is going on now is built to go on. I was having a discussion with a friend some days ago. I said, if this thing didn't happen, there's not going to be a change. So these things are supposed to happen. All we have to do is to see how we, out of the ashes that's going on, we can realign ourselves and take some powers out of this, what is going on. Must we continue to remain as a raw material continent? Why don't we also go into negotiation immediately now and say, look, because this is happening, this is where our position is. But rather, we are more concerned about what is going on there. And we're not even looking at how the outcome is going to be at the end of the day. And that is where I'm concerned. Remember also, I'm going to end with this. Remember also that what is happening now, if we eventually get a cut out of it, it's because we too carry our big mouth, went to the UN and said we stand in two-state solution. Two-state solution have always been offered right from the days of Bill Gates, even before then. It was they that refused to accept it. Okay, somebody have already said that. Two-state solution has always been on the table. It was the Palestinians that refused to take it. So let's not mix up things. These are history out there. If you want to, you can look at it. Thank you.
All right. So we've heard from both sides. We're going to get the Urobo.
Rudolph, please give me 2 minutes after he's done. Please, after Paul is done.
Okay. Yeah. So let me use my. Let me use
the Urobo angle. You must give Desta time also.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, Doctor, look at this stuff that I'm hearing.
I
Yeah. No, you don't. And I like your submission. But let me just round up. I like your submission.
Nigeria. What do you be this now? I'm not feeling my last submission. They want to take my turn from me because I'm in
hold on. I'll come back to you, forefathers. Hold on. Paul, you have 2 minutes.
So, Doctor, look at this talk that I'm putting on and everything. I know many of you know the meaning, but I'm going to change the meaning. You say ACDC. After Christ, devil comes. That's how some Christians successfully turn Christ to become devil.
ACDC is actually a metallic band.
I know. I just change it like after Christ, devil comes, because of some of these Christians who don't really understand these things. And how so ashamed, I can tell some of them. Some of these people don't even understand that Christ, where Christ was even born, was in Palestine. That's how you see some of the evangelical in the America, they feel bad. That's why they feel that take this place completely. They are so ashamed of even hearing that, oh, Christ was born in Palestinian and everything. So some people don't know these things. So when they hear Israel, they don't even know that the Jewish people that they are supporting that is doing all this barbaric thing, this nonsense thing, in quote, not all Jewish, that is doing all this barbaric thing. These are the people that also kill the Christ that they are supporting. And these are the people that will not do it. A Jewish man will even eat a cattle that a Muslim killed, because a Muslim will bless the cattle before they eat it. But we Christians, we don't bless cattle, we just go market and buy. A Jewish person will not even touch it. That's the people we support because of, I understand our ignorance. These things does happen. So, doctor, the people who are saying all these things, they don't really understand. Doctor, we all know the small story of the Oyo Empire. When the Oyo Empire, when they invade up to Abeokuta, that is the Egba land. That's how they named that place Abeokuta, because the Egba people run under the rock. They run under the rock. That's the meaning, Abeokuta. If they invade and they encroach and encroach and encroach, say, for example, they encroach all the way to Onisha Bridge, then they will say, oh, the Igbo people is causing problem. They are doing some barbaric thing. Then they go to encroach. When you take people land, you go close to the people. Then tomorrow you say the people are causing trouble and everything. We don't see. It's like the American police. We don't see every time, you understand, the cops will say, I fear for my life. But every time, it's the cops that kill. And we all know that gun is split seconds. But these split seconds always come with the cops that always kill and everything. We see this thing. When you look the statistics, you see it more and everything. These are the English that they use. Preemptive measures. Preemptive measures. Then they'll start teaching you how to think, how to do this and everything. That is what is going on. And when we continue like this, till it will get to your doorstep, we all know the name that they call Nelson Mandela. But after some time, it changed. That's exactly what Jide is telling you. My fellow Igbo people that talk all these things, you remember how Buhari say IPOB is a terrorist group. You understand? These are people who are fighting for your own common goal. But somebody change it. If they achieve that purpose, IPOB will stand the test of time. Historians will write a lot of books for the people who fight just like today as they are fighting for the Nnamdi Kanu today. That's how it works. So when they tell you all these things, they'll say, oh, these people is doing this. These people hate us. These people hate us. Well, you don't show me all the barbaric thing that these people do. The most callous and barbaric thing any parent can do to a child as an African man is to beat the child and ask the child not to cry. How do you want to go close your exhaust and you are turning your car on? You're beating a child, you ask the child not to cry. You say, oh, the Palestinian people say death to Israel. They don't have weapons, they don't have anything. The only cry that they can cry, you still don't want them to cry, but you want to keep beating them. You want to keep beating them. This is callous. Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador to Israel, said it with Tucker Carlson that they're going to take all those places. They are leaving some of those places just like in the form of empathy. And Tucker Carlson asked a simple question. Can we carry our DNA? Technology has gone so far and everything. The man who is coming from Poland, you understand, believe he owns this land. And the man from Palestine that was born here for 5,000 years, you understand, is not entitled to this land. This is the height of stupidity. I cannot understand it. It's like me that is born in Lagos. I don't have anything in Lagos. But at the same time, I cannot go to Delta and go get my benefits. They'll say I'm not part of the struggle. Where am I? Am I part of this place called Earth, planet Earth? We should try and stop this thing. I have so many things to say, but when people say all these things, it just makes me laugh. Oh, preemptive measures. America is doing this. America is doing that. Look, doctor, when people talk about this Russia-China thing, you always say it, and you said it today. When you talk what China is doing to these people, China will give them intelligence. Russia will give them intelligence. They know that they will not come direct. And when we attack Iran, if Iran is fighting for Palestine, maybe based on religion and the likes,
Is that not what US is doing with Israel? And US have the capacity to bring peace to that zone. Just like as they end up finish everything with what is it called? Germany. Just like as they did with Japan. They can bring peace. But as at this time, they are not ready. You know, no matter how you want to twist it to say maybe Republican and everything, it's Republican, it's also Democrat. It's their own common goal. But for the many American people don't like it. Bill Clinton left America with surplus. When this war started and all this nonsense, America is $38 trillion debt. We lost 4,000 soldiers. Iran is 2 times the size of Iraq. Iran, we lost 4,000 soldiers. About 37,000 people got injured today and every other thing. How do you think this thing will start? That's why I said from the beginning, I talk about the Middle East people, the way they are talking, that they are selective bipolar. They are scared. They know that Iran going to bomb them. And that's what is going on. We are seeing what is happening now in Qatar, in other places and the likes. They know that they're going to take the pain and every other thing. All we need at the end of the day, if you want to talk solution, we just need peace. But Israel is not ready. Maybe based on Benjamin Netanyahu, corruption, and maybe also originally it's not from there. You are seeing what Kemi Badnoch is doing. You are seeing what the U.S. Secretary of State is doing, where people are not from places. They do all this nonsense thing.
Oh, thank you.
Same thing. Hitler did the same thing in Germany because it's from Austria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudolph, I sent you something in the private chat and I put it. So that's for people like KJ that say they've never seen Jewish kids indoctrinated. And then when Dex is done, if you could permit me to answer the question you asked about Russia's and China's cooperation with Iran, I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. David.
There's noise where you are, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'll just start from the things that are very close by. Paul said something. It was quite funny what he said, because if you just reflect at what he said, you will see, you will realize there's a flaw there. Paul spoke of himself as an American, identified as an American. It's okay, fine, brilliant and fine. But yet, the same Paul, okay, as much as he's an American, he still wants to identify with his Nigerian roots. He still wants to refer to himself. Paul will be very angry tomorrow. Somebody tells Paul, you are American, you are not an African anymore. You are not a Nigerian anymore. Forget about your Nigerian roots because you migrated. Imagine Paul that is there. In the next 3 generations, he hears that his children are denied their rights in Delta State. Because Paul, at a point in time, migrated and stayed in America for a while. And maybe his children, 3rd and 4th generation, are there. Then some people come and stay in his father's land and his children come back home. Then somebody say, oh no, for the last 200 years, I have not been here. You don't belong here again. That's what Paul. So in his statement of things, you see one of the problems with some of the ideologies and some idealistic ideologies that some people are pushing here is that if you put them as a variable in that same ideology, they will reject it. They will still reject it. Look, we all know about the Jews' migration. There's history about it. It's written. See, well, it's well documented. This guy, they don't have historical ties to that land. Is anybody here going to say that because Bibi Netanyahu was in Poland, his great-grandfathers were in Poland, that he doesn't have historical ties to that land? He doesn't have historical, he doesn't have any, he's not entitled to it. Because there was a war where many people migrated. It's the same thing happening in Nigeria today. Some people are migrating from villages in Borno. Tomorrow, when they want to go back, some of you here, they should not have historical ties to the land anymore because they've migrated. They shouldn't come back. The new settlers, the new people are now the owners of the land. Let us, when I hear some of the statements some of us make, that's why I say if we put some of ourselves in this equation, we will reject it. So that's why I say we must, they say too much reading sometimes can weary the mind. It can weary the mind and you lose the sense of objectivity and you become very subjective about many of the things we are saying. One of the things I said here is let us analyze things based on the facts, not on our propaganda and on our bias, or on the narratives we want to, we want to sell some narratives, we want to sell some ideologies that we believe in. You understand? Let me give you a typical example. Some people are talking about, the Epstein files. Who are the people exposing the Epstein files? Who is exposing it? Who is releasing it? Let me give you a typical example. There was, before we even talked about colonization in Nigeria, there was the Arab slave enslavement. Where is it written? Can somebody bring a documented evidence of it? Is it talked about? If you try to even tell that story in Nigeria today, if you follow our former readers book, when I was in Nigeria, they used to talk about Osman Danfodio in the reader, primary 2, primary 3 reader. They removed it completely. They've removed it. They don't want to hear about that history. They don't want people to read about how he was causing carnage from the Sokoto Caliphate down and how he was stopped in Borno. Because, so the point is this. If as much as we condemn it, it was some people that brought it out, at least brought the truth out and released it. Who are the people that released it? Then the other people that are on the other side, the other part, are you bold enough? Look, in Nigeria today, there are some places you cannot say some things because of some people in their faith. If you say it, they kill you. That's what people will come and be justifying it. Then if they put you as a variable there, will you survive?
Sorry, what's the question? What's the question? I didn't get that question. I need to answer.
No, don't answer. Not for you.
Oh, no.
It's not for you. Thank you so much. All right. Christians for Epstein, 2 minutes, and then forefathers will be final person for 2 minutes. And
what about me? Everybody has gone around multiple times.
Oh, who is Sully?
Yes.
I wasn't planning to get everybody multiple times, but I will get you.
Some people have had 2-3 turns.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I missed that. Okay, go ahead, Christians for Epstein. 2 minutes. I can't give you more than 2 minutes.
I appreciate it. I'll try to rush everything. I just heard a bunch of rubbish from. I actually said I was going to say that, call it rubbish, but is some. I mean, when we come on here and Dr. Damages, I think you need to start doing this. You should by now know.
You can't just speak without insulting.
You should by now.
It's not your platform. Stop insulting people.
I didn't insult anybody. Please stop trying to throw me off. So I know you understand English because I did say subconsciously I didn't want to say rubbish, but it was what was on my mind. So you can cry all you want. But Dr. Damages, I think you need to start doing something. And this is not to tell you how to run your show. You have to start realizing people's weaknesses and people's strength. And maybe it also applies to the audience that people need to start learning how to say, either I have no opinion, or I don't know what to say, or I'm not well versed in this. Because sometimes, we just hear a lot of things that myself, and I would say someone like Paul, it's so hard for us not to interrupt, especially when we hear something that's a complete fallacy. For example, we have Dexter on here talking about the Arab enslavement of Black people. Are you going to tell us? Are you going to tell us? Are you going to tell us?
Have your say, okay? Anything you say,
I did not ask you. Can I please talk, please? You came on here talking about 9/11 that you obviously didn't even know what you were talking about. So what I'm saying, in essence, Dr. Damages, is this. For example, he referenced the Arab enslavement, and you would think, if you were a neophyte in history, you would think that it somehow affected Nigerians, which it didn't. So we have to be very careful when we want to utter certain things. Also, to what KJ said, blatant lie, that the Palestinians refused a two-state solution. They didn't. They actually agreed to it. But if you go back in time, and there's videos on this, which I can also send you now, and which I've had forefathers play on this show numerous times, where Israeli officials, notably Benjamin Netanyahu, has said for over 40 years that he will never, ever allow a two-state solution to happen. So they've always been dealing in bad faith. Now to the Russian and China alliance. China and Russia, rightfully, yes, Jide did say, but that was, I would say in a layman's term, they are offering assistance to Iran. as we know. You know, not too long ago, they held a joint exercise with Iran in the Arab Peninsula. They also did one in the Straits of Hormuz. They've also supplied JC-10s, the same ones they supplied Pakistan, they've supplied them to Iran, as far as we know. We also know that the Russians supplied Su-35s to Iran. They've also boosted and integrated their communication and their surface-to-air missile defense systems. They've also given them Su-400s. This is as far as we know. And we also know that they've supplied them hypersonic missiles that can go in the range of Mach 4 and beyond. So at this point, as looking at it from a military analysis, I would say it is too early for them to join in the fight right now. They can't do that. What they're doing is what they are sharing intelligence, giving Iran access to the Badu satellites. They've totally bypassed US GPS. They've from the start. Okay, I'll continue.
You ended up saying nothing. You ended up saying nothing.
I know it's way beyond your capacity
nothing that you have said.
You can't understand anything
You ended up saying nothing. You just blabbing around.
Because you don't understand it.
Right.
It's okay to be dumb. It's okay to be dumb and take your seat and sit down.
That's enough.
If you didn't understand it, that means you didn't communicate.
All right,
now.
forefathers, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to round up your thoughts, and then slowly we end it for us. Yeah.
I noticed that when people talk, especially when they are trying to back Israel, they never make a moral argument, really. Because if they find themselves trying to make one, they are going to find that there will be a lot of blood on their hands. The idea behind, the statement that was made by Dexter, that Israel was known to own that land. When do you stop owning a land? After 1,000 years, 2,000 years? Or even when in the Bible it states that they didn't even own the land, they took it from other people there too. Those same people are the same people in that area. Where does it end? Are you going to sacrifice your land because some other person comes back and say we were in Igbo land for 3,000 years ago? You're going to give them that? And also, that is not even the argument anymore. They've decided that, okay, let's share this land. You stay on your side, you stay on the other side. They are holding another people hostage. 5 million innocent people hostage for over going to 60 years now, if I'm not mistaken. You forget that. You all read the Bible. You talked about, you know about the children of Abraham trying to flee Egypt. That's exactly what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. They don't want to let them go. They don't want to let them join the country. Because if they join the country, they are not going to have their racist ethno-state anymore. So you keep them there. You won't let them go because you are looking for an opportunity to expel them from the land. Since the ceasefire, 600 and something Palestinians have been killed. Since the ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon, 2,600 attacks from Israel inside Lebanon. Syria, after Assad left office, more than 600 attacks inside Syria. That is supposed to even be an ally of Washington. That's Israel doing it too. This is the innocent person that wants to defend itself. But how could you even know what is happening? We all know the trend, but if you follow the trends in the world, you find out that the lighter skinned people are moving south. From India to even the Arab that you see. So you notice that the so-called real Arabs of Yemen are darker than the ones in Saudi Arabia that are the monarchs, because they moved down from the Levantine. And what is happening now? Europeans are expanding south. If you think these people that are coming to Israel are mostly the Canaanite Jews, no, they are not. Most of them are Europeans that have no DNA tied to that area at all. They are moving further south, and as they are moving further south, the Arabs are kicking our backside out of Sudan. But we don't know where we fit into this equation. That's the problem. There's a bit of noise coming through.
I'm trying to find out where.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Arabs are kicking us down in Sudan. They are basically exterminating black Africans for the Arabs, while the Europeans are exterminating the Arabs from the Middle East. The trend is the North is still moving south. And in South Africa, they are already claiming that they want to create their own state there. See, I think somebody mentioned that we have to worry about ourselves. Yes, we have to worry about ourselves. But what are you doing to deal with that? Because the people that you are saying we should align with, they are not ready to align with you. They don't even see you as a human being. They value the Iranians more than they value you. Literally, they value the people that the America that is attacking Iran right now values them more than you, because they gave them nuclear weapons, nuclear technology. I mean, did they give you? Did you see it in Nigeria? They value them more than they value you. You can support them until you go brown in the face. When they come, they'll treat you like everyone else. And if you are, some people are saying that they gave the Palestinians a peace deal. If you knew what happened during that time, I will share some of the videos so you can see for yourself some of the evidence people have already showing clearly. Epstein, all of them were all involved in the process. These people have been in the background engineering everything all the time. From this in Ukraine, this in the Ukraine war is a given. From 9/11 to different other things that they have been doing for ages, all to take over control of the Middle East. How can you be in your own home? Somebody person tells you that they have a right to your whole country, and they have a nuclear weapon. They are also armed with nuclear weapons to do that. Why are they not coming in peace? You keep saying people are coming after them in war. America is there supporting them. So who will take over this Israel when that is happening? Why not let the 5 million Palestinians go free? As a matter of fact, if they let the 5 million Palestinians go free, most of all this noise will end. That is the truth. Who wants to fight a nuclear power Israel? Nobody wants to fight a nuclear power. They are strong enough to withstand anything because they are a nuclear power. They have the program, they have the Samson program to destroy the entire Middle East. These people are actually threatening the world. Some people are arguing that they said they were going to use nuclear weapon on Iran, except America attacks this in Iran. The idea that you people think this is a benign, you don't know what you are dealing with. You are dealing with a fascist, ethno-nationalist state that wants to destroy anything around them until they get what they want. And they are blackmailing the world because they are small. They don't have anything to lose. These are people that have been abused throughout the Second World War and everything. So their mindset now is everybody bow down or we kill all of you. That is their approach. And this is why even our Oyibo people are afraid of them. Because they come there, threaten them, blackmail them, all kinds of things that they do to them. And you see that, but let me finish with this statement. Some of you that are backing these people, you hate Nigerian leaders, don't you? How do you like leaders that eat human beings? How do you like leaders that abuse young children? Why do you back them? Why do you back a nation that harbors people that abuse young children? Where is your morality? Literally, you worship devil because of somebody told you something in the Bible. You worship devil. You will see the devil and you call the devil angel because you just read it in the Bible. You don't care about looking at reality of what is actually happening. Those people are not the people of the Bible. The people of the Bible were not eating human beings. The people of the Bible were not having children being abused. The people of the Bible didn't do that. But no, you can't even recognize the difference. You just keep supporting them because you just read it in the Bible. I really hope that when you are making your argument, make a moral argument. Make a moral argument that says children should not be punished. Innocent women should not be punished. People should not do their innocent men should not go and lose their life when they didn't do anything wrong. Free people that are supposed to be free. Human beings are supposed to be free. If there's somebody holds you in bondage, you should be arguing that Israel should free those people. It's not about them and us. It's about morality. But when it comes to us, I've told you people before, you should be arguing to defend yourself. Many of you that are now back in Israel will be very happy for us to remain weak. If they tell you that you should recruit and build your security forces, you don't want to do that. Because it doesn't require anything of you. It doesn't require anything of you to make any sacrifice. You don't want to die. Like you think you're going to live forever. But I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. I think we should have a special conversation on this. KJ, you are speaking. We can't hear you. I hope you know. Nobody can hear you.
Yes, I was just saying that. Why is they always referring to Jesus, Bible, Jesus, Christianity? Why don't you say the same of Quran and the rest of the prophets? Why don't you say that? You know what the consequence will be, but you always find a way to throw Christ, throw Jesus, throw Christianity into it. Stop that.
Because
and then if you have not mentioned
Muslims
Muslims
that
are
are
not satisfied,
if
please
Muslims
stop.
were supporting the slaughter
Use your
of
example of
them.
There are Muslims in Israel. They are not only Christians there. and they are not even Christians. They are
but they are not the ones supporting the attacks.
Do not.
Responding
I'm telling
that are
you,
supporting
you
the attacks.
All right, guys.
a safe heaven by calling Christ.
All right, guys. We have to.
I might as well mention Buddhism now by your standard.
Please. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Final. Yeah. You're the final.
Yeah. So you see all this battle. Some of you say, "Oh, these South Africans, they don't like Nigerians."
Sorry,
like
I'm so sorry. I apologize, solely. There's a breaking news. I'm not interjecting. Strait of Hormuz is closed, so oil shipments is stopped. 20% of oil shipments is stopped. That would have devastating consequences to the global economy.
It's not breaking news. I've been on since
That's not a breaking news. That's old, Jide.
Oh, it's now. It's just now. They just closed.
It's actually breaking news. In the Strait of Hormuz have not been closed. Why did you see? Why did you do that now? Why did you just lie? Why did you just lie?
It's not breaking news. Before.
Okay, everybody, hold on. Maybe he's just seeing it now from somewhere. It's not. I see stories coming out. One of them example, Fox News is reporting that Ayatollah is dead, but it's not. There's no independent confirmation. So there are many things going on. So we should be careful and what we put out there. Okay, Sully, go ahead.
Nigeria, they make money for you.
So yeah, but the South Africans, they love the white people that have oppressed them. You know, people are coming here, they are shouting, "Oh, the Christians, oh, the Muslims, oh, the Israeli, oh, these people don't care about you." The only person that matters is Netanyahu. He has just given you opinions to fight about. As long as there is war, you are not removing him from power. And that guy has charges to face when he leaves power. So that war is not sending any nuclear weapon, because the nuclear weapon ends the war very quickly. And if the war is ended, then he's going to face his charges in court. So he's going to make sure the war goes as long as possible till he's tired or he has looted enough. They are no different from Nigerian politicians, just that they have nuclear weapons and they have other technology. Plain and simple. Meanwhile, you are here. Netanyahu is chilling. He's succeeding in his plan. Our Africans are here arguing whether it's Muslim or Christian. Oh God. Allah Shanua. You see, when you argue with a Nigerian, somehow, they will just change the topic to something that doesn't matter. Let's say we're talking about a serious issue. Armed robbers are robbing us right now. Somebody will be correcting you that is not pronounced armed robbers, it's pronounced armed robbers. You know, so this is the issue that we face with Nigerians. And if you see that they are losing the argument, they'll start telling you how much you have. Share you guys pass me on. You know, the argument just Netanyahu is succeeding. He's succeeding. He's getting what he wants. You going around arguing, your opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion will never matter. We are just being distracted from our own issues. How does it concern the average Nigerian? How does it concern the poor Nigerian? How are we choosing a side? The two of them hate us. All of them hate us. For no reason. We've never done anything to them. You know? But they just, since the day they gave birth to them, they just say, I hate this guy. But we are here choosing side for them. It's just, God, man, it's quite embarrassing. We are the coons of Africa, and we don't even realize it. You know, I see some Muslims saying, "Oh, it's because they are Muslims, they are fighting against us." Some Christians say, "Oh, it's the you know, they should do it." How does it benefit us? Why don't we love our own interest? You know, we are so entitled, but when it comes to something that politically has our interest, we are always willing to go for the bare minimum. I've never understood that thing about Nigerians. A Nigerian will be working and he will still be begging you for money, even though he has more than what you have. But when it is time for him to get what he deserves from government, suddenly he's not entitled anymore. Suddenly he's willing to take the bare minimum, crumbs if possible. Where is our entitlement when it comes to personal interests? It suddenly disappears. That's why I don't believe that Nigerians are entitled. They are selectively entitled. You know, I don't care about them. They don't matter. They have US at the chokehold. He's going to run his war as long as possible till probably he's gone. The same way Nigerian politicians do. They take as much as they want, and when they leave, they die peacefully. Buhari did that. All of them have done that. Netanyahu is doing his own version, and you are part of the cheerleading team. Your opinion doesn't matter. He just doesn't want to go to court to face the law.
Plain and simple. Nothing will change. Nothing. That's the whole summary of it. So please, let us focus on the rubbish that Obi and Atiku are doing right now, and the fact that Tinubu is going to win 2037 election because you guys are talking, your strategies are so mediocre, you are underestimating your opponents. You know, I've always said this, Yoruba people can be wicked. If they want to be wicked, and they will not shout, they will not scream, they will not yell, they will just stay silent. You know, the only politician I've seen that is close to that is Alex Oti. You know, when you threaten him, he doesn't shout back at you, he just keeps quiet. That's a man you fear. You know, and that's how Yoruba politicians are. They will just keep quiet and they will plot their evil, and they will make sure that no stones are unturned. You will never escape it. Never escape it. I don't know if it is a good thing or bad thing that we in the West, we are making sure that we in the South are taking over the North. That is the only positive thing. But you see that permanent divide between the rich and the poor, surely is going to come. How have we argued about that? How does Israel and Iran and USA concern that pressing issue? Please, if you can connect it, maybe I'm not educated enough how it affects our lives. Or if somebody can educate me on how their issues affect our lives, people that hate us, they hate us. One of them spit on black people when they see them for no reason. How does it affect our life? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sully. I wish you can actually convince Nigerians in Nigeria that white people don't like us. Most Nigerians in Nigeria, they don't know this. But anyway, tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to welcome Dr. Ogaga Ifowodo. He will join us. He's a poet, a lawyer, and professor. He will join us to discuss Biodun J4, African Literary Scholarship, and A Nation in Distress. He was one of the human rights activists in Nigeria before he became a lawyer, and then ended up teaching in a college in Florida. But he's been in Nigeria for some years now, trying to get back into the Nigerian system. So tomorrow at 6:30 Nigerian time, he will join us 12:30 New York time. If you can be part of that, that would be wonderful. All right, so what we're going to do, we're out of time, but we're going to take a break. When we come back, I know there are some people, I have to apologize to people like Tony, those that didn't get a chance to speak again. There are some people at the back end, I have not even brought them up, like Jagun and other people. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will do talk about Obi and then a rant quickly, but we hand it over to forefathers. We can continue this conversation. I know a lot of people are interested in this, what's happening in Israel and what's happening in Iran. So let's take a break. We'll be right back with the final hour. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. I appreciate all of you. Let me say welcome to people who are coming in for the first time. Jagun, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. What we're going to do now, quickly, we touch on OB, what happened in Edo State, and then we rant. So I'll give everybody maybe 3 minutes because there are some people at the back end. We'll have to bring them in as soon as we get the people who are in here to speak. Let me start with you, Jagun. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah.
Here we go. Sorry about that. Excuse me. I'll just get reorganized here. Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Good day, all. How are we?
We're good. How are you?
Very well. I can see that we're having another robust conversation based on confusion. You know, I was quite unhappy to hear people's understanding of what's going on with Iran. For me, if we have understood the history of Iran, it gives us, who are Nigerians, a learning exercise to understand ourselves and what's going on. But because we Nigerians are extremely weak and Buffett-minded, we don't seem to appreciate that we are all the enemies of the state. Things have been mentioned, things that I've known for an awfully long time. It's not because of the Epstein files that I consider that our governments are all devils. And when I say devils, I mean it in that way. And when the Epstein files have come out and they're speaking about such horrors that many of us can't imagine, there are still people supporting those who are committing these horrors. If we look back at Iran's history, we can see that Mossadegh, a democratic elected leader of Iran, was unscrupulously taken out of his position because he was working for the people against the so-called imperialists. This is the beginning of Iran's issues. You can't begin in the middle, I'm afraid, the way many people on this panel have done. They're beginning in the middle. They're beginning where it seems, Iran is a threat. Iran is bad. I bet you've never met an Iranian and understood the psyche of an Iranian. They're not like us who are afraid of everything. They're not like us. But they are like us in that they suffer an oppressive government. Having said that, that same government that they suffer, they have a tradition of fighting against anybody coming to their country to muck around. That is where I consciously side with the Iranian consciousness. They are the only ones in the world, outside of Russia and China, they're the only ones in the world who are prepared to put up a fight against these people. We in Nigeria, we're just talking politeness, and we want everything to be clean. Nigeria is the most dusty, dirty, filthy country in the world. Don't we understand? Don't we understand? We don't stand up like a people, but as Solly said, we are prepared to be a people for other people. I think there's something really fundamentally wrong with us as Nigerians. Fundamentally wrong. I know that we're going on to another subject, and I appreciate you giving me some time to speak on this issue. But you see, right now, the Burj Khalifa has been evacuated completely. This fantastic edifice of engineering has been completely emptied of people. Why? Because they know Iran would hit that place. Iran is attacked Bahrain, supposedly. I'm not quite sure, but that's what the reports say. Iran is hitting Dubai at the moment. Iran is not waiting to say that we're not. Yes, we know that we are against the nuclear power that is bullying everybody in the world. Yet we're going to throw our own stones against this nuclear power. And I don't understand why we don't understand that. They're fighting, regardless of the Goliath that they're fighting against. We are fighting. Nigerians won't fight. We'll stay there whilst our country is being bombed. We'll stay sheepish and be stupid, and then come here and start commenting rubbish. We see that people aren't really they're not able to think. I'm reading the comments and I'm listening to the panel, especially those who are backing Israel and America, as though we didn't see a genocide take place where nobody in the world could do nothing about it. We didn't decide, as though we didn't see 2 years of a flattening of a whole people. As though we didn't see it. You see, it doesn't matter whether you're Christian or Muslim. Me, I'm neither of these things, because I believe that there'd be horrible dispensations of rhetoric and nonsense. I don't believe that these people are of spirit at all. They are not of spirit. That's my humble opinion. Having said that, to not look out upon people as human beings is the beginning of your hell. To not look at human beings as human beings is the beginning of your hell, because in today there are those of us going around who are not human beings. The level of technology and where technology has gone, they will fight. There's armies that will be raised that are mechanical. What are you going to do against a mechanical somebody who has an AK-47 and is firing against you? I don't understand the way we think as Nigerians. I don't. Tony, people who I respect. Tony, there's a few members of the panel who I would respect here. But I'm thinking, bro, are you thinking at all? Or are you just going to be a Christian? Somebody who has emptied their mind of any logic, of any empathy? Because you are a Christian, I must tout the Christian agenda, which is a crock of nonsense. It's a crock of nonsense. You can't behave like that. We're not talking about human beings and human existence. We're not talking about a new world order. There is a change that is taking place right now. And that change that is taking place, if we are not aware that all of us are going to be under a regime of Abacha is nothing. Abacha and what he did to oppress the people is nothing compared to what is coming. And I don't think people have read enough or understood enough or evaluated their own spirit as to how do I defend against this mighty horror that is positioning itself? How do I defend as an individual, as a human being, as somebody made of flesh and blood? You're not thinking at all, I'm afraid. You're taking sides when we're all on the same side. The side that we're on is that we are the oppressed. We are the oppressed. It doesn't matter what country in the world that you are in. We are the oppressed. You got to think and stop talking rubbish. I thank you for giving me some time.
All right, thank you, Jagon. Let's go to Tony and see if we can get back to Utobi and what happened in Edo State.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages. I was almost getting angry that you're on the backside and you forgot me.
Sometimes I forget,
but, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. You ate too much during your birthday, and so you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Happy birthday! I forgot to wish you so. Thank you.
Thank you, Jago. Thank you.
First of all, I'm not too happy with the way the attack on ADC headquarters in Benin and the residence of Chief Oyegun has been portrayed in the papers. The headline is focused on or talks about assassination attempt on Obi. And I don't think that that's a proper headline. And I say that without, pandering to sentiments or emotions and so on and so forth. Yes, there was an attack, but to narrow it to an assassination attempt against Obi is something that I don't think that is good journalistic caption. I don't think so. Going by the facts that we know. Now, that aside, let me just say that I also don't feel happy that the way the rhetoric that you hear from Edo State government. I would think that if such a thing happened in your state and happened to someone who was also a former governor, that the Edo State government will be apologetic, and their attitude would be, we're going to do everything possible to fish out those who have done this thing and make sure that the law deals with them appropriately. We haven't heard that. And we also haven't heard, I'm not sure I've heard any governor saying that this is despicable and this must not be encouraged. Now, if you go by the tension that you have in the state, I think, building up in Edo State and in the country as a whole, I don't think this is the kind of politics that we should tolerate, because everybody has the devil in him, and nobody has a monopoly of violence. Okay, now what I can understand from what is going on, because I listened to Afegboa, who is the Commissioner for Information Edo State, and I just felt sorry. I have listened to Tenabi, Chairman APC, in previous statement that he has made, Chairman APC in Edo State. I listened to the governor, when he made that threat, concerning Obi. And I have listened to threats on Obaze and Edo Son, who is in the UK, how they vandalized his house, and then how someone went to the UK, to threaten him. I've seen the video on what was done to Don Pedro Obaseki, and so on and so forth. I've listened to, on a national level, I've listened to what Moka has said concerning the threat, Bayo or Namuga, and then there are so many of them, if you look at that. And so for me, I fall back to what the Canadian court has said about APC. That is a terrorist organization. Okay, because I'm wondering, how can APC know that it was a quarrel between parties in ADC, that caused this problem? How did they know that? They should bring out the evidence. They should point out the people who are involved. Now, for them to think for ADC and to think for the police as to who perpetrated this offense means that there's something that they know that we don't know. So I think it's despicable, and I think the way we're going, it's dangerous. The way we're going, assuming somebody had died, assuming the VIP had died, there are three former governors in that place. If say senator, a former senator, and then former House of Representative person. People who were conducting their business, their normal business. Okay, the police didn't show up, and I think that this debasing of our political culture, and everybody just feels that it's normal. I think is horrible. And supposing people now begin to retaliate, supposing some crazy guy now decides somewhere else, some other state, that I'm going to retaliate, what's going to happen? Because the military does not have the capacity to fight wars on various fronts. They're already overstretched with our fight against terrorism, and they're not winning. So for us to add more toxin and poison into the politically charged atmosphere in the country, and then the president hasn't said anything, and I think that is the worst of us. That is the worst politics that I've ever seen. And for people to be glorifying this and to be pointing fingers, and to be saying, oh, because people are fighting and so on and so forth, I think I find it very, very horrible. And I must call out APC for this, because they have shown that they have the capacity to do that. If you go far back to 2023 election, you saw what they did, abuses, intimidation, impunity of all kinds, and it just went past. Nobody did anything. Nobody said anything. You have traditional rulers saying all kinds of stuff against people, Nigerians. So how do you want to build a nation with this kind of attitude and with this kind of political culture? It's horrible. It is despicable. So whether it's Obio, whether it's but the point is that act is despicable. It should not be encouraged. By now, I'm expecting to hear that they have rounded up those people who did that thing and that they are in prison and they're answering questions. Thank you.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. Ify, you're next.
Hi. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Honestly, again, I don't have nothing much to say, but in Igbo language, There is an adage that says, "Amara must know no weapon." You have to start looking beautiful from home before you get out. I'm not worried about what is happening in Iraq, Iran, America, all these powers. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. We have a bigger fish to fry in our country. One of the military, I don't know whether he is I don't know what title he is. He's too busy talking about rehabilitating the terrorists. And we are here talking about Iran, America, and other stuff, and people are buying every day. Look at how many people died in Kwara for the past 1 month. And nobody's saying anything. If you come here and sit down and discuss Islam and discuss Christianity, of what use is it going to happen to us in Nigeria? This is the war that's been going on for the past how many years, even since I was born. And you guys come over here. I wish sometimes you guys will sit behind and listen to you, when you speak. It's like, we don't even have anything to say, in the sense that these are not the important issues happening in our country. Even if in America strike this thing, they still get electricity here in America. We are not at war, but we don't have light. We don't have anything. Iran we still have power. China will still have power. Russia will still have power. Israel 24 hours. Look at Ukraine. For the past 4 years, they've been fighting. Light is still there. We are not even fighting. Yes, we can't even have 24 hours electricity, where you have a stupid minister that said that you can off your refrigerator when you go to work and turn it back when you come back in the evening. And we are here fighting. Let us talk about more productive stuff and stop fighting all these unnecessary fights we are fighting. Let's talk about how we're going to move Nigeria forward. America will be okay. All of us here, most of us are in diaspora. How many of us are in Nigeria? 90 or 98, if not 100% of us are not, we don't live in Nigeria. We live abroad, where we have constant, social amenities. So for people back home, they don't have it. Let's focus on that. America will be fine. Iran will be fine. China will be fine. Russia will be fine. Israel will be fine. They've been fine all along, and we are not fine. So let us focus on our country and leave this fight about Palestine and Israel. We don't have any solution to that. Let's be honest with ourselves. Because if we do have solution, this solution would have been taking place a long time. This thing will continue. Me and you, we die in this generation, and the problem will continue. It's been going on for the past 60-something years. Please, let us focus on our country. Leave these people alone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ife. Comparable facts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I proceed, there's a news circulating in Nigeria. I don't know how factual is it, and I don't know if Tinubu has left us. How many has left Nigeria? Nobody knows. But according to my honor, Tinubu has, was to France stage 3 cancer. So I don't know how factual it is. We say he has information about that. So we have to keep eye on, see what's happening. I don't think Asrock has denied or otherwise. So we don't know what's happening. It's just a news circulating. I don't know if anybody has seen that news. But having said that, I'm going to speak about this assassination against people. I'm taking it personal because I'm somebody who has met with it personally. So that's very dear to me. It's not about politics. I was very, very much concerned and annoyed about attempt on his life, because the guy is a good character person. That's my main focus. The person is why would you want to assassinate him? This goes back to the alteration made by the so-called Edo State government. This is what you get when you install. I don't believe he won the Edo State government, the Edo State governor. Even I thought that's true. This is what you got when you install an illiterate. And where is the equivalent? I always come here and endorse that illiterate. A tyrannic government that installed an illiterate to rule the state, and he made such an alteration, and that has led to this. Whether you like it or not, they have denied what actually happened. But why can't you blame me? Where is Ovie? I want him to come here and defend, that nonsense, illiterate they led in that Edo State. So, I'm up to today. If this has happened in a same country like in America, even the opposition leader, Republican and Democrat, they will condemn it. The president will come out and speak about it. You have such a docile government we have in Nigeria. Nobody's speaking about, I think one of the most prominent, human being in Nigeria. Nobody has said anything about it. You have the other government making alterations that doesn't even make sense. How can you say it was an internal fighting? Maybe the other guy forgotten his name. That's why they sent up. But the guy was in the meeting. So how can you? I mean, when they make noise, it doesn't even make any sense. So, one and two, you can't add it together. You said it was an internal fighting. They sent a talk to come and to come and fight them. When the guy was actually in that meeting, can anybody make sense to me? So I was very, very, annoyed about people try to take about Obila, but thank God he is alive, But I get to show you, the tyranny we have in that country, the opposition will do anything, to truncate other people to the extent of causing violence. We see what's happening. We see what's happening in that country. What is the kind of person, like I'm sure said, we have a dodgy president that will do anything to remain in power. I mean, killing everywhere, Kwara State or whatever, they have completely sacrificed, Yoruba land right now, and nobody's saying something. He's not even saying something, and he's from there. But thank God the is alive, So we see what happens from there. I think I had a news that the South branch they have endorsed Amechi, but according to them, they denied it. So I don't even think that makes any sense because Amechi has no political capital. Why would they even make that nonsense? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, let me leave it at that, Dr. Damage.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Thank you, Comparable Facts. All right, Jefferson, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I don't know who's better, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me, first of all? Oh, okay. All right, so much is happening in the space. As regards the Israel and Iran, it has been a recurring situation. The war is, it just shows the level of carnage that's happening in the world, and of course, it's tied to a lot of prophecies. So, I don't want to dwell on that one. I want to concentrate because Nigeria is our country. So let's bring it to our local space. So the assassination on Obi, to me, I just feel that APC as a party doesn't have anything to offer. And why I say APC don't have anything to offer is because if you guys had followed, there was a podcast that happened in Honest Bunch between Sheila and Idris. I can tell you for a fact that Sheila embarrassed himself on the television. Idris, I don't know Idris from Adam, but the moment I watched that podcast, I was heavily impressed with the guy because he brought out facts and disclaimers against Sheila on issues that are happening in the country. When he made mention, for instance, one of them is when he made mention of, Nigeria is safe since 10 years. I was like, wow, safe? That brought a lot of controversies. And of course, the same Sheila that made that statement had to come out to counter the claim because he was stepping on to, you see, Nigeria have been safe, that, they have been providing security, providing stuff. The bottom line is that the party as a whole that claim to want to bring something new, it doesn't really have nothing to offer. They don't have nothing to offer. And they were supposed to have addressed the issue of political violence. A reasonable government, they are supposed to protect life and property. They are not there to come and because at the end of the day, where are we going all of this? And the nation, there's no sense of direction whatsoever. Attacking Obi now will have brought another dimension to it. It only shows, all this that's happening only shows how debate we are as a people in the current Nigerian space. So let me just speak on the, let me even leave Umahi because his own drama is too much. In the issue of the new IGP, new IGP, of course, there's nothing wrong in promoting in the issue of the new IGP. I feel there was a fair play here. Don't forget, the same thing happened in the issue of Control General, and I can't remember if we ever had an Igbo Control General since the Civil War. When we talk of balance politics, we need to balance things the way they are. Some people will say, why am I speaking like this? Nigeria is for everybody. right? And Nigeria should be seen not beyond tribe. It should not be seen beyond tribe. Everybody is inclusive in the project. You see, Frank Uba had been a very, very vocal police officer, and he served in the force, and he was not due for retirement. But because of political interest, of course, we also the whole thing went to. They have to start to because at the end of the day, everything was all aligned to the body language of who is in power. And that is why we cannot actually break out from that cycle today. And unfortunately, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed whatsoever. So, but from what we heard, he said that the guy is equally good. We're only hoping that he will do what he needs to do as a police officer to protect life and property, rather than trying to be dance to the body language of the presidency. So I don't know where we are heading. As far Tinubu being sick and having cancer, well, nobody wishes anybody sick, but I mean, it's all best known to them. My own is that if the government cannot do what they are supposed to do, they're only going to keep on running in circle. And that's just all I have to say for now. Thank you.
All right, Jefferson, thank you so much. Mazi Opara, let's expand this conversation. You can talk about Obi, whatever you want to talk about, what happened in Edo, but also, I also want us to expand it to cover a little bit of the ADC, the opposition in general. They're now complaining that the new electoral reform, that it wasn't good. They were given 30 days, I believe, to find, to give them digital register of members of their party. They said they needed more time. The fact that the election is being shifted towards January, February. So anywhere you want to take it, but you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Dr. There's what you said briefly, that Nigerians don't know that white people don't like us. I disagree. Do we like ourselves in Nigeria?
Oh no, that's a different thing. But do people at home, people you know, do they know? Do they believe that they don't know? They have no way of knowing.
Yeah, but we that we're living here, are we? Is that notion the same thing? I don't think so.
The two things can be right,
Yeah.
that there is really.
Yeah. But
Okay.
the way you said is like, oh, they don't want us, they hate us. I don't believe so. We hate ourselves more than they do hate us.
Yeah, you can be right. Okay.
That's the way.
No, I 100% disagree. Is it because they are shining their teeth?
Oh,
tell them, no, okay, you know what? Tell a white person, right, to protest against their government taking advantage of other people that brings the immigrants that they don't like. Because that creates a solution to all this anti-immigrant protest. Because if their country is not exploiting other people, right, then they won't have immigrants, right? Now, show me one, or no, you know what? Show me 5 white people in all the white countries combined together. 5 white people that have ever protested against their government taking advantage and creating immigrants. Just 5 people out of all the white nations. Just tell me 5 white people that have ever fought for that.
Fought for what? So I didn't hear you very well.
Fought against the exploitation that is creating immigration.
Of course.
Just 5 people now.
I mean, excuse me. I know that I'm talking about the country I lived in. Okay. Germany has been, protesting against what the European Union is doing.
Who is that? Who are those people?
Are you trying to ask me this question? I'm telling you what I.
Rudolph, what are we doing right now, for goodness sake?
We can barely hear you. We can't really hear you.
All right. Mazi, okay. Go ahead, speak. Let me see.
Yeah. Can you hear me better?
Okay, yeah.
What I'm telling you, that there are organizations, even in EU countries, that always fought their government, from stopping people from coming into European Union through the Mediterranean Sea. And there are many. Most of them even bought boats trying to help these people who are swimming through the Mediterranean Sea into Europe. A lot of them are doing this. They are encouraging their people and the government to allow these people to come in. The European Union.
I don't think you got
Sorry, let him finish. Let him finish so that we can.
Either he didn't get my question or he's diverting the question.
I'm not diverting your question. I'm answering what you asked me.
Okay.
So let me continue.
Yeah.
The ADC something with these people they're not serious, and that is what I'm saying, that the Nigerian polity is so corrupt that these people, they cannot come together. Even the so-called APC that are together, this is marriage of convenience. Not that they are there for you and me or for other Nigerians. No, they're there for themselves. ADC cannot come together because of their selfish interest, and the government knows their weak point. That's why they are making sure that these people do not come together. Coming to what happened in Edo State is a very sorry state. And I have heard a lot of people, even on national television, even on national radio, saying that if something had happened to Obi, nothing will happen. This is to tell you the way they look at you as an Igbo man. They know that you are nothing, because they know that if something happened, nothing will happen. Peter Obi, but no, God forbid, if something happened to him today, tomorrow, nothing will happen, because they know that we are weak people. They know that Igbo people are weak. For example, few days before that happened, we was in Edo State. They even, what do you call it, red carpet for him to walk on. I mean, we cannot happen to Wike. I think, if assuming that Atiku was there, this thing wouldn't have happened. But they look at you as an Igbo man. They know that you are useless. They know that you have no class. That is why they can do such thing. And as we speak, no government official, federal government, has condemned it. I was listening to Jimmy Disu on a radio. He asked his fellow Yoruba guy, Sadiq, what would have happened if P2B was attacked and something happened to him? This young man Sadiq said nothing will happen. Jimmy Disu asked him again, are you sure? He said nothing will happen. This is the way they look at you as an Igbo man, and know that you are worthless. All this grammar we speak here, they don't see us as part of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before Sully speaks, Amaz, not for you to respond, because in Nigerian history, if you follow Nigerian history, you know that a lot of people were died and nothing, essentially what we call nothing happened. Yaradua, Abiola, of course, and
but
hold on. Let me finish. There's one.
Bola Tinubu.
Yeah, and others. And no, the one that I wanted to point out was what happened to El Rufai. If El Rufai was not picked up and locked up, people would have said, yeah, because El Rufai is.
But doctor, that is a different thing. I'm talking about somebody who his life was attempted, and nobody, no condemnation, no condemnation. When Giwa was killed, you saw the outpour. I was not a baby then. I saw the outpour. Yaradua, you saw what happened. Abiola, you saw what happened. Nigeria almost went to what they call it now, to second civil war. There's no comparison here. Government has not said anything. Even Igbo leaders, none of them have said, what the heck is going on here? I blame Igbo leaders because we have none. They are just a bunch of cowards.
All right.
Betrayers.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Sully Ernest. We're talking about OB, ADC,
So nothing is going to happen to Obi. You understand that the governor is just a reckless tout that is a placeholder. So he doesn't even understand most of the things that he's doing. So all those things that happened, the amount that he makes, the shenanigans, somebody put him there now. The person put an illiterate there that he can control. And you are there acting like somebody did an orchestrated, masterminded a plan, this thing. It's just touts being touts, and Obi just happens to be there. Nothing is going to trust me. That's it to scatter. Obi is part of them. You understand? He just has the ability. He has the good perception. He didn't do as terrible as the other governors. So you think that it's not part of them. if Tinubu should come there and Tinubu should give him position, that is a very, very sweet position. After I lose this 2027 election, Obi will join. Obi will join. So,
not like
okay,
that.
what does he have to lose? He has everything to gain. He has at that point, he has everything to gain.
A long time ago.
All right. You see, is that perception again that makes you think that he is one of you? You understand, but he's not. But you understand. You will never agree now until they disappoint you.
Why didn't he join Buhari at the time? And then is it Tinubu is going to join?
Like I said, at that point, any sane thinking human being will say, "What am I fighting for again?" You know, he has everything to lose with you, and what does he have to gain with siding with you? You would have lost 2027 election already. What are you going to offer him? What more can you offer him? Nothing, neither. Zilch. APC has everything to offer him. So why would he say no?
Have the government coffers. That's all they have.
You do understand that Obi did not.
That's all they have. Remove it. What do they have to offer?
All right. Let me explain to you why Obi did not fight for his votes when he probably won the last election. Because Obi cares more about his businesses than he cares about you. He's not going to scatter the country and scatter his own business just because of poor Nigerians. Yeah, poor Nigerians. Yeah, you see the majority of you as poor Nigerians anyways. So he's definitely not going to fight for his votes. If they rig him again, he's not going to destroy his business just because of poor Nigerians. That is the reality on ground. It's the same way some of you have some delusional thinking of this is a religious battle between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, it's just somebody just trying not to go to court. So they all rile you up in some kind of perceived, you think you are doing the right thing. You think it's your will, it's your birthright. This is your point. This is your position in life. This is what you were born for. Meanwhile, you are just fighting for somebody's interest. If you cannot follow where the money is, somebody will always lead you into their own battle. And they love to see you fight for them for free. Even if your fight is not affecting them, they love your moral support. You understand? What is your leverage at that point? Nothing. I don't understand how you expect somebody to be fighting for you when you have nothing to offer them. I don't see the logic. It's not weighing up. It's not really weighing up. So Obi will do his own. By the time they come out, you see, Atiku is going to be that flag bearer. You know, unless you are brand new to Nigeria, I don't understand how you think Obi is going. Atiku, that self-centered man, drop down for Obi, a Southerner, a Christian, blood of Jesus. So it's that delusion, you know. We just feel like we hope we get it better. If you really want to change Nigeria, all the things that you are talking about, integrity, all these things, you go for Sowore, because that is a clear opposite of what you want. This guy comes with morals. Do you know how many opportunities he has had to go and join these people in power? And he said no. He sided with the poor people. How many poor people have Obi fought for? How many? Has he gone in the trenches for you poor Nigerians? No. He will never get his sandals or his shoe dirty for you poor Nigerians. Or powerless Nigerians. If some of you are not poor, powerless Nigerians. He has never done that before. He will never do it because you are not in his class. Most of you will never be in his class. Majority, 99% of his supporters will never be in his class. So why will he dump his class for you? You have nothing to offer him. And he has no strategy. So what is this sanctimonious, and then again, I blame religion, because if not for religion, we will not be having all this sanctimonious, baseless, without leverage kind of superstition going on in our mind. If we are really fixated on reality without religion, what is your leverage? What do you have to offer him? Nothing. You're suffering. You want him to inherit your suffering.
All right. Thank you, Sally.
When Obi is not Jesus. So please, let's face reality. Support Sowore. None of you have anything to lose, but it's a lie. Some of you want to still benefit from corruption. You don't want total collapse of corruption. You still have something that you still want to benefit from it before it fully goes away. So it's that thing that you are truly holding on to, but you don't want to say the truth. That is why you don't want a corrupt, free Nigeria. You don't want to see your oppressors go to jail. You don't want to see them punished. You just want to see them excused while you are trying to struggle and get your own piece of the national cake quickly before everything goes back to reset. You have no long-term plan for your visionary Nigeria. You just have your short-term
Well, working at all or not.
So Obi is not fighting for you. You have nothing to offer him. You are not in his class.
Solid, thank you so much.
please give him 10 more minutes. Give him 10 more minutes.
Let me say this before Imperial apologies you speak. I'm getting a lot of knocks from people, even on my phone. I'm getting, this is your worst moderation. Redeem yourself, from several people. But what I'm also sensing is that a lot of people are interested in hearing from people they like. And anybody they don't like is, why are you letting the person talk? So I'm enjoying it. Okay, Imperial apologies, go ahead.
I would have been angry with you if you did not address me properly. So first of all, a little chiming on Middle East. The last time we had a problem, the last two times I can remember, 1970 something, 78, we had a problem there. Nigeria made money. And then 1993, when Bush Jr. went there, Nigeria made money. So there's money to be made. If Iran doesn't work, hopefully Nigeria can take advantage. Like, I'm praying that Canadian oil sells so that my taxes can be reduced. That's all I'm interested in right now. Somebody asked if I've showered. I haven't. We don't have hot water. So if you can send me that hot water, I'll rush to the shower right now and go and do it. Please, for those who are accusing Dadiwa wrongly, I am here this morning to defend Dadiwa.
Who is that?
They know.
Oh, okay.
Those who are praying that Dadiwa should have cancer, shame on you, back to sender. And we should stop accusing everything on Dadiwa. This is the way you Nigerians, every little problem, it is the devil. The devil is always responsible for all your problems. Dadiwa is not responsible for what happened in Edo State. Dadiwa has bigger issues to fry. Edo State, who is Obi that Dadiwa will be worried about? Obi? The one that he beats in judiciary, beats in INEC? What is it? When Dadiwa did not have power, Dadiwa got power. Is it now that Dadiwa has power, that Dadiwa cannot use the power well? What are you guys talking about? I don't like it. People should stop this. Everything is not the fault of Dadiwa. That's the only reason why I came here, Rudolph. I don't like this abusing. It's not right. Leave Dadiwa alone. He is doing a good job. I'm very pained that Sheyin Law, after all we gave him to go and defend Dadiwa, he didn't do a good job. I'm not happy at all. I am not happy at all. This is nonsense. Please, Rudolph, you should remove your Dadiwa's mouth should stay off your mouth.
You don't chop corn.
Off your mouth. I don't like it. That's the reason why I came here this morning. Please, and for those who are good citizens, pray for Dadiwa. In case he has cancer, Dadiwa must come back. Dadiwa must continue until 3031.
Is that the new date? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes? What are you talking about?
I thought they were saying 16 years.
Oh, okay. In fact, I actually am going there. I actually am going there. After that, we need to make sure that Cameroon is a small joke. Nigeria must outpace Cameroon, outpace Equatorial Guinea, outpace, where else do we have somebody that has been there for a long time? But please, Dadiwa is doing a fantastic job. I don't like it when everything that happens anywhere, you point fingers at Dadiwa. It's not right. People should stop it. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you so much. I wanted John Abba, but because he uses a very poor quality Wi-Fi, if you bring him up, somebody with a stronger Wi-Fi will knock him down. John Abba, welcome to the
show. Happening in my program. I wonder why.
It's because of that. His Wi-Fi is weak, you see?
I don't think so. You are trying to mock me because of I make jest of those your brother in Europe.
Who?
Most of your brother in Europe, when they come here, the only thing we see is their teeth in darkness. So don't know why you are saying that. The Wi-Fi is the discrimination in the highest level, even both physical and spiritual. There's nothing more than that. So, I'd go. Good afternoon, everybody, and it's nice to be here with you guys. Just a little chat with people. Sometime you try to behave yourself and uh, concord, even the person that I don't always agree with. In most cases, like Jago, I agree with his view today, and. And Soli is always my guy. So he's a very young, deep boy. You understand? And I don't even. But then come to what happened in either Edo or wherever it happened. I think it shouldn't be. But when you guys say APC, that confuses. APC is a party that they name after themselves or after something, or they name their people. So why? It's Nigerians. It's Nigerian elite. It's Nigerian politicians. It's the governor of Edo State. Is that Edo? Yeah. So adage in my place say that the water that come out of the fish mouth, that's what they used to cook it. So the governor have mentioned before that the place is not safe and all that, and it just happened that way. So call it what it is. The party thing, what about people in ADC? Some of them are not bad. So now you are going to say that tomorrow now ADC, it's ADC, and not the people. It's our system, it's our structure, it's our institutions that is not functioning. So if no one is all accountable, it's because of the institutions, police, and the other law enforcement apparatus that fail the Nigerian, plus those politicians that can do anything to win election, to intimidate people, to harass them. So I don't know why it's APC. APC is formed by the people. So you just don't say APC, and then that is it. Call the people that you know that are involved, so that you don't distance them from it. They're not going to sue you anyway. They don't even know you exist. So it's people that mistake. Oh, why do you? If you say it within their own parameter, they can arrest you or harass you. Why you say you are not? You're out of their reach. So why are you sugarcoating things or distance yourself from saying that is the governor and the other people there and say APC? Having said that Middle East issue, I don't want to get involved in it. I think we have our hand full in our country, struggling with what we are struggling. People are dying left and right, and we are not talking about it. Middle East and the power play. We are not even in the power play of the world. The whole African as a continent, we are not. We are very far from power or the geopolitics of the world. These are power people talking how to take over, how to manipulate, where to capture. African mind has been captured all the while, so there is no reason where we struggle. And I told you religion play part, but you guys think because you are used to it and you want to distance yourself from it, or because you are a Christian, you think you are that important and that your philosophy or your ideology of being a Christian is what helps you keep going. It's okay. Whether you are a Muslim and you should think that is what it is, it's also fine. But the reality is there. Let's go back to the root where nobody cheat anybody. We take them to the shrine. Let them go and swear. Thank you.
All right, Janava. Sometimes I wonder what you preach when you go to church. But let's go to KJ. KJ, you're next.
Honestly, I think also, I wonder, I don't think Jonaba is a pastor. I think he just deceiving us.
I've seen him with a Bible.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter now. You can because some of his views are but it's my brother. I can't deny him. And I used to eat okwebla in their place, so I can't refuse that I didn't eat okwebla there. So yes, I want to partially agree with Soli, and then also refuse partially. Peter B, if he wanted to join the gang, he would have done that a long time ago because he's losing a lot of money. I know his businesses are down. I know he has said in this program that he no longer have friends. His phone don't longer ring. At the airport, people don't even come near him because they fear to be identified with him in the public. So I think he has suffered enough damage that if he wanted to, he would have been able to, join the winning party, and it would be all uhuru, as they have offered other people so much money to join them, and those people have taken that money and joined the gang. I also said on this panel that if I was in Nigeria, probably I would have joined now, because there's no need. If we cannot beat them, we should join them. Since they want us to divide the country and divide the resources, let's keep dividing the resources and then let everybody, take care of their family. That's what we hear. That's what I hear. That's what happened in the FCT. And for anybody who is thinking that Nigeria is changing, whether we are talking from here till next year, some people come here and they are talking with so much gesticulation and they insult their fellow people, for whatever you say. I have come to agree with Rudolph. It's not going to change Nigeria tomorrow. So why do you come here and insult people? You can make your argument without necessarily insulting anybody, because none of your views will change whatever is going to happen tomorrow in Nigeria. Having said that, and I also agree with Disu. I listened to Tunji Disu program, and I listened to the young man who he asked what will happen. And I tend to agree with the young man what he answered. Nothing will happen. If Obi had died that day, nothing will happen. Nigeria will keep on going the way it's going. Those of us who grew up in the 80s, we knew, our fathers used to buy Newsworth magazine. We are one of those who they used to send every Saturday to go and stand in a newspaper stand to buy Newsworth magazine and bring. And we, of course, it was a big deal, just like Sahara Reporters was a big deal in sometime in Nigeria. It was a big deal. In fact, if you come to, everybody struggles to buy Newswatch. When the day that the morning, I remember the Saturday morning that we heard that this guy was dead, it was a shock. And we thought the whole Nigeria was going to collapse, We thought that everything was going to end, but nothing. Even the people who work with Delegiwa decided to say they didn't even know what happened to him. They never followed up that story. So I want to say this. I like Mr. B, and I said this before. If you think that politics you played earlier is going to work in the next election, you will be making a big mistake. And I want to put it straight because I don't want to talk from abstract. Let me tell you who that ordinary Wike defeated in the FCT election. He defeated Atiku, who campaigned for Moses Mo. He defeated Rotimi Amechi, who campaigned for Mo. He defeated Peter Obi, who campaigned for Moses Mo. He defeated Ireti Kingibe, who campaigned for Moses Mo. He defeated Solomon, the Senate guy, who campaigned for Mo. He put all of them put together, one single Wike, the Lord of Abuja, were able to put them in his pocket. What are people thinking? That eventually in the 2027 election, you will defeat them. All of you defeat. I'm sorry, I forgot one more. David Mark, general in the army, couldn't marshal that small city to even win common Amak that are full of elites. Common Amak. So we come and we are singing this. Nothing will happen. No, I don't tell Obi. I like him. I mean, he's a straightforward man. Somebody who they've investigated up and down. They can't find anything against him. Make he go enjoy his wife. I don't talk here many times. Enjoy his money. He's not going to make more money from being a president. The Nigerian situation does not require people like him. We don't like honest and straightforward people. And that is why people are now, you see, there's a campaign against Obi. It has been running in the internet for a while now. You say, look, you go price granite. Maybe to brand granite bitter. You need money, bring your money. People who are bringing money are those who stole from the system. Did he steal from you? Which money is he going to bring for you? You want the money he's using to do his business, maybe he can't run for you people to become your president to help you. You are wasting your time. If I was bringing shishi before, Toro, I no go bring. If people want to vote me, you vote me. If they don't want to vote me, you leave it. And I want to advise him, because this attempt is not going to be the last. Let him beef off his security. And let him beef off security. We know so many people. Look, you and I watched a general in the army begging for his life. They couldn't even retrieve his body. They told us nothing, nobody. A general, I'm saying a general with emphasis, redneck officer, whose mates are still there. Then you are talking of a bloody civilian. What are we saying? We have lost a country. That's why Chinwe Achebe was one of the prophets of our time, but we forgot. Many years ago said there was a country. Now that time the country there, now just a geographical location, all of us they roll around. If not, tell me, nobody has made any concrete statement concerning what is going on. Instead, sideliners are brought in to make comments. You should be careful. Let him not do this. We have been warning him. He's going everywhere. My brothers, make una open our eye. You see, that's why I said on this channel, I no longer engage in international politics, because in my own very before, we are falling apart. We are falling apart in every direction. Even the little democracy we enjoyed have been eroded away. The crime now in Nigeria doesn't mean once you can do it, you can get away with it. Of course, you guys follow the news. You know what happened with David Umahi. Is still there. That's all. If not for Shore, that woman would have been locked up. That case will never come up. And then some people come here, they come and insult Shore. If not for Shore, that woman will be sitting locked up for the next maybe 3 years. Nobody go hear our case. So let's be mindful. Let's open our mind wider and know that we are dealing with a very serious situation in our hand in our own country. Thank you, sir.
All right, Kejo, thank you. Dexter, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, everybody here. I think one of the things we should also when we are speaking, I think sometimes we should listen to ourselves. You know, the biggest fear is that the young generation of Nigeria don't actually understand what good leadership is and how to even get good leadership. So we are actually facing an existential crisis, you know, and the value system of Nigerians of the next generation is horrible. Just follow, if you follow what trends among the in quotes, the young leading people of Nigeria today, you will realize that there is absolutely no value system. Imagine a child that is kidnapped and is kidnapped for 20 days. Some of us are living in same climes. So imagine your child that is under 10, under 12, being kidnapped, kept in custody for 20 days. They release them. After 2 days, they kidnap them again. Right there in the den of the kidnappers, they are seeing other children being killed, being unalived. Do you know what it does to the mental psychology? We don't seem to appreciate the horror situation we are in Nigeria. That's the way I see it, and where many of us come, and that's why it is a shame that some of us spend so much time trying to study the geopolitics of other countries, other regions. Do you know the horror that is happening in Nigeria, in what you call your country today? So a child that was kidnapped, children are kidnapped in that cycle. What is their mindset of leadership? Do they understand what sane leadership is? And so, for somebody to come here and speak narrative that Obi was not an assassination, it tells you the level to which we have degraded the value of life in Nigeria. That it was even imagined and thought of. We are not even, some people are not even condemning the act. No, people are just trivializing it. It shows that life has no value. Now, the white man is not our problem. We are our own problem. Because we don't have high value systems for ourselves. If people can be unalived in tens and hundreds, and it is not causing us to mourn and to protest, good leadership is not just, why do you think you deserve good leadership? Whether Obi comes out or not, it's not for Obi. We shouldn't be thinking, oh, it's for him. No. The reason why many people supported Obi is because he represented a new breed. He represented something different from the old order. You know, if you read the book The Prince, you will understand that when the people are responsible for putting somebody in power, then they can hold that person accountable. Today, the people in leadership, the people are not responsible for putting them in power. Chidi Odekalu was success when he said it. Tinubu doesn't need the people to be president. All he needs is the INEC chairman and the judiciary. That's all. And if this thing is not causing us to grieve, maybe some of us here, you are insane clients. You are insane clients, you know, where you can go around, you can hold people accountable, you can talk, but you don't realize that the young child growing up in Nigeria, the 8-year-old, the 12-year-old, what is the orientation? Some of you are insane clients where a small child can talk back to you. A small child can talk back to you and tell you, please, hands off, back off. And you can't do anything. But in Nigeria, somebody that is a director cannot tell a minister, you are doing something wrong. Some of you are insane crimes whereby if somebody is a minister does something wrong, you that is, if you're a civil servant there, you can write against that thing that minister has done, and the minister will be sacked straight away. But you don't you cannot, you don't seem to comprehend. And tomorrow, some people will come and speak the narrative that, oh, it is the white people, it is the white people. No, you don't seem to comprehend that you are deprecating the value system of your own country. It's going down and you don't care about it, but you are in the same crimes. You are in the same place where you can have accountability. It's in your own home. And then tomorrow, when things get bad, you will look for who to blame and not take responsibility. That it was even conceived. That look, the governor to even come and try to debunk it and to spin the narrative tells you how low we have gone as a people. Thank you.
May I have a quick question for you, because you said Obi came with something different. Please, how is coming with El Rufai that worked with Tinubu to get elected and now bringing him to your party any different? Or what is the difference between the people that Obi is working with and the people that Tinubu is working with? Because this glaring difference that you saw, please educate me. I want to know what is so different that he brought that is different from what Tinubu is doing.
Thank you, Soli. Let me first help you answer that question. When Obi, in quotes, won the election the last time, good men like you and I, why didn't we say this injustice cannot stand?
Because I don't support Obi.
No.
The person that said the injustice does not stand, did you stand by him?
No,
you stood by the person that is surrounded by criminals. He left his criminal party just to enter another criminal party with his criminal friends that he left the previous criminal party.
What you are saying?
He now didn't stop there. He now added some criminals from APC to now add to his new criminal party. That's the difference. The person that has been fighting for your justice since, anytime we mention his name, it's like we're pouring acid inside your ear. You don't want to even hear it at all. Your own is
sorry.
Somebody was working with criminals.
Sorry.
Wait now.
Okay, hold on, guys. I think it's not working out well for us if you two are talking this way. I'm actually worried about time. We have done an hour and 15 minutes extra. We have to round it up. So before Jagun speaks, I'm not
going to do rant.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
What I'm waiting for.
That's what I'm trying to get to, so that we can do that. So I have Jagun, I have Christians for Epstein and forefathers, and then we do rant. So let's quickly, reserve your comment, find a way to modify it into a rant. Go ahead, Jagun. You're muted, Jagun.
Are you saying that we should begin our rant now?
If you want to.
No. I would like to rant, obviously. But I want to speak about Obi's situation.
Okay.
Since 2023, when a good many of us had hope renewed for Nigeria via Obi, me personally, I was rather persuaded into Obi's scenario and what he was suggesting for Nigeria. So much so that I think if Obi had won, I would have been back in Nigeria by now. Having said that, from the fact that we all may agree, or some of us may not agree, that the election was rigged and Obi was rigged out of his position. Since then, the opposition that he himself has made has been next to zero. And the best way he was able to put an opposition together was to join the ADC, which for me is that you went in to join those who were against you, which is to me a strategy that I have never understood. And I don't say that I understand Nigerian politics because it's full of tomfoolery as far as I'm concerned. But he went there and I said, okay, you joining them, let's see what happens. As I said, there's no way that Atiku is going to bend for Obi. So again, I believe it's another fooled example of positioning. So when he's gone there now, and he can see that he's the one working, and nobody else is working as he is working, I'm wondering what's going on in your mind. When the so-called obedience were raging at the time of the rigged election, that they should come on the streets, he was the one who told them not to. Strategy failure, as far as I'm concerned. He's calming down a situation that he doesn't seem to understand what would benefit him and how to strategize the populace of Nigerians to gather more behind him in order for him to win an election. With all these levels of shenanigans, I see him as the same as everybody else, just another politician. In fact, we can understand that if he had come through in the election of 2023, because of the weakness of the Labour Party which he was carrying, they wouldn't have been able to run a very good campaign in the 4 years of any governance. He just would not have. He wouldn't have been allowed to run the country in such a way that will benefit the Nigerians. Now, even worse, there is no opposition in that country. Tinubu has run rings around every political class in that country. He's run rings around them. Fundamentally, Tinubu, if there is an election in 2027, Tinubu is going to win hands down because there is nobody else in the country with the kind of power that he has. A law has been passed in Nigeria that makes rigging legitimate. There is no INEC, nothing in state that would put rigging out of law. So that's going to take place, and the persons with the most money is going to win, and that is Tinubu. I'm not sure if you're aware that Tinubu is now the second richest man in Nigeria. Within the 3 years that he's been running that country, he's now the second richest man in Nigeria. We have to really pay attention to the rubbish that is going on in that nation. And the fact that most of us are here just talking. We're talking all of our opinions and it doesn't matter. It's all nonsense. Look at what is on ground. What is on ground is that there is no opposition. Tinubu is going to win the next election if we have one. And all of our voices are put to mute, given the fact that we are powerless. And as a people, a Nigerian people, we don't have the backbone to take power back. So I'll leave it there until my rant. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Christians for Epstein, please make it quick. 2 minutes if you can.
Well, definitely, because I think everybody said everything that I was going to say, which is actually nothing. If it's about the assassination, I haven't seen any evidence that an assassination attempt occurred aside from videos and someone holding up 4 shells that were not even spent. They weren't even spent shells. And I saw a blowout, or what is supposed to be a blowout, of the back windshield, maybe one on the left passenger side, maybe because the camera didn't pan that way. So I really don't know. And I'm not interested in speaking on conjectures, rumors, or suppositions. So having said that, let someone else speak, because I haven't had any evidence, and I haven't heard anybody provide any succinct evidence that there really was an assassination attempt.
All right.
They shoot. This is what they shot. You see, this is what APC did here, in front of Chief Oyegun's house. This is what APC did. So you guys should know that 2027 is not going to be. 2027 is not going to be a child play. Look at what they did.
All right, let's go. I think we have finally forefathers and forefathers. Go ahead. Eyes on, I think. Forefathers. Okay, he's gone. Let's go to eyes on. Hi.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. So we're talking about Obi's attack. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, if we're not going to call this an assassination attempt, then what are we going to call this? A couple of prominent Nigerian politicians got together in Edo State, in Benin City, I think GRA, and decided to have a meeting, and someone came and started shooting guns at them. And they had to move locations. So they shot at the gate, they shot at the car. There are claims that some people were actually injured. So if they were shooting at these people in a very, very exclusive area of Benin City, what was the intention if it was not an assassination attempt? Now, the argument that we can make is we don't know who is responsible. But what we do know from eyewitness testimony, from the reports that were filed with the police, is that there were gunshots that were fired at these people. And what baffles me the most is why has whomever is in charge of the Nigerian police force at this point, why have they not come out with a statement? Why has there not been some kind of public outcry from this government, considering the status of the people that were shot at, regardless of whether or not they are political opponents? That's irrelevant. Because today it might be Obi and Oyegun, tomorrow it could be someone else in APC. So there are a lot of things here that have happened in just watching the series of events after this shooting, and you look at the reactions, and they're very worrying in that sense. So we'll see. Maybe I might be wrong. Maybe they might come out with statements this week, stating the investigation that has taken place and how they're going to bring the perpetrators to book. But let me say this about Peter Obi. The last election, I was a Peter Obi supporter because I believe that he was the best of the bunch. This election as well, I'm watching him, and if I was to go by a default stance, I would say he seems to be the best of the bunch. But I will say this, a couple of concerns. One is, considering the stance he has taken as being an arbiter of good governance without corruption, why join a party that is filled to the rafters of individuals that have a long history of corrupt acts? And then I went back and I watched the town hall or the interview that Obi had with Osibanjo when he was running as presidential candidate for Atiku Abubakar. I think her name is Zainab Ahmed, the reporter that held. And I listened carefully, and I watched Peter Obi defend taking Anambra State money and putting it into a fund where he had a personal interest. And the way he defended it was not the same attitude of the Peter Obi I'm looking at now. Now, I've done research and I've looked through budget reports, and I've seen what Obi did in Anambra, how he was praised. This was long before he ran for office. So he was praised for his work in Anambra State in boosting the economy and improving education. But in watching that town hall and looking at his attitude, and then fast forwarding to today and watching him hail Atiku as his big brother and look at everything, it brings to my mind that there are some difficult questions that they need to pose to Peter Obi that have not yet been asked yet. The Panama Papers. Obi needs to be sat down and tell everyone, you want to be president, a lot of us support you, but you have to answer these questions. What happened there? What occurred? And how will you defend it? That's one. Two, there's a case of $200 million that got missing in Anambra State that supposedly went to his account. I want an explanation as someone that supports him. I would like to know, did that go to your personal account or not? Because when I talk to my friends that are Asiwaju supporters, they bring these things up. And as much as I support him, at the end of the day, I think these are questions you must answer because you want to go into a position where you're championing good governance and you're fighting corruption. Because the last thing any of us want that are so-called obedient is to get behind another person that gets into office and immediately changes his jacket and looks like the same crop of politicians that we've seen from day one. So those are the key things that I think Obi needs to answer. I'm not sure if our media will ever bring him to that point where he has to answer those questions. Hopefully, Dr. Damages, you can get him on, and I know you will. But it doesn't seem likely that those are the questions. We all know Atiku Abubakar is never going to answer those questions. We know Atiku Abubakar is the same person that said, when they asked him why he's going abroad to get treatment, he said, do you want me to die? You want me to stay in Nigeria and die? We know Atiku Abubakar that Obasanjo called a thief. We know Atiku Abubakar that said he's going to give our oil infrastructure and our steel infrastructure to his friends. And when they asked him about it, he said, who do you want me to give? People I don't know. So it's clear who he is. But Peter Obi is the one that seems to garner the most traffic, the most grassroots support. And we need him to answer these questions. Not because we don't want to support him, because if he answers the questions, here's what might happen. He might answer the question and I'll say, yes, that's why I support you. Or he may not answer the questions properly and I'll say, I'm glad I dodged the bullets. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you so much. Forefathers, you are the last. If each time I bring him in, he goes off. All right, let's start ranting. Let me start with, who wants to start? Jagun, it appears as if you are ready. So let's start with you.
Thank you, fair enough.
2 minutes, everybody, so we can finish.
My own rant is like this, to be honest. It won't be that long. 2027 is, as an election year, it's not supposed to happen. It's simply not supposed to happen. It happening is the same waste of time all over, waste of time and waste of money all over again. There is going to be no change for the country, no change for the people. Nigeria doesn't seem to understand where it stands in the world and in the greater scheme of things. Whilst we are a poor and wretched nation, and we've been so for, since 1999, really and truly, what progress has been made? What progress has really been made? We could have had 50 Dubais in Nigeria by now, if we are a progressive nation, if we're really thinking about regenerating our spirit, our mind, our economy, and so forth. Nigeria is supposed to be the top 5 economy in the world, but we are in one lowly position of 30-something or whatever it might be at the moment, which is incredible given the state that the country is actually in, that we are even positioned so high. And when there is no politics that makes sense in a nation like Nigeria, yet still the economy seems to come back, not in the benefit of the people, but just in terms of global numbers, we are still there when we're not supposed to be in any 30th position as a global economy. The fact is we are still, all of us know that we are underperforming, and that we are sacrificing generation upon generation in the fact that we are not moving forward, in the fact that things are getting tighter and tougher for anybody who call themselves a Nigerian. So my rant really is that we, as a people, if we do not take power, if we do not have the courage, the fortitude, the authority to take power back from criminals and thieves and vagabonds, if we do not do that, we have nothing to argue about. We have to appreciate ourselves as slaves of a nation. And our mentality is a mentality of slave-like people. We have to admit that that's who we are, because we're not doing anything about it as people. We know that we're living under corruption. We know that corruption is the only thing that works in that country. Yet still, we are following the edicts of a corrupt governance. And if we continue doing that, our name is gone as a people of any strength. We can see in the world today, Nigeria is trending. Nigerian people, Nigerian culture, Nigerian food, Nigerian music, all of these things are trending. Nigerian sophistication in terms of the professional class that we have globally, we are there, yet our country is nowhere. This has got to suggest something to us. It's got to suggest something. It's got to tell us that we as a people have a good degree of dignity within our souls, yet our government is soulless. That's the problem. That is the problem. If we attack that problem, we can win. If we don't, we return and remain slaves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagan, for that. Imperial apologies.
Yes. First of all,
That my guy, come change his name to Protest. I don't know what to do.
First of all, to Azon, I'm just going to say this, and then you can go make whatever meaning you can make out of it. The Democratic Party produced Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. Jimmy Carter is the closest in American politics to ever be clean. Since that time, I leave that to you. So when we were discussing this Palestinian Iran thing earlier, people kept talking religion. But I just ran into a video. Unfortunately, if I had a ability, I would have played it for us to see. What I'm trying to say is, for those who always come here and they say one religion is the Epstein's group of people, the other one is a group of people, of fantastic people. So please help me understand, why is it that terrorists and a particular religion loves virgins a lot? They say now that for them to release people held hostage, give us virgins. They are so in love with virgins. You know, I don't know. Tell me, is it something I'm missing? Because the heaven I was told to go was to do a righteous work. But some people's heaven, they say they have to do some virgin thing. You know, there's always this, they love virgins. So maybe you need to help me, because I'm struggling to know that the other one that enhanced education and enhanced all this, which you will not agree, that's fine. But the other one loves virgins. Everything about them. Right now, anybody who is kidnapped somewhere, I have the video. They have been threatening that if you don't send them 5 virgins, they won't release those people. Biko no guam. Let me speak it in Igbo. What is it about loving virgins? That one particular group, they love virgins a lot. That's the route to their heaven. I am yet to understand that. And then for our Mr. Peter Obi, you know, when Prince came here, I said we have a bunch of lazy opposition. Let me narrow it down. ADC is a lazy party. Very lazy party, full of lazy people. I'm surprised that a man like David Mark, who has formerly been a senator, a military man, is behaving like a Lilliputian. He can't come out and use his military strategy to checkmate APC. I'm surprised that a man as astute as Atiku, vice president, been running for president for many years, is there, and Baba Shakwe is the one trouncing him anyhow. You know what, Rudolph? We should just sell Nigeria to our imperial lords. I am advocating for the imperials. The imperials have tried. At least the imperials give you Rudolph as a name. The imperials give many people here who have Jefferson and co. All of us are in imperial land, enjoying imperial privileges, and yet we don't want the imperial people to continue. You people are not serious. Thank you. That's my rant.
All right. Thank you.
I do mine, so I can get on with it.
Go ahead. I'll bring you back.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
Chief, thank you for saying that, because somebody was talking about how Wiki defeated all the candidates in Abuja. If you live in England or in America and you watch what happened in that election and you call it the election, I mean, I'm sorry. If you here and watched that what happened in Abuja and you're giving Wiki credit, I mean, that is to show you how hypocritical we are. And somebody's talking about there is no rape in other religion than, excuse me, it's very sad. We live in a very, very hypocritical world. We are not telling ourselves the truth. I grew up in the north, where you see this malam that teaches these young people madrasas. Go and see what is called sexual abuse, and nobody's talking about it. Somebody's coming here saying it's only in Christianity. If a Christian is a rapist, call him out. But don't hide that your own religion is not doing it. It's absurd. And again, Peter, we have told you before, and I'm repeating it again. Any Igbo man, whether you are like Jesus Christ, who thinks that you are going to make Nigeria great, you are going to win an election, make Nigeria great, you are living in denial. Nigeria, first and foremost, Nigeria will not allow you to become the president of Nigeria. Secondly, if you become, are you going to change the whole, Kano has 44 local government, Jigawa has 34. These two states, they have almost, more than local government in the whole Igbo land. Are you going to scrap those things and make it equitable? Are you going to create another state for Igbo people, making it at least 6? So this OB is the problem. Is not even the presidency. They're not even talking the issue. Make this country equitable. Make it for everybody. And P2P is running around talking about how he will change that. He's not going to change anything. Nigeria is on as we speak. In fact, even Tinubu is even the person that's going to change that if there will be any change. Because what he's doing today, they never expected it. Because the Muslim ticket, they never accepted it. That Tinubu could be so mean to the so-called Arewas. Go and listen to their malams. I mean, their checks. Yesterday was Friday. They are running courses on anybody who is going to vote any Muslim again, because they said that the Muslim was a disaster for them, and it is also a disaster for the northern Nigeria. So this is my rant that P2B should just calm down. Nigeria, if they want to make Nigeria, governable, they should, make a new law, make presidential rotational, make it constitutional. Otherwise, they will tell you that Igbos have no numbers. Democracy is about numbers. But yet, if there's an election, they will rig election. They won't even conduct a free and fair election. Let us know who wins election. Look at last election. Look at what happened everywhere. And they'll tell you Igbos don't know how to do this. They don't have the numbers. Let us do a clean election. Let us conduct what they call it now, census, and let us know the people who are more than others. Thank you, Doctor. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Apara. Prophetess, we're ranting now, so.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I don't know, this idea that people should not talk because their word cannot change things, I find that a little bit fatalistic, like you say, don't bother what you say. Because there's this concept of the butterfly effect, whereby little things can make big differences. In a system, even if the system is at the size of the universe, as long as it is balanced, even a single puff of wind can change it. So we cannot necessarily underestimate the change an individual can make when they are saying things. So I'm not sure it's something to be encouraging people to be saying, telling them whatever they say is not going to make any difference. That's this one. And Regarding this virgin stuff, I don't know where it's coming from, but if you look at it, even Christianity have it now. Where do you think Virgin Mary came from? And if you look at the story of Christianity, it's replete with virgins. And this is the problem. There was one lady that was ranting against this, what they call it, patriarchy. Because she said they are obsessed with the young and the virgins. And that why are we surprised to be hearing of Jeffrey Epstein? Because this is the kind of stuff they've been doing down the ages. We heard about the priest scandal, stuff like that. So it's something that has been going on. The priests are not exactly seeking the kind of guys that are parading in Pride Parade in San Francisco. They always look for the young ones. You see what I mean? So let's not start casting aspersions when our own I just feel that some people should be a little bit more self-aware. That's what I'm saying. And regarding the Yobi assassination, for my own take, I think I am more in line with what Izon said, because you can't take assassination for granted or act as if it's nothing. Assassination attempt. Because if it was an actual assassination, we could be facing a crisis here. And crisis means people could lose their lives, and it's a serious thing. And for that state is not necessarily a stronghold of ADCs. And the governor has threatened P2B before. So I don't know for the life of me why we take all these things for granted, because the way I look at it is that it still affects Nigerians. And the Nigerians that are busy minding their business, that don't have any, they don't necessarily know what is going on at the top. And for me, the top echelon of the Nigerian society, especially the political class, they are basically the same group that are being controlled by a similar group of people, foreign interest. And the question is the flavor that they are coming with. Sometimes one will come in and prefer the other flavor. It's like ice cream, but they are all working for the same people. And for whatever reason, they have not deemed P2B worthy yet, so they prefer the Jagaban, the Kurole man that is willing to welcome everybody and everything and do everything to make himself ingratiate himself to the foreign leaders. Because every time he does everything is to please them. He never opposes anything. He never says, stop, don't do this. The only thing they've actually stopped is those Trump refugees or deportees that they wanted to bring to Nigeria. That was the only thing they've actually rejected. Obviously, they know that Nigerians will not accept it. So that's partly why they rejected it. That said, his prospect of winning the elections in Nigeria has always been in the hands of the opposition to an extent. And for the life of me, if I didn't know better, I would think the opposition was working for him. Because the moment he ascended towards the office, the opposition disintegrated into 4 pieces. And since he's been in office, they remained disintegrated. And they refuse to come together. They simply refuse. Even out of their own greed, they refuse. So that tells you something. Maybe this whole thing is all being controlled somehow. And their puppeteers are telling them, let him go. That's the ordained guy. Let him do what he wants to do. And if you try to get in his way, we are going to empower him to do whatever he wants to do with you. We all know they tap each other's phone. They listen to each other all the time. They know how to undermine each other the way they see fit. And we all know the current president is easy to undermine, easy to compromise, because he has a lot of debt. And they have a lot of debt on him overseas. So most of all this is alleged, so I have to qualify it from that point of view. But their behavior, you can tell everything you need to know. I was speaking to somebody involved in Nigerian politics. He said, the reason why all these people, we all know it, we've said it here before, he is involved, the reason why they work for APC, because if you don't, they bring case for you. And you will not be able to accomplish what you want to do in government. They will blackmail you. They will do all kinds of things to you. So it's just how the game is. And because of that, Nigeria is a country, it's made up of people that are obsessed. They are obsessed with having money and showing it off to each other. They are never obsessed about the future. They are never obsessed about their nation. They are obsessed with their own money, their turn. That is what Nigerians are obsessed with. Hence, you get the results you get. No matter who you elect into office, they get into the center. The moment they are pressed a little bit about their interests, they will just choose myself, my turn now. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Sully. I hope we'll finish sometime today. Jefferson and Dexter, did you rant? No. Okay, Dexter will be the last. So we have 4 people. Sully, go ahead.
Yeah, so the fact that there are people that are still here, even after everything, they still believe that white people love them. And forget it, everything is hopeless now. You know, they will never, they just have this fantasy that they don't want anything to break, you know. And is this I'm the center of the universe fantasy also, you know, the same way Americans have it also, Europeans have it also, Nigerians have it also. They think they matter, they think their opinions matter, they think they are the center of the world, you know, so everything should be going according to prophecy. How do you mean that these people that smile with me all the time, that give me belittling jobs, you know, which they feel like I deserve, you know, what do you mean they don't love me? You know, they pulled me out of the sea that they are benefiting from my oppression from, you know, and you know, they made me an immigrant and they keep on telling me they don't want me in their country. But they will never give up everything that they benefit from me, you know, to stop my oppression. Some of them will even say that they did not have slaves, but they were freely collecting European funds. They don't want to take in immigrants, but when they were collecting European funds from the oppression of immigrants, their hands were fully open. They were doing Afghanistan. Their hands were like this all the time to build their country from our oppression. But now it's time to collect immigrants. They are saying they did not participate in slavery. Some of them, when they were doing their world war, you invited them into your own country. And this one are now the biggest anti-immigrant people. But, you know, they still love you, you know. So you can already see that that's not going anytime soon. So they have to fight for their slave masters' religion, because why not? Even though it doesn't make any common sense. They would rather be cannon fodder. They would rather finish their life, you know, arguing about virgins, as if some of them in Africa don't give out malu, they give out car, they buy house, they buy oil, they buy they buy cars and everything just to get a virgin wife that they've been doing for 100 years in Africa. Suddenly now looking for a virgin is a sin. Hey God, deliver us. They have a cognitive dissonance. Yes, that is the word, cognitive dissonance, where they don't understand what is going on with them. They cannot accept reality because the fantasy is too sweet to them. So we're in for a big deal. Like I said, Tinubu is going to win the election, whether you like it or not, you know, unless you support Sowore, unless the country, you see, Obi and Co, they want to play the same game as Tinubu. You can't cheat a master cheater. You understand? But they don't want to understand. You cannot be playing the game that Tinubu has mastered and think that you will defeat him. No matter, in fact, if they do election 10 more times, Tinubu is still going to win. The worst part is that you are underestimating him. That's where I see, sorry to say, I don't know if this comes to you as insulting. The moment you underestimate Tinubu, I know that is a sign of pure foolishness. Pure foolishness. Edo people say, I don't know be Lagos. I was just looking at them. Look at these miscreants. Rivers people say, Rivers no be Lagos. I say, God, look at these miscreants. You are not meant to underestimate your enemy. That is what Tinubu does. Tinubu does not underestimate anybody, no matter how weak you are. Even this article safe, is still not under, even though we know article is going to lose, Tinubu will never underestimate him. But you guys come here all the time, you are underestimating. They say somebody took control of Lagos for how many decades? Do you think that Lagos people were lying down on the floor and accepting it? Do you think Lagos people did not fight it for years? Lagos people, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we all came together to fight Tinubu. We removed the tribalism, and these guys still beat everybody. But you people are still being tribalistic, you are still being religious bigots, you are still, and you want to fight Tinubu, you are not ready. I've said it. A local government chairman can take over most of your state. A local government chairman in any small place in Lagos State can take over your state. The intelligence is just not there. Outside Lagos and maybe Abuja, I don't see any form of political intelligence. Sorry to say, the Igbo people, most of what you do is individual progress, or maybe it benefits some of the people in your tribe. When you want things, you don't just say, this person has got it, this person has gotten it, they should now deliver it, on a gold platter to you. Tinubu has built bridges. He has promised things and delivered. He works with the young, he works with the old. When people are joining APC, they know that they are joining for something that is assured.
Come on.
Even though all of them have personal interests.
Come on.
Who is saying come on?
Maz is saying come on.
No, we already know where you have cognitive dissonance. Sorry to say. We know no matter what, where you'll be aligned. Even if we bring fact and proof, we already know where you'll be aligned. So I won't take your comment seriously. I'll just take it you are supporting your candidates. That's how I'll see it. Because if we should go to factual, battles, you will not be able to handle me. Sorry to say. So,
You are just yapping.
The last time you challenged me, I asked you a question that you refused to answer. So I'm not going to do that again. If we go to the factional, if we go based on facts, you won't beat me in a battle. I already know. So let's not continue that. Now let's ask ourselves, how are we going to work in this next Tinubu regime? Since everybody wants to be selfish and self-centered, and we cannot just put that aside just to beat this guy. Let us now discuss our future under the Tinubu regime. How are we going to work with it? Are we still going to be doing cognitive dissonance? Are we still going to be tribalistic?
Conduct election, fair election, and let's see how powerful Tinubu is.
Please now, let me finish.
Please, we are ranting. We don't want to interrupt because we don't have time. We don't want to delay.
Are we still going to be doing my slave master's God is better than your slave master's God? Are we still going to be doing the people that are oppressing us, that are still benefiting from our oppression, because they shine their teeth at us? That means they like us. Are we still going to be doing it? You see, Nigerians need to suffer. I've tried to fight this thing, but all of us, we need to suffer. We need to suffer very well. Deep suffering that will make us go crazy. That is the only time Nigerians learn. And Tinubu is here to rejuvenate our mind, to make us suffer very well, so that we have common sense.
Gosh. All right. Thank you, Sully. Jefferson. Look at Jefferson's face. That should be a good. Somebody should capture it. Jefferson, go ahead.
Yeah. So everyone has said their own submission. It's a very good one. Now let me make this clear. To all the naysayers, P2B has debunked the issue of that 250 million, debunked the issue of the the Panama Papers on countless times. He has been debunking it repeatedly. But unfortunately, people don't need to pay attention. And they want to pay attention because they first look at the person rather than what the person is able to do. And that's where we find ourselves. That's the situation in Nigeria. Regarding what they call it, this issue of our so-called master strategists. Like I said, you see, what they say, absolute power corrupts. When you feel you have the police, you have the government coffers in your possession, you get carried away and think you can do it all. No one knows tomorrow. That's what I want to say. So for the fact that, and again, the reason why we have given up so easy, we feel that 2031 is you go to route to 2031. So the big question for every one of us is, who told you? What makes you think it's so powerful? If there's no proper, free and fair election that is monitored, do you think Tinubu will smell that seat? He won't do that. They call Jonathan a weak man, but at least he allowed Jega to do his job. Can you say the same thing for this guy? Even on local government election, we also what played out, and we allowed it to slide. What does that tell you? We're heading into anarchy, but we don't seem to understand where we are going. You know, and of course, even the so-called master strategies under his own geopolitical zone, there have been a lot of security issues. Of course, it doesn't concern him because his wife, who is an Shekiri woman, just got a chieftaincy title. And of course, everyone is celebrating that. Well, that's our own business. Then, again, you know, my guy is traveling abroad, you know, to make ties. But of course, we all know where this is heading. Then, I'm sorry to say that my guy is almost in the same shoes with our Cameroon neighbor. You know, very, very incoherent. They are moving to the incoherent stage right now. Absolutely no difference, no sense of direction. You know, but unfortunately, you don't need to say anything wrong with it. So I just have this to say that good when good people do nothing, bad things gonna happen. Why it's happening this way is because people are gradually getting tired. People don't want to speak. And then people bring allegation about someone being part of the establishment and someone the establishment made him or whatever. I'm like, oh, really? Okay, because they say, okay, let all opposition be together and all that. So now it has now become a crime now for opposition to come together. Because last I checked, even our so-called principal, who is the CRC, once upon a time, they all came together on a political move, you know. The Sowore that we are claiming to be, that we're all trying to celebrate, we also forget it was still under a Sahara Reporters that it also, that was helping to push APC at the time. Yeah. So if we are saying all these things, Sowore, yes, it might be, he has his own stand, but he's not exempted. He equally has made mistakes too, politically. So at the end of the day, it's not enough for us to just sit down here and make all manner of assumptions. Now, I want to conclude very quickly to face my imperial apologist. Please, I hope you don't never chop corn. Let's say don't chop corn.
I have chopped corn like Sowore. You know, Showere's Sahara Reporters was funded by imperial.
We the Igbo people, we don't just support candidates anyhow. Yes.
Jefferson, an imperial organization funded Sahara Reporters. Case closed.
No, but he was instrumental in the emergence of APC. So, so when people say, "Oh, there is no that the Igbos don't have,"
didn't get the joke. No worries.
Or don't know how to do things in the collective of others. I find that laughable because it actually shows that Nigerians are not that people are not going up with history, and that is a very wrong assertion. It's a wrong assertion. I rest my case there.
All right, thank you, Jefferson. We appreciate you, KJ.
Yeah, thank you again, Dr. Rudolph. I'm just going to stick to my note this time. The Epstein files. The Epstein files. Some people call me and make it look as if it's a Christian thing. No, the first people who have left their offices affected are from the Middle East. They are sheikhs and all that. I'm not going to call them. If you are interested, you can go look it up. The file has almost everybody from every side of the world included. So it's not a Christian thing, just in case those who are making mistake think it's a Christian thing. Yes, it is what is happening in Nigeria. Some people call me and they make it look as if, oh, you know, we are saying a system that's working and we're trying not to allow it to work. No, it is the most difficult thing to try and wake a man who is pretending to be asleep. That's what's happening in Nigeria. We have refused to accept change. We have refused to make changes where there is. Some of you don't understand that some of the things in the constitution were actually put there by the military boys. It wasn't because Nigerians sat down and put it there. And one of chiefly of which is the Sharia law. It wasn't that we sat down and then said, oh, there must be Sharia and this how it to be practiced. So when we come and we are, and then let's even put that aside. And a particular set of the country are telling you that these things are not working for us and you don't want to discuss it. I give you an example. The governor of Benue State is trying to resettle repentant Boko Haram in Benue, where you have over 10 IDP people in camp who do not have a means of livelihood. You have not taken them back to the community, but you are planning with government money, Benue State government money, to build a resettlement center for over 1,000 repentant Boko Haram people. Are we a people? Are you going to say that this man doesn't know what to do for his own people, his own citizens, his own indigenous people who have been chased? So let's not come here and make it look as if we don't know that these things that people are doing or what is going on in Nigeria is something that is strange. We know the truth and we're not following it. So that is that. And so then my problem with the opposition is that they're always one step too late. When the debate for National Assembly was going down, these big wits, they didn't say anything. They didn't step up. They waited until this thing was quietly smuggled in, and then they started talking after it had been signed by the president. Why didn't you use any other means to make sure, even if you didn't know, you can't stop him from doing whatever he wants to do since he has the power? Call an international conference, make the world know that this is what is going on, and this is the purpose of which is being done. Shout as much as you can shout. There's an Igbo adage that they said the kite swept down and carried a chick, and the chick was shouting, chinchi, chinchi, chinchi. And they asked the chick, why are you shouting? Because already you are in the sky. He said, no, he just want the world to see how she is dying. So this is what we are saying. When you call the press conference, you tell the whole world how these things is going on. It's not because they may change it, but people know, they take note of what you're talking about. Sorry, I hope I don't run out of time. Okay, look at how they're trivializing the assassination attempt of P2B. Even if you don't,
Al Baghdadi, everything's worked out, and then we do the Midnight Hammer and so many others. Everything's worked out, and we want to keep it that way. But we're going to say, look, it'd be wonderful if they negotiate.
But it's
really in good conscience.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him out. Okay. No, okay. He's preparing for the next show. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they are trivializing. They are trivializing what is going on with P2B's attempt. So you are trivializing. Even they are trying to kill the man. You are even making it look as if, oh, this thing is not a big deal. Okay, so for those of you who say it is not real, supposing the bullet has hit somebody else, since he now played and they play with her, supposing he hit somebody, that is how it will be. So let's when we say this, let's put ourselves in the position. If it's your father, your uncle, your brother who is there, and somebody comes and is playing with, pump action. That pump action has stones inside. So when you release it from the catch, you don't know where it's going to fly to. So are you saying that you also have a way of controlling the bullet where it will go to? Let's call a spade a spade. This is what I'm saying. We sit on things that are true, but we don't say it because it doesn't suit our narrative. Okay, and then we say we are playing fair. Well, when I say what I said about being defeated, being the opposition being defeated, I think Okpara, you misunderstand me. I'm simply saying it's not because the election is fair, and it's not because 2027 is going to be fair. So that's what I'm preparing your mind for. 2027 is not going to be fair. The one they just run Abuja now is not going to be fair. If you are not ready to get into the mud with a pig, then don't go there. Give it to somebody and get there. I'm saying it again. 2027 is not going to be fair. What you saw in FCT is going to be what will be replicated all around Nigeria. If you cannot if you cannot stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Nobody's going to go and put their lives on the line for you. It will even be better for the opposition if they gather and say, okay, since this man Koshore is ready to put his life on the line, let's all put our votes there. Or if people now want to use Obi, then let everybody now say it's Obi, and then you have barely less than 6 months for the election to go on. People don't even know who is the arrowhead. You can't even come together to win a small portion of FCT, and you are telling me you're going to win the whole country with this man who is in power now. The judiciary is in the weakest pocket. The police and the military are in the Tinubu's pocket, and you think you are going to win? Let's just wake up and tell ourselves the truth. Then we will know. Are you thinking that Jagaban will become a bishop before the next election? So he will now repent from being evil? My brothers, let's wake up. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Dexter, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. First of all, I would like to say the reason why Nigeria is failing is because people like me and many of us here decided to do nothing. Because at the point in time, it didn't affect us. In 1990, it didn't affect us. 2000, it didn't affect us. But maybe now we are feeling the pinch. But that's the reason. And that's why you can have people in their 20s come out and, don't even comprehend. You can see that there is a lack of appreciation of what good governance is, even when they are living in climes where there's sanity. That's a big failure on the Nigerian, on us as Nigerians here that want a change in the country. The only way Nigeria can change, it's not by looking to talk of Peter Obi or all those guys are not going to step out. El Rufai said it, that they are not going to step out of the way. He said, as much as Nigeria, the young people, look at other countries of the world. The young people are the ones in critical positions driving the nation. As much as the young people should take over, he said, but they are not going to leave. He said it, I think, 3 years ago. He said, look, I shouldn't be in government anymore. But if the young people don't kick me out, I will not go. And that was El Rufai's words. And so the question is, what are we doing? Are we just content standing on the sidelines and hearing easy words, talking shit? How many of us are going to put our money where our mouth is? People are talking of Peter Obi, this one. How many of you have just put 1 million, a million naira into electioneering process, just buying the form and putting yourself to be selected? I think that's what we should start looking forward to doing, because it's not enough. And this is the irony of it. Many of us sit down in same climes, but then want to talk about how it should be in Nigeria. It don't work like that. The Western countries that many of us relocate to, because I know 90% of us here are not staying in Iran, neither are we staying in Venezuela. Many of us that went to the Western countries, their revolution did not start with them being outside. It started with them being there on ground. So I think that's the first thing. People, we have to show a commitment. It's not about waiting for election. Look, the truth is this. It was proven, KJ, that what led to that lady's release, that Umahi was about to put in prison, the day the people of Nigeria, Amechi has been saying it, the day the people of Nigeria wake up to the realization of their power and the responsibility they have for giving themselves a good nation, that day, all these corrupt politicians will run away. That is the truth. The day the people look, whether election, no matter even how bad they have made the electoral manual to be, the day the people decide as, no, this is what we want to change, that day, those corrupt politicians will not be able to stand it. So maybe Soli is right, that maybe the Tinubu we're having today is to come like a scorpion to bite us and sting us so hard so that we will say never again. And we start putting the right people in power. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope we're getting to the end, finally. CM.
Okay.
If I missed you, please let me know.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Yeah.
I believe you are hearing me. What I want to point out, maybe one or two things, because sometimes when people make an assertion and it's unchallenged, people may assume it's a fact. Or even when they know what they are saying is not, it's just absolute bunkum, they will still continue to repeat it in the hope that people will be convinced. I want to say something about Panama Papers. I live in England, not just UK, I'm in England. The former Prime Minister of UK, David Cameron, is a millionaire by every standard. Before he became a Prime Minister, he was in business. He placed all his money or his wealth, so some part of it, in the Panama offshore account to be yielding interest for him.
before he became prime minister. When you mention it, the British intelligence, they looked at everywhere. They don't spare anybody. Today, somebody from the royal family is being arrested by the police, Prince Andrew, because of Epstein paper. So if I'm using England as an example, this is not where they spare anybody, be you any damn person. Peter Mandelson has been arrested, their former ambassador to US. So when they say Peter Obi and Panama, I'm CM today. If I want to assume a public office in Nigeria, the small change I get, I go and put it in Panama account. It's not a crime. What you will answer for is the day you take oath of office. The moment you are inaugurated, then you are now a public official. Whatever you do between then till the day you left office, that is what you are answerable for. I'm a private person, I put my money where it should be. Ideally, when you are in private business, if you are getting into public office, you wind down your business so that you don't have what they call conflict of interest. But when you get some people, they are very dumb. They thought that by shouting on the top of their voices, Peter Obi, Panama, Panama, it shows their level.
And that one that does like this.
It shows their level of intellect, how developed they are. They can't see beyond their nose. If Panama is an offense to put money in, David Cameron, British Prime Minister, former, for 6 years or 5 years, should have been behind bars. Do you understand? So what Peter Obi did is known to the world. I can put my money in Panama today. If I'm to be governor of Anambra State tomorrow, I put my money there in the hope that when I leave office, it will yield interest for me. It's not Anambra money. People should get this. So when they come in a place like this, I mean, sometimes, Rudolph, you stop them and educate them so that they know, and then they don't think here is a propaganda platform. That's one. Now, the issue of Peter Obi with corrupt people, you see, corruption is not contagious. Neither is it infectious like syphilis or gonorrhea. It's not like that. At the same time, corruption is not addictive, just like cocaine or heroin. It's not.
Disagree.
In Nigeria, there are institutions that investigate people for corruption, and they admit evidence from anybody. I can report you, Rudolph, to EFCC. They will invite you. So whoever knows what Peter Obi did is corrupt, report to EFCC so that they can check him and probe him again, because they've done it before. At the same time, in Nigeria or anywhere, corruption is, EFCC do not prosecute a group of people for corruption. It's on individual basis. If you bring 100 corrupt people and I see them, I'm in their midst, if they want to prosecute all of them, they can't include me because I will be answerable to everybody, have to answer individually. So when they say Peter Obi is found in the midst of corrupt people, is he corrupt? That's what they should say. Because EFCC has investigated him. I give example. There's a party called APC, and there was once upon a time, there was a man called Dr. Ogbonnayono, former governor of Abia State, the first governor, foundation governor of Abia State. He was in APC. How many times was he investigated for corruption? Because he has no case. If anybody has a case, go to ICPC or EFCC. But when people come and say, oh, BC, when I look at it, I felt that. Anyway, when people take cocaine or sniff cocaine or heroin like Tinubu, they come here, they start to talk jazz as if they are talking to illiterates. And these are supposedly people that their grandfather claimed that they gave them free education. Their grandfather did not attend. Jakonde gave free education. Bola Ige, BC Onobanjo, they didn't attend. And then they come here and be making noise. Obi is this, Obi is that. All those things are nonsense. Now, on the assassination, because people like to downplay anything, Obi was the target. The idea was to eliminate him. It's as simple as that. I don't care what any other person says. You don't shoot a gun. It's not like romance. You don't romance anybody by shooting gun. That's not romance. Where the event took place was somewhere at the ADC office in Benin. When they had a tip-off that hoodlums are coming to attack them. They thought it's just like destroying canopy, everything. Quietly, they left the scene because they are law-abiding citizens. John Oyegu, a former governor of Edo State, now said, let us go to my house and conclude all this. They followed them and start shooting at the gate because they've locked it. And then they damage the cars parked everywhere. So if they see Obi at sight, will they leave Obi? Please, people should be able to, sometimes when people say certain things, it might not just be what they say, how accurate is it, but the intent is what matters. The intent, why are they saying it? I'm not that so biblical, but they said out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. When people come here and then you have opportunity of ranting, talk nonsense. Some are even querying Obi or this. If somebody should come and be talking of Obi and Panama, then that person is dumb and is daft and dumb. If you don't know what Panama is, go and Google and know who can be convicted for Panama. You are responsible for what you do while in office, not before when you come into office. Before you came into office, you're a private citizen. You can't accuse somebody of embezzling public money until you come into public office. It's as simple as that. And some people will come here and then use it to come and waste our time. So please, Dr. Rudolph, it's incumbent on you. Sometimes you slow them down and educate them. People should be able to learn. Granted that some people are just from the gutter. They can live under bridge in Lagos. When they deem it fit, they just come to a place like this and start to make noise. And they start to rant. Obi can be in a group of criminals. It doesn't matter. If you become a president, you will be the president of sinners and saints. It's as simple as that. No, you can't be a president of only saints. You will be a president of sinners and saints, madmen and specialists, and even cocaine consuming people. It's as simple as that. If Peter Obi is president, he cannot stop Tinubu from taking his cocaine. I mean, do you know what he eats? That's why he falls up and down every part of the world. So this is the issue people should be able to tackle and not to come here and waste everybody's time. Let me stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I just want to confirm that Christians for Epstein, you've ranted. Okay, good. Because I want Ify to be the last voice out.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. You skipped me like 5 times. You asked me about OB and I skipped it. I said I really have nothing to talk about.
All right.
You skipped me like 5 times, bro.
Go ahead. I want to sleep well at night. So
all right, yeah, you should, because I was going to hunt you at night. So, it's very funny how we come on here, some of us come on here and pretend we know what we're talking about. And then we keep yelling about, oh, go read about it and go Google and go check. If you don't know what it is, then it means you're dumb. No, the Panama Papers was not about OB's bank accounts. It wasn't. Even when they asked him, it wasn't about you here talking about, oh, if he wants to earn interest, he can put his money in Panama. No. What OB did, especially as someone that's also a beneficiary of a trust, what OB did was put his money in a trust, his assets in a trust. So what does a trust do? It's not about earning interest. It's to protect you, to avoid probate, to give you privacy, and to avoid taxes. That's what a trust does. And it also helps you limit your exposure to things like lawsuits, So that's what Peter Obi did in essence. But the issue is not that he kept his money there. And I didn't want to get into this because it's between y'all. I really don't care. But what Peter Obi did not do is what is the crux of this whole discussion. He was supposed to declare all his assets, all his debt, all his holdings to the electoral body. He did not do that. So putting his monies in Panama or in Basel or in Jersey Island is not the issue. The issue is when you were supposed to declare what you owned, you did not declare what was in the Panama Papers. So moving on from that, I'll go to because I saw when Azaria Ahmed, the Fulani lady, interviewed him, his explanation was, oh, it was in a trust, blah, 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 whatever. So moving on, when Tim first came on, and I'm going to call him by name, he came on, and this is another problem I have with Nigerians when they talk. They'll come on with this, well, it shouldn't be about religion. It shouldn't be about this. But exactly what Jide says, then they start projecting, or they start making up lies, or they start making up things that didn't exist. Now, Tim came up, and I'm willing to give you win $1. If you can show me in the Quran where it says,
my name has been
if you can show me in the Quran where it promises Muslims virgins, because you kept coming on here about virgins, but I can show you in the Bible, in Numbers, and if Rudolph, you will give me a second to read it, and I've said it on here before, people try to hide it. Hold on 1 second, please. And people try to hide it in Numbers 38, I think it is, where if you say Jesus is your God, your own God is telling you to take virgin little girls, kill all the women that have slept with men, murder all of them, murder the men, murder the boys, then take all the little girls from about age 3 and go do whatever you want to do with them. So you guys, you know, when you point one finger and there's always 4 pointing back at you guys. Nobody is saying, for KJ that came on here to lie and say, well, there's a bunch of sheikhs in the Epstein papers, but I'm not going to mention them. That's a damn lie, and you know that. Why are you guys intent on protecting pedophiles? That part I will never understand. You intend on protecting pedophiles. You intend on protecting cannibals. You intend on protecting child molesters and rapists of little children. Just because you think they are Christians like yourself. What they did is vile. Call it what it is. If it was Muslims, you would be calling all around the world, telling the Muslims, oh, reform Islam. Let's keep it a buck. We want to keep it 100, let's keep it 100. Christianity has a problem with child molestation, with sexual crimes. It is prevalent in the church. Because other faiths are not attacking you guys and telling you have to reform. Every day, you look in the paper, you looking on the internet, you see priests are raping kids. This has been going on for like 2,000 years. Every day Republicans are being exposed, Republican Christians. But you guys want to come on here, you make up lies and point fingers because the Jewish masters have told you to do that. If you can show me, like I said, show me in the Quran where it says it promises 72 virgins. This is how you came up and started. No, you're going to keep crying because I listened to you. So you guys cannot keep coming on here, feeding misinformation to people, lying to people. You point one finger, there's 5. If I had 10 fucking dragon fingers, they all pointed back at me. This is what you guys do.
All right.
Then you want to condemn. Thank you, Rudolph. Condemn the Epstein files. Condemn the perpetrators. It's not about Muslims, Christians, or whatever. If you guys come in here, you say, "Oh well, they were Democrats." Then we don't care if they were Democrats. We don't care if they were aliens. We don't care if they were freaking Sumerians in there. They're perverts, and condemn it. Stop looking at them like, "Oh, they're Christians." Then I'm going to cover it for them.
All right. Thank you, Christians for Epstein.
My name was mentioned.
Yeah, let me hear from Ife. I want.
Yeah. Okay. Papido, I have a lot to say.
Oh God.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. Guys, this I think this first message is for Soil, and is it Eisenhan? About Obi. Obi is not a saint. Obi has never claimed to be one. He has said it over and over and over again. I'm not defending P2B because I don't know him very well. I just know him because I met him on social media platform. But let me make it clear. Some of you are saying that Obi is, moving around with all these corrupt politicians. Is he going to move alone? Is he going to be by himself? Let's even talk about it. Tinubu is our president. Is he a saint? We can't even say one place that Tinubu has ever worked or one business that he has ever, had since he got into politics. Tinubu is the person controlling Lagos State since he took over up until today. And nobody's saying anything. What's so special about P2B? Nobody's even talking about Atiku. Why is everybody coming for this man? In fact, if there is anything negative, or as you people call him, so-called criminal, don't you think that he would have been invited by EFCC by now?
No, EFCC has investigated him now several times.
Oh, see him, hold on. Don't you think so? They've tried everything to bring him, and they can't even find anything against him. So let us keep that one aside. In terms of the assassination attempt, look, this is the first time this is happening in Nigeria. And I expected our president to say something. He never said anything. Edo State, made a statement and brushed it aside and said that people will staged that attempt. All because of politics. And God knows how many lives that could have been lost on that day. And we are making mockery and laughing about it and moving as if nothing happened. Obobelo told us that, and he told Peter Obi that anytime he comes to Edo State, that his safety is not guaranteed. He promised Tinubu that he's going to give him, is it 2.5 or 3 million votes? Right? And nobody's saying anything. We are talking about intimidation and oppression in Nigeria. A whole minister, David Umahi, is on social media now and made a statement that, if I want that girl, why would I even want that girl? If it's Natasha, then I can talk. If it's Natasha that's saying that that I want her, it will make sense. A whole minister bragging that what is he going to do with this girl? This girl, she has every evidence. You deny that you never met this girl. I don't know whether she's telling the truth or not, but there is some part of me that, I want to believe that she's telling the truth. And then you're going to get Natasha again involved, a whole minister. If it's Natasha, then I can agree about that. And this is somebody who is married. And this is somebody's father. Come on, people. For people who are supporting Wike and blaming the opposition, let's talk about what happened in Abuja, how the election went. Is that how to conduct an election? What is Wike's business going around from one polling station to another? And like I said earlier, all of us here, we are in diaspora. We all vote. I think majority of vote vote in diaspora. Is that how you conduct an election? And we are here giving Wike accolade, clapping for him. And we are enabling bad government. And we are clapping for all of them. We are watching our country sleeping in front of us. And nobody's saying anything. And we are hailing Jagaban. Let us have free and fair election. That is what everybody's asking for. I don't know why it is so difficult to conduct a free and fair election. One of my brother made a statement, said, why can't we have this constitution where we have to have a presidential election conducted geographically? So when these people, maybe 4 years or 5 years, or, I can't remember how he said that. Why can't we do that? I've said it over and over again on this channel that if we're going to have problem with the Northern and Southern, why can't we do that? When it is the turn for Northern, we give them money to conduct. When it is time for Southern, we give them money to conduct an election. How are you going to open your mouth and tell a particular group of people that they can never be president in a country where they are part of? And you tell them that they can never be president of that country. And you that made that statement, tell me how your life has changed. You supporting the other people that have been president. Tell me what is different about your life. Somebody said on social media, take your Japa this thing seriously. Take it seriously and leave the country. Sometimes when we come here and talk, I wonder, how do we even reason? If you ask somebody here or any of us, or even people in Nigeria, tell me one thing this administration has ever done for you since they took over. Tell me what you have benefited from this administration since Tinubu took over. Nobody can even vouch for one thing, not even one. Instead, we are dipping into poverty. This is the same country that paid 2 billion naira to the terrorists to release the St. Mary's students last year, 150 something students, and nobody's saying anything. And people are living in fear. Look at what is happening in Kwara, and nobody's saying anything. Our president is not even making it. It's like everybody has moved on. This is the order of the day. Look at the two students that I think they are NYSC, that they were traveling from either Zamfara to Sokoto or Sokoto to Zamfara, something like that. Both of them, they were kidnapped. You can see the guy, go to English Alaji's page, you can see the guy being flogged because they were asking for 5 million. It could be you tomorrow, it could be your father, mother, sister, brother. Is it because you haven't become a victim? That's why you come here every day and talk nonsense. Look at the Ramadan feast. I think it's a Zamfara state governor. What are they giving them to break the fast? Kuli kuli and gari. But they budgeted 1 billion for this Ramadan season for them to break their fast. How did we get to this point that we don't even have human conscience? We are talking about whether Obi can be able to do this, whether Atiku will be able to do this. Okay, the person there, what is he doing? That is the question. That is the question. What is he doing? Since we started this independent, democracy again back in 1999, tell me what has changed. KJ, tell me what has changed in your life being a citizen of Nigeria. Chim, tell me what has changed in your life being a citizen of Nigeria. Even Papudo, let's even talk about it. Why are we pretending as if everything is okay? Every time you go to Nigeria, people will tell you, go back, make sure you're home at 6 o'clock. Nigeria is not safe. What kind of life is that? I said it over and over again. I love my country. But you see all these things we are doing here. We're talking about Christians, we're talking about Muslims, and that's why when you hear me most of the time say, why not go our separate ways? It's because of this. Why not go our separate ways? If somebody from Benue cannot be the president, if somebody from Ishekiri cannot be the president, but you're going to tell me that it's either somebody from Yoruba or somebody from the Hausa will be only the president, then we don't have no business being together. Let's hear this and hear it well. Democracy is not for us. It is not working. People are blaming opposition here, left and right. Let me tell you something. When Obi it's not Obi's plan to leave Labour Party, but he saw what was happening. Remember, immediately Obi went to ADC, Abure left. But he's been, trying to make this man to leave. He refused. It's like the country has been hijacked. What do you want him to do? His hands are tied. So do you want him to start a revolution? Is that what you want him to do? People are saying, Showore, if it's Showore that got this, then Showore will not do anything, I'm telling you. Abiola's death did not cost anything in Nigeria. What made you think that Showore, if he had won 10 million votes, that he would be on the street? But after 1 week, this will die down. So it is high time we all come together and decide what will work for us. This is not working. There is hunger in the land. Kuli and gari for somebody who has started fasting or fasted from 6 o'clock in the morning to apparently to 6 o'clock in the evening. Come on, people, where is our conscience? How did we get to this point? My goodness. We are talking about money in Panama. We are talking about this here. We are talking about, let us go back home. People are suffering. People are dying every day. Tomorrow is not guaranteed.
All right. Thank you, Ife.
Rudolph.
No. I have to go. This is 5 hours.
My name was called.
Let Chim take over now. If you are going, KJ is here. 2 of them, they can moderate.
There's another show that is.
Because some of us has to interject. Some of us has to interject.
Sam, hold on. So
oh God.
There's another show that is an hour and a half late. I'll let him respond, which we don't normally do. Respond to who's raising his hand now. No, we are not doing this. I'm not doing this.
PDP.
Go ahead.
All right. Sorry, please. Thank you very much. I know you've exceeded time. I appreciate that. So,
PDP.
Wait now.
I just brought you up so that you won't. Wait. Let me tell Loco P. I brought you up so that you won't feel lonely at the back end. Not that
I get lonely at the top.
So you at least you appear.
Loco P, stop going to church late.
Rudolph, the last time I did that, forefather quenched the program of the program and said I wanted to embarrass him. So are you trying to embarrass Loco P?
All right, let me make this point and go.
Okay,
now.
go ahead, Chim.
All right, so when the program started, I wasn't on the show, I was watching. The Epstein's file is not a religious document.
So
Epstein's file, for anybody who went to kindergarten, is not a religious document. So someone chose to make it a Christian thing, and when we respond to him, his emotions blow out. Mr. Democrat, ability to have conversation. You want to give, but you don't want to take. I have never read the Quran.
I've never been a Democrat. Stick to Canadian topics. You don't know about America. Stop pretending.
That's the person I'm supposed to be dealing with. Please.
You can't come and be lying, Rudolph. I'm sorry, but he can't lie. He calls people Democrats, Republicans. You
here, I let you speak. Because you know you have nothing to say. Keep quiet. I kept quiet and listened to you. I kept quiet with maturity. Do the same. I continue. People come here and think they have a monopoly of throwing bombs. I can throw bombs better than you.
I beg, throw bomb. Throw bomb. Throw it.
Read the Quran. I will never read the Quran. I'm not planning to read the Quran. The Bible, I haven't even read it enough. But my response is simple. I didn't say in the Quran that they promised them virgins. I'm saying there are some Muslims, they've been told that when they buy Chimezie Ogoro, they will go to heaven with 7 virgins. That's what I'm saying. And there is
I'm even looking for one. I can't even get one.
Of a young woman telling people that some people have been kidnapped, and the kidnappers are saying if they are not giving 5 virgins, they've shortened it to 5, that they will not release those people. Please, since Epstein's file is now a religious document, why are these people kidnapping my fellow Nigerians asking for virgins as ransom payment? Explain that to me.
Okay, I can explain it. This is what you did.
Let's deal with issues.
All right.
You come here. Hey, you're not the only one who has
Rudolph, just 1 second. I promise you 1 second. I promise you 1 second. This is my response to him.
Rudolph, end the show. Let them go to that one.
Just
to say anything. I just want to thank everybody who watched us. And hold on, everyone. No, we should talk.
You can't run the team. How can you run? No, next stream.
Exactly. Why is it running?
Everybody that watched us, those on the comment sections, those that supported us, T Majek, THKO, Prince Apache, Oriako, Top A, let's see, Brick House Capital, T Majek, Ejike Onyemachi, T Legit, I think, and Christian, that is Kene, Kulata, Real KJ, Real K, not Real KJ, Kulata, Mr. Show, Kulata, Igbo Basics, T.E. Davidson. Thank you all. I appreciate all of you. And Oscar Blackbone, Igbo Basics, Oscar Blackbone, and Kulata. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we will welcome Ogaga Ifowodo. Again, thank you, everybody, for joining us. And the new show continues. Forefathers will host the new show.
Rudolph, can you ask our brothers on here to condemn the pedophiles that they're supporting? That's all we're saying.
Condemn pedophiles. If the pedophile is from Anambra State, let them carry him.
That's it. Condemn it. Stop skirting around it.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Anyway, well, you know, somehow I'm always compliant. When I'm told to stop, let me not talk, I comply.
Thank you.
Maybe henceforth, because maybe henceforth.
Hold on, everybody.
You be speaking.
Local P. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you, but we don't have time. But I appreciate that you didn't have. Go over to the next one, and I'm sure you'll be there.
No, I support you next stream.
Okay.
Everybody
All right.
must talk.
All right. Thank you.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Spiritual.